Maya's eyebrows shot up as an ominous premonition arose in her mind. If she recalled correctly, all that the supposed King of Destruction did was destroy a formation. But what Xavier had just done was tear down the entire main hall of the branch. While Maya's expression had turned unnatural, Xavier was also scratching his head in incomprehension. Where's the might of the elephants and dragons that we agreed upon? Where's the indomitable strength that'll be difficult for me to withstand that you spoke of? Just a single palm and you were already sent flying. Not to mention you even crashed through the wall. Is it okay for you to go that easy on an examinee you're assessing?
You!
Struggling out of a pile of dust, Elder Rod's face was livid. As an elder invigilating an examination, he had been sent flying by the examinee. More importantly, he'd even warned the other party to be careful of the formidable might behind his palm. Elder Rod, there are still 2 blows remaining. I only used half of my strength in the earlier attack, so... Xavier said hesitantly.
You only used half of your strength?
Elder Rod wobbled on his feet as he became lightheaded. I held back a little when I executed my palm strike earlier, Xavier explained. That was not a lie. He did rein in his strength a little. He would rarely display his full strength in a battle unless he deemed it necessary to do so. Given Elder Rod's supposed powerful palm strike, he had chosen to face it with his strongest move, the Heavenly Demon Great Sorrow Palm. But he had still held back in terms of strength. On top of that, to maximize the might of the Heavenly Demon Great Sorrow Palm, the attack should have come down a downward trajectory. To capitalize on the speed of the Unbounded Voyager earlier, he could only execute it with a horizontal trajectory, so its strength was further reduced. Elder Rod's lips twitched. Despite only facing half of the young man's strength, he had still been injured. If the young man had used his full strength in the previous palm strike, would he have lived to see tomorrow's sun? Silence drifted in the air for some time, and unable to endure the suspense, Xavier spoke up once more. Elder Rod, if you find that I'm still lacking, I'll put my full strength into the 2 remaining moves.
It's enough. There's no need for you to face my remaining 2 moves. I believe that you wield strength comparable to a Grand Dominion Realm Primary State Cultivator.
Elder Rod quickly waved his hand. As a formation master, his strength would not be on par with master teachers. Nevertheless, even when suppressing his cultivation, he would still be far stronger than most Grand Dominion Realm cultivators. Yet, despite his strength, he'd been sent flying with a single palm strike from the young man. With that alone, there was no need for him to continue with the remaining 2 blows. Thank you, Elder Rod. Xavier heaved a sigh of relief. Since his strength had reached the mark, he was eligible to take the 8-star Formation Master examination. Once he succeeded, he would be able to contact Sarah later in the night.
There's no need to be so formal,
Elder Rod said as he rubbed his trembling hands together. He discreetly whipped out a pill, swallowed it, and released the seal on his cultivation. Only then did he feel his injuries alleviating. Slightly. After which, he glanced at the massive crack in the middle of the hall, and his mouth twitched. Just as he was about to find someone to repair it, flurried footsteps sounded, and an elder abruptly barged into the room.
Oh, Rod, you were right. This time, with the whole lot of us staring at him, that fellow didn't dare cause any damage, and he's currently challenging the examination obediently. Do you want to take a look as well? It's not a common sight to see him so calm,
the elder exclaimed. Before the elder could finish speaking, the crack on the wall suddenly began advancing once more, crawling over the entire ceiling. It seemed that the elder barging in, and his loud voice, had destabilized the condition in the room. Dust began fluttering to the ground. The elder, who had just entered the room, finally noticed something was amiss, and, lifting his head to look at the ceiling, he shrieked.
What's that?
That shriek happened to be the straw that broke the camel's back. Unable to endure it any longer, the room began to shake intensely. the entire room came crashing down. Rocks, dust, and everything that was in the ceiling collapsed to the ground. Xavier and the others hurriedly drove their gleam to fend off the falling rubble, and only then were they spared from the calamity. When everything finally settled down, Elder Rod took a look at the complete wreckage around him, and he nearly burst into tears. It should have been a simple test to assess the lad's strength, resolved with 3 simple blows. How did it come to this? Admittedly, the hull hadn't been built with durability in mind. Nevertheless, as a work of celestial designers, its resilience was not to be underestimated. For several centuries, he had lived there with nary a problem, and even after the previous visits of the King of Destruction, the hull had managed to remain standing. Yet, just by crossing palms with this fellow, the hull had been reduced to such a state. The more he thought about it, the more stifled Elder Rod felt. Eventually, he couldn't help but direct an accusatory gaze at the standing young man not too far away. Upon catching the sight of the daggers in Elder Rod's eyes, Xavier's hands instinctively shot up and pointed to the elder who had just entered, and he exclaimed in an innocent and indignant voice, I wasn't the one who destroyed the hall. He did. It has nothing to do with me. The elder pushed a brick off his head and dusted away the debris from his shoulders before turning to Elder Rod with a look of bewilderment. Old Rod, just what's going on? Hearing the elder's question, Elder Rod's face immediately flushed red.
It's nothing. I was assessing Master Xavier's strength when in a moment of carelessness.
He was simply too embarrassed to speak of the matter. Even though he did lower his cultivation to the Grand Dominion Realm primary stage, his opponent was only at the Leaving Aperture Realm primary stage. Furthermore, not only was he sent flying, but the impact of his crash caused the entire hall to collapse. How could he possibly admit to a matter like that before his old acquaintance? If he came clean, that blabbermouth would surely spread it far and wide, and it would only be a matter of hours before every soul in the Sanctum of Sages knew of his humiliation.
In a moment of carelessness?
The elder scratched his head in confusion, and dust rained down from his hair.
All right, there's no point talking about this matter anymore. Master Xavier over here tends to take the 8th star examination, so take him to the steps of formations.
Fearing that his old friend would continue pursuing the matter, Elder Rod anxiously changed the topic.
He wants to take the 8th star examination too. Very well. Follow me.
Nodding, the elder began leading Xavier away. Xavier and Maya quickly followed him. Elder Rod hesitated for a moment, but eventually his gut feeling told him that it might not be safe to leave Xavier alone, so he decided to follow along as well. After leaving the rubble, they walked for some time before a staircase came into view. This staircase was extremely bizarre. There was nothing above or below supporting it, and it simply floated off the ground, ascending straight into the sky as if leading to a heavenly palace of some sort. What is this? Xavier asked curiously. He could tell that there were many formations inscribed on each of the steps of the staircase and in the surroundings to allow them to float. Nevertheless, it was still a rather impressive feat.
This is what we call the steps of formations, and this is where we conduct the Formation Master examinations,
the elder explained with a chuckle. Steps of formations?
Yes, every single step here contains a unique formation, be it illusory formation, slaughter formation, beguilement formation, and many others. Some of them even require one to set up a formation to decipher it. All in all, there are 90 steps here, and every 10 steps is equivalent to the increment of a star in rank,
the elder explained.
As long as you can reach the 80th floor, that will mean that you have cleared the 8-star Formation Master examination.
Xavier nodded. In a sense, this was similar to the sea of formations he had encountered previously. The formation master had to display their prowess by overcoming all sorts of formations that stood in their way to clear the examination. Once the examinee reached a certain mark, that would signify that they had cleared the examination. Also, depending on where the examinee had stopped, that could be used to determine how far their mastery of formations had reached. For example, reaching the 75th step would mean that they had achieved the proficiency equivalent to a 7-star high-tier formation master. Of course, this examination was clearly at a different level to the Sea of Formations. Some of the formations even required one to set up a formation in order to clear them. It would be highly testing on one's state of mind, creativity, and knowledge of formations. Even for Xavier, this examination could pose quite a challenge. While the both of them were still chatting, Maya couldn't help but ask,
Elders, may I ask if those standing on the steps are all challenging the examination too?
Taking another look, Xavier realized that there were a total of 5 people standing on the staircase. These students didn't continue heading up. Instead, each of them was standing atop a step. Their eyes were tightly shut, almost as if they were in a daze or deep contemplation. Or maybe they were already consumed by the formation, unable to struggle free.
Indeed, they're currently challenging the examination too.
Elder Rod nodded.
2 are taking the 5-star and 7-star examinations, and 1 is taking the 8-star examination.
Xavier took a closer look and noted that 2 of the students were standing on steps in the 40s, 2 on steps in the 60s, and 1 on steps in the 70s. After a moment, Xavier asked, The King of Destruction you spoke of earlier must be the highest student up there, right? Elder Rod harumphed in displeasure.
Indeed, that's him.
Intrigued, Xavier took a closer look at the King of Destruction and noted that he was a young man who seemed to be in his 30s. He was slender and dressed in a light gray robe. As his back was facing him, he was unable to make out his facial features, but he could vaguely feel a cold and lofty aura emanating from him. Xavier did a swift calculation before remarking with a smile, Oh, he seems to be on the 79th step. I wonder if he'll be able to take the final step forward. At this moment, all the steps suddenly began shaking wildly.
The hell? The King of Destruction is attempting to destroy our steps of formations! Hurry up and stop him!
An anxious voice yelled. Shortly after hearing those words, Xavier suddenly realized that there were a couple more elders sitting by the staircase, and they were dressed similarly to Elder Rod. Most likely, they were the other elders dispatched to keep the King of Destruction in check. The elder who had shouted earlier had an anxious look on his face, and as he spoke, he quickly gathered Gleam in his palm and pumped it into the staircase, seemingly attempting to stabilize the steps of formations. Unfortunately, there were simply too many formations on the steps. As powerful as that elder was, he wasn't strong enough to stabilize the entire structure by himself.
What are you all waiting for? Hurry up and help out!
At this moment, Elder Rod couldn't pay attention to Xavier any longer. He quickly flew forth and pumped his Gleam into the steps of formations as well. With 6 powerful formation masters making a move simultaneously, the staircase's shaking did lessen. However, at this moment, the young man on the 79th step suddenly opened his eyes and lifted his leg. Just as he was about to step on the 80th step, the steps beneath his feet finally reached their limits. With a resounding explosion, everything collapsed. Countless formations flew across the air, causing the same spiritual energy in the surroundings to fall into chaos. Xavier gulped. He is the King of Destruction. The steps were eroding and the formations were collapsing. Before the other examinees could process what was going on, they suddenly felt the ground beneath them crumbling. Opening their eyes, they scanned their surroundings, unsure of what was going on.
King of Destruction, you must compensate our steps of formations. If you can't fix it well, don't even dream of leaving. You bastard! I'll kill you! Elder Rod, don't get reckless. You won't be able to defeat him.
Elder Rod and the others, feeling rageful, immediately sealed the surrounding space as they glared at the young man in the sky. The Steps of Formations had been in the Sanctum of Sages since time immemorial. Countless geniuses had been assessed by it, but never had any problem cropped up before. Yet, it was reduced to rubble as soon as that fellow came. How could they possibly not be burning with rage? The King of Destruction also didn't seem to know what was going on either. With a dazed look, he stared at the collapsed staircase beneath him, as if still trying to figure out what had just happened. I didn't do it on purpose. Could it be that the Steps of Formations are made out of inferior materials? The King of Destruction asked with a helpless shrug. Unable to take it any longer, Elder Rod roared in anger.
Inferior your ass! The only inferior thing I know of is your sister!
The King of Destruction's face immediately darkened as a threatening glint emerged in his eyes. A hint of killing intent emanated from him. In a blink of an eye, the figure in the sky had already appeared right before Elder Rod. Alarmed, Elder Rod raised his hand to receive the King of Destruction's attack, but before he could make it in time, he already felt a sharp pain in his chest. A foot had struck him squarely. While spurting blood in midair, he crashed into a wall not too far away and created yet another massive hole in his wake. That fellow sure is strong. Xavier's jaw fell in astonishment. Elder Rod's true strength was at Saint Level 7 at the very minimum, and yet he was still unable to withstand a single strike from the King of Destruction. It seemed like, despite the young age of the King of Destruction, the strength that he wielded was not to be underestimated. What was particularly impressive was the speed at which he traversed from the sky to Elder Rod. It was as if he had stepped right through space, achieving a speed on par with his unbounded Voyager. Seeing that one of their companions had been sent flying with a kick, the other elders glanced at one another in shock before hurriedly rushing up to placate the King of Destruction, fearing that the young man would fly into a rage once more.
Calm down. Rod didn't do it intentionally. It's just out of a moment of rage that he misspoke.
I told you before, criticize me if you want, but never insult my sister. If I hear another word regarding my sister coming from your mouth, the young man said as he glared coldly at the elders standing before him. Facing the young man's menacing gaze, the lips of the elders twitched in fear.
Yes! Rod, what are you waiting for? Get over here and apologize!
One of them turned around and bellowed. Climbing up from the rubble with difficulty, Elder Rod's eyes widened when he heard those words. With a tearfully indignant expression, he walked forward, clasped his fist, and said,
I apologize for my previous faux pas, and I seek your forgiveness for the matter.
Hearing Elder Rod's apology, the coldness on the King of Destruction's face finally alleviated, and he nodded in satisfaction. That's more like it. You'd better take note of it in the future. All right? Xavier and Maya glanced at one another in utter shock. That fellow had turned the examination ground to rubble, and yet, when one of the elders reprimanded him for the matter, he rushed forward to beat him up. It was at this moment that a seed of doubt was planted in Xavier's mind. Have I been too amiable in the past? Admittedly, he did cause quite a bit of destruction in the past, but he would always try to make up for it by offering all kinds of compensation, sometimes even offering to repair it back to perfection. On the other hand, the young man in front of him was completely unreasonable, not even bothering to apologize for what he had done. The King of Destruction waved his hand leisurely. All right, there's no need to give me a gift or anything of that sort as an apology. I'm a rather casual person, and I don't like to cause excessive trouble either. Those words left the elders of the Formation Master Guild branch nearly collapsing to the ground. Is that how it's supposed to go? Overwhelmed with shock, This was the only thing on Xavier's mind. It was no wonder why the other party was called the King of Destruction. He was indeed vicious. Compared to the other party, he was truly lacking. There was no ground for comparison between them. With faces reddened in indignation, Elder Rod and the others couldn't stand it any longer, and they pointed to the rubble on the ground.
Regarding the steps of formations,
Don't bother with words of apology or that sort anymore. What's more important right now is that I haven't finished my 8-star Formation Master examination yet. You should all hurry up and find a way to repair it first. The King of Destruction interjected.
the steps of formations was constructed by 8 9-star formation masters dispatched by headquarters, and they took 3 months in total before they finished building it. Our strength isn't sufficient to repair it,
Elder Rod said with a reddened face. 9-star formation masters were capable of creating any formations beneath grade 9 in an instant. However, to compress a formation into the size of a single step and have it trigger immediately as soon as someone came into contact with it to assess them, that was no easy task. Even formation masters of their rank would need to take a fair bit of time before they could pull off something like that. You aren't able to repair it, but I need to clear the formation master examination as soon as possible. I don't have much time to waste. The King of Destruction frowned in anger.
There's no need for you to worry. We've all seen the circumstances of the examination earlier, and you've already reached the 79th step, just a step away from reaching the 80th. That is sufficient to show that your prowess is already on par with 8-star formation masters. We can help you apply for an 8-star emblem straight away so that you don't have to take the examination anymore.
At this point, Elder Rod didn't even want to argue with the King of Destruction anymore. All he wanted to do was to send the other party away as quickly as possible. It was already bad enough for it to be destroyed once. If they were to allow that fellow to challenge it once again after it was repaired, who knew what would happen the next time around? Since that was the case, they might as well just clear him and send him on his way. In any case, given the previous circumstances, it was apparent that he was about to reach the 80th step when the steps of formations abruptly collapsed. Thus, in a sense, they weren't compromising on the examination either. You want to apply for an 8-star emblem for me? The King of Destruction was taken aback. How can that do? I always seek to clear my examinations with my ability. Such shortcuts just aren't for me. Besides, formations have always been my greatest weakness, and since I'm already taking the examination, I should use it as an opportunity to temper my skills too. I don't need you to apply for the emblem for me. Elder Rod and the others clawed at their hair.
We've already admitted defeat, even offering to give the emblem right into your hands, so why are you still rejecting it? Would you only be content after you've driven all of us mad?
Elder Rod, may I interject for a bit? Seeing how the atmosphere had turned awkward, Xavier couldn't help but step forward to say something.
Master Xavier, feel free to speak.
Elder Rod clasped his fist. Is it impossible to take the examination now that the steps of formations have collapsed? Xavier asked. This was what he was truly concerned about. Would the collapse of the steps of formations mean that his plans were going to fall through? A conflicted look surfaced on Elder Rod's face.
It's not that there's no other way to conduct the examination, but the time required might be a little longer.
Xavier's eyes lit up. Oh, what's the other way? Elder Rod paused for a moment before saying,
We can make an application to headquarters right now and have them send over a brand new formation blueprint. The examinee will start studying it on the spot and attempt to set it up. As long as the examinee succeeds and the tier of the formation meets the mark, he would be considered to have cleared the examination.
In truth, this was the most direct manner to assess a formation master. However, having a 7-star pinnacle formation master set up a grade 8 formation would require at least several months of effort. Due to how exhausting and lengthy the examination was, as well as the great number of examinees that challenged the Formation Master examination each year, such an ineffective method had been gradually eliminated with time. Xavier nodded. For formation to display its true prowess, one would have to harmonize it together with the surrounding environment, and considering the complexity of a grade 8 formation, it would indeed be far more time-consuming. However, I'm willing to take this examination. It was true that most 7-star formation masters would take a very long time to set up a basic grade 8 formation, but Xavier was different. With just a sweep of his Eye of Insight, he would be able to determine the ideal locations where he should plant the formation flags. Even if that didn't work, he still had the Library of Heaven's Path to fall back on. As such, setting up a basic grade 8 formation would be a walk in the park for him. Since there's such a method as well, I want to take that examination too. Before Elder Rod could reply to Xavier's remark, the King of Destruction had already spoken up once more.
You wish to take the examination as well?
Hearing that the King of Destruction was going to continue with the examination, everyone shuddered in fear. That's right. The King of Destruction nodded affirmatively. Seeing the frightened look on the faces of the elders, Xavier couldn't help but step in. Actually, since Elder Rod and the others are going to apply for an emblem for you, there's no need for you to take the examination anymore. Why do you want to go through so much trouble? Since that fellow could already obtain the 8-star Formation Master emblem, why in the world was he being so troublesome? Having an emblem applied for one is like being pitied. I don't need anyone's pity. The King of Destruction harumphed coldly. Since the Formation Master Guild is willing to give the emblem out to you, it shows that they've already acknowledged you. Since that's the case, how can that be considered a pity? At this point, Xavier flicked his wrist and took out his emblem. Look, this formation emblem I have over here was applied for me by Guild Leader Toma of the Cintran Empire Formation Master Guild. I didn't even attend the examination. The King of Destruction frowned. It should be hard to get an emblem applied for oneself, right? To be able to have one's emblem directly applied for oneself was no easy task. If the other party was able to get the head of a Formation Master Guild to do it for him, could it mean that the other party was an incredible genius as well, just like him? You're right, it's hard to obtain one's emblem through application. After all, how often do you see a person obtaining his emblem through application? With a deep sigh, Xavier flicked his wrist, and a whole string of emblems appeared before him. But, well, what can I say? My 7-star Demonic Tunist emblem applied, 7-star Apothecary emblem applied, 7-star Painter emblem applied, 7-star Terpsichore emblem applied, 7-star Praiser emblem applied, 7-star Physician emblem applied.
Master Xavier, it's fine. You can keep your stuff.
Clutching his heart, Elder Rod couldn't bring himself to look at them. What the heck was with all of them? In a sense, having one's emblem applied for one was similar to being given direct admission into branded schools. Typically speaking, it was extremely difficult to encounter something like that. Nearly impossible. Yet, the fellow before him took out a whole pile of emblems, and they were all applied for. More importantly, he even had the cheek to say that it was difficult to obtain emblems by application. Was he just bragging? You obtained all of these through application? The eyes of the King of Destruction widened as his breathing hastened. Just how much destruction did you cause to receive such treatment? He had to visit this branch 3 times and destroy the Steps of Formations before Elder Rod offered to apply for the emblem in his stead. Could he have possibly found a comrade on the same path? Destruction? Of course not. It's not like I'm into destroying stuff or anything. Xavier hurriedly waved his hands in denial. I had all of these applied for me through my personal charisma. Personal charisma? I don't believe you. If you weren't destroying any of their stuff, why would they go through so much trouble to specially make an application for your emblem? Alright then, why don't you tell me how you managed to receive your 7-star Formation Master emblem? Back then, they encountered a grade 8 seal which they were unable to decipher. I managed to open up a hole in the formation, and it's through that which I earned the approval of the Cintran Empire Formation Master. Thinking back, he met Guild Leader Toma back at the entrance to the Coulson Palace. He was attempting to create an opening in a seal containing the rampaging energy in the volcano, and after a series of misunderstandings, he eventually managed to win Guild Leader Toma over through his capabilities. Open up a hole in the formation. How is that any different from destroying? The King of Destruction clicked his tongue in displeasure. What about your 7-star apothecary emblem then? I obtained that through rendering the head of the Cintran Empire Apothecary Guild speechless during a pilgrimage. The spectacle was truly amazing. The entire apothecary school of the Imleomaster Teacher Academy ended up... It was at this moment that Xavier realized he had misspoken. But with everyone's eyes staring intently at him, he had no choice but to continue. Being torn down. The lips of the King of Destruction curled up into a smirk. I knew it. What about your 7-star appraiser emblem? While appraising a painting, I scraped off a layer of it and exposed a problem in it. Xavier's voice gradually grew more and more diffident. Your 7-star demonic tunist emblem? I ended up knocking out all of the divine cranes in charge of the examination, and as there weren't sufficient cranes to conduct the examination anymore, the school head ended up specially applying for the 7-star emblem for me. Thinking back on those incidents, cold sweat started to run down Xavier's back. True, he didn't destroy buildings frantically like what the King of Destruction did, but it honestly felt like his actions were not any better, though. All along, he had viewed himself to be a good person. But the more he spoke, the more he felt that he was the villain instead. And you still refuse to call that destruction? The King of Destruction stared at Xavier with a smug look. Earlier I seemed to have heard some explosion sound from the direction where you all came from. Did something happen? While testing out my strength, I accidentally tore down the main hall. Xavier replied awkwardly. The King of Destruction clicked his tongue. Is this the personal charisma you spoke of? Xavier was rendered speechless. He was still confident in himself a moment ago, thinking how outstanding he was that he managed to get others to apply for his emblems. But looking back now, could they have done so out of fear to placate him? To prevent him from causing any more damage? But it wasn't like he did all of that intentionally. Anxious, Xavier turned to Elder Rod and the others in the hope of finding some support from them, only to see their bodies trembling and their faces white in fear. It was already bad enough for a King of Destruction to barge into their home. Just what in the world did they do so wrong for the heavens to send 2 homewreckers into their branch? All they wished for was a life of peace. Was this simple wish of theirs that difficult to fulfill? Seeing all the fearful looks directed at him, Xavier could only lower his head in resignation. Realizing that he couldn't salvage his reputation anymore, he quickly changed the topic. Elder Rod, I think you should hurry up and make the application with headquarters. I intend to take the examination to obtain the 8-star Formation Master emblem. All he wanted to do here was to take the examination. He had no intention of causing any trouble at all. No wonder the King of Destruction was unwilling to have his emblems applied to him. At this point, it seemed almost as if the occupation guilds would only specially apply emblems to placate troublemakers. I'll take the examination together with him, the King of Destruction interjected. Elder Rod looked at the 2 of them for a moment before slowly nodding. Then, he turned around and left the room. An examination to set up a formation was troublesome, but it shouldn't be possible to cause too much damage through it. This course of action was at least acceptable to him. Not too long later, Elder Rod returned.
This is the elementary grade 8 formation, which I've just applied for from headquarters. I'll give you 3 days to study it, and as long as you can successfully construct it within 3 months, I'll consider it as your pass.
After which, he flicked his hand and a formation blueprint appeared before the duo. The blueprint was extremely complex, making it extremely hard to harmonize it with the surrounding environment. Even though it was only an elementary grade 8 formation, it was at least several times more intricate than that of a 7-star pinnacle formation. After taking a look, Xavier heaved a sigh of relief. However, it's still a lot easier to set up than the supporting formation Maya showed me. Even though he was a 7-star formation master, his understanding of formations was already on par with most 8-star primary formation masters. While he would have trouble constructing some of the more profound grade 8 formations, for elementary ones like this, it was still no trouble at all. I'm known to be one of the fastest readers in my clan. It seems like I'm gonna complete it faster than you. While Xavier was still harboring such thoughts, he suddenly heard the hearty laughter of the King of Destruction beside him. You're a fast reader? Xavier asked. Indeed. Despite the complexity of this formation, I'm confident that I'll be able to fully comprehend it within half a day, the King of Destruction declared proudly. For a young man in his 30s to wield strength, which even Elder Rod was no match against, there was no doubt that the King of Destruction was a person of great talent, possessing skills that surpassed most ordinary men. What about you? After speaking his piece confidently, the King of Destruction turned to look at Xavier intently. There was a bright smile on his face, but the look of competitiveness in his eyes was impossible to miss. It wasn't rare for him to find a fellow avid destroyer, and it was even more coincidental that the both of them were challenging the 8-star Formation Master examination at the same time. Considering the various similarities between them, it was inevitable for him to compare himself to Xavier, wanting to see who would be the superior one. You're asking me? Xavier was slightly surprised by that abrupt question. He hesitated for a moment, and instead of answering the question straight, he turned to Elder Rod and asked, Are there formation flags for grade 8 formations here?
Of course. We have them all prepared.
Elder Rod wasn't sure why Xavier would suddenly ask such a question, but he still flicked his wrist, and a huge pile of grade 8 formation flags appeared on the ground. Thank you. With a smile, Xavier waved his hand, and all of the formation flags immediately flew into the air. Then, he snapped his fingers. The several hundred formation flags immediately flew into the surroundings, plunging themselves into the ground around the room.
What is he up to?
Seeing Xavier tossing the formation flags all of a sudden, everyone was startled. They had no idea what he was up to. On the other hand, paying no heed to the crowd's shock, Xavier took a few steps back and stomped his feet. With a buzzing sound, a formation came to life. Mist immediately crept into the room, hindering the sight of all those who stood within. Grade 8 formation activated. I'm done. Xavier clapped his hands to rid the dust on them. I finished setting up the grade 8 formation. It took a few moments before Elder Rod and the others were able to recover from their shock. The various elders quickly checked the various aspects of the formation for the first time, the second time, and the third time, but they were unable to find any single problem with it at all. In the end, they could only give a nod of approval.
There's no problem with the formation Mr. Xavier set up. I hereby declare that Master Xavier, has cleared the 8-star Formation Master examination.
The King of Destruction felt so stifled that he could hardly breathe. To be honest, he intended to compete with Xavier and show off a bit before him, but in the end, he only ended up having his face slapped instead. He wasn't even done reading through the content of the formation, but the other party was already done setting it up. Wasn't this a little too fast? The King of Destruction waved his hand and harumphed in displeasure. Forget it. Elder Rod, I don't want to take the examination anymore. Help me apply for my 8-star Formation Master emblem instead.
Oh, all right then.
Elder Rod nodded. This was what he had offered to the other party from the start anyway. Besides, considering that it was the King of Destruction they were dealing with, it was always better to be safe than sorry. Thank you. The King of Destruction nodded. He took a glance at the destroyed steps of formations and said, I'll have my men compensate for the damages, and I'll find someone to have the steps of formations repaired back to its original state as soon as possible too.
We'll be counting on you then.
Hearing those words, Elder Rod and the others visibly heaved a sigh of relief. On the other hand, Xavier nodded inconspicuously in approval as well. All this while, he had thought that the King of Destruction was an extremely unreasonable person, causing damage here and there without taking responsibility for his actions. But, from the looks of it now, that wasn't exactly the case. While his actions did inconvenience others, he did make reparations for them afterwards. So, his actions were still barely accepted. There's no need to be so formal, the King of Destruction replied. Your name is Xavier? That's right, Xavier nodded. You're a freshman who just came in this year. Otherwise, there's no way I wouldn't have heard of your name. The King of Destruction asked with uplifted eyebrows. The ability to set up grade 8 formations instantaneously was, without a doubt, an extremely powerful capability. If there had been such a figure in the Sanctum of Sages, he would have surely heard of it before. That's right. Not bad. Talented and skilled, yet humble and low profile, just like me. I like you. The King of Destruction nodded in satisfaction. You're too kind, Xavier replied with a polite smile. Considering the King of Destruction's strength, he was bound to be from an extraordinary background. Being on good terms with a person like the King of Destruction was a good thing for him. I'll be leaving you. If you intend to challenge the examinations of any other occupations in the future, feel free to call me along. I have connections in many of them, so they usually give me some leeway, the King of Destruction said. Xavier quickly thanked the other party, after which the King of Destruction began making his way out. Watching the departing back, Xavier turned to Elder Rod and the others with a doubtful look and asked telepathically, Elder Rod, may I know which clan the King of Destruction is from? It was apparent that Elder Rod and the others had been relatively docile before the King of Destruction. While it was true that the King of Destruction possessed great strength, Elder Rod and the others should have connections in the Sanctum of Sages too, and they were backed by the Formation Master Guild as well, so there shouldn't have been any need for them to treat the other parties so respectfully. In other words, the King of Destruction must have a powerful background which even Elder Rod and the others were fearful of. Otherwise, given his track record, he would have long been expelled from the Sanctum of Sages.
You don't recognize him?
Elder Rod and the others were speechless. Xavier replied with a nod.
He's from the Natalie clan. Joel.
Elder Rod replied.
Natalie clan?
As in the Sage clan? Xavier was taken aback. It just so happened that he was looking for members of the Natalie clan. But who could have thought that the young man before him would be one of them? Xavier asked anxiously, May I know what Joel's identity in the Natalie clan is?
His identity?
Seeing that Xavier didn't know anything, a helpless look surfaced on Elder Rod's face.
He's the 6th son of the head of the Natalie clan. If you still don't know who he is, you should have heard of the famed princess of the Natalie clan, right? The princess is his younger sister.
Xavier froze on the spot. In the next moment, he quickly turned around, and upon seeing that the King of Destruction, Joel, hadn't gotten far, he immediately shouted out, Joel! Hearing that someone was shouting for him, Joel turned around with a frown. Upon seeing that the other party had turned around, Xavier couldn't help but tremble in agitation at the thought that he would be able to learn about Master Eva's affairs very soon. He began speaking. Your sister! Your sister! But before Xavier could finish his words, a furious bellow boomed across the air. Following this, Joel abruptly appeared before him, and a fist crashed right into his face. Xavier was sent flying, and he struck the wall behind him head first. The entire building had already been in a fragile state after Elder Rod's crash, and with Xavier crashing into it now too, everything around them began collapsing. In view that this is your first offense, I'll let you off this time. However, if you dare speak another word about my sister, don't blame me for taking your life. After sending Xavier flying, Joel harumphed coldly and left. In the blink of an eye, he had already vanished from the spot. Rubbing his head, Xavier quickly climbed up from the rubble. He wanted to stop Joel from leaving, but it was already too late. Thus, he could only stare helplessly at the entrance of the branch. Taking a deep breath, Xavier drove his Heaven's Path gleam to recover from his wounds. He couldn't help but feel a little dispirited. Despite all the breakthroughs he had made recently, he was still too weak. Earlier, the other party had appeared before him in an instant, such that he didn't even have time to react before his body was sealed in place, preventing him from even speaking a single word. If only he was a little stronger, he wouldn't have been in such a passive position, subdued by the other party within a single strike. It was fortunate that the other party had gone easy on him, or else that encounter could have very well claimed his life. Still, this was a very bad first meeting. To think that his future brother-in-law would send him flying with a single punch. Xavier was helpless for a moment before he raked together his determination and his eyes turned resolute once more. I really should focus on raising my cultivation as soon as possible. If I can't even defeat my future brother-in-law, how can I stand against the Matthews clan and Natalie clan and negotiate with them for Master Eva's marriage? This future brother-in-law of his was one of the younger generations in the Natalie clan, but even so, the strength that he wielded was already so frightening. Considering that the Matthews clan was famed to be the #1 clan on the Master Teacher continent, they were bound to be even more powerful. At the very least, he would have to unseal the Sanctum Head token by the 3rd month of next year to hold a candle to them. Only so would he be able to wield a standing and power that the Matthews clan and Natalie clan would have to think twice of before shrugging him off.
Master Xavier, you...
Just as Xavier was deep in thought, a voice suddenly sounded in his ear. Turning his head over, he saw Maya looking at him with a deeply worried expression.
Is your head all right?
She asked him. The young man had a punch smashed into his head by the King of Destruction, and ever since then, he'd been in a very long daze. It was no wonder why she would get worried. I'm fine. Xavier shook his head before turning to the other elders not too far away. Elders, since I've become an 8-star Formation Master, is it possible for me to access the 8-star Formation Master books now? If it isn't too much to ask, may I ask you to bring me there? In any case, there was no way for him to rush his strength. To build a strong foundation, he would have to slowly advance one step at a time. Since he had successfully cleared the Formation Master examination, it would be better for him to bring the mastery of his occupation up to par first before deciding on anything else.
You, want to visit our library? Follow me.
Elder Rod nodded. Fairy Maya, I think it would be better for you to return first. After I'm done finding a way to swiftly set up the supporting formation, I'll head over to look for you, Xavier said with a smile.
Very well.
Maya nodded before she turned around and left. Following Elder Rod, Xavier walked through quite a few corridors before he finally arrived at a room with tall doors.
Here is our library. As we're still processing your emblem, I'll give you this one-time use token instead. With it in hand, you'll be able to enter the area and browse through any books you want,
Elder Rod said. He had no idea why the young man would suddenly ask to read at this moment, but showing a desire to learn was always a good matter. Thank you. After taking the token, Xavier began making his way in. Just like the libraries of most other guilds, it had many shelves, each of them densely filled with books. In terms of quantity and variety of books, it couldn't hold a candle to the Master Teacher Pavilion, but when it came to the depth of knowledge and formations, there were no other libraries that could compete with it. Xavier began sweeping through the shelves with a swift glance. In less than an hour, he had already collected every book in the room into his Library of Heaven's Path. Compile! Xavier willed, and the Library of Heaven's Path jolted. A book appeared before him. With a tap on the book, the knowledge concealed within it immediately flowed into his consciousness. Time to start studying. Xavier quickly scanned the area for a quiet spot before sitting down and fully immersing himself in his study. It was a steep learning curve from grade 7 formations to grade 8 formations, especially when it came to teleportation formations. The enhanced complexity was already a tough nut to crack, but more than that, one would have to possess a firm grasp of spatial laws to set them up. Without that, it would be impossible to set it up even if one were to fully comprehend the complexity of the grade 8 formation. 4 hours later, Xavier stood up while rubbing between his eyebrows. It's getting more and more difficult. In the past, it had taken 2 hours or so to finish browsing through any of the Heaven's Path books, but this time I took twice as long. Xavier sighed deeply. The fact that he took 4 hours to finish studying the 8-star Heaven's Path formation art fully reflected how difficult it was. If not for his excellent state of mind, it was questionable whether he could have lasted that long. Shaking his head, Xavier decided not to think too much about it. He quickly ran through the knowledge he had just assimilated, and he couldn't help but be astonished by how profound the art was. As expected of the 8-star Heaven's Path formation art, the knowledge contained within really brought his understanding of formations to a far higher level, opening a new world before him. In terms of depth of knowledge regarding formations, he was already comparable to an 8-star pinnacle formation master. However, due to his cultivation still only being at the Leaving Aperture Realm primary stage, it would still be difficult for him to set up some of the more advanced grade 8 formations. The 4 hours of studying had left him feeling deeply fatigued. The more advanced a formation was, the more complex it would be. This would mean that one would have to make far greater calculations, thus creating a greater burden on one's mind as well. Had Xavier not possessed decent talent in formations, it would have probably been impossible for him to finish learning the 8-star Heaven's Path formation art that quickly. I should be able to set up Maya's supporting formation easily now. Even though Xavier was exhausted, there was still an excited glint in his eyes. He rested for a while, and after feeling that his fatigue had vanished and his mind was refreshed, he walked out of the library and headed back to his accommodation. Not too long later, he was already standing right before his residence. But instead of entering it, he headed for Maya's residence and knocked on the door. "Enter," Maya's voice sounded from within. Pushing open the door and entering, he saw the young woman standing quietly at the center of the room, her body in a peculiar position. Her acupoints were all open, and she was swiftly drawing in the surrounding spiritual energy into her body. With just a look, Xavier could tell that it was one of the alterations he had made to the feminine formula. As bizarre as the body posture may seem, it enhanced the rate at which one could absorb spiritual energy. And on top of that, it also resolved the damage that the feminine masculine leg would deal to one's body. Judging from how standard Maya's posture was, it could be seen that she often used this method to cultivate. "Master Xavier, you've already found a way to set up the supporting formation quickly?" Maya slowly halted her cultivation and returned to a normal standing position before turning to look at Xavier with a faint smile. Perhaps too used to maintaining a cold demeanor, she was unable to fully shake off her coldness even when she smiled. However, that only seemed to add another layer to her charm, creating a feeling reminiscent of the moon. "Yes, where do you think would be convenient to set up the supporting formation?" Xavier replied. To him, it mattered not whether Maya was beautiful or not. What was most important was that he would be able to get in touch with Sarah very soon. "That room would do," Maya said. The accommodation that the Sanctum of Sages allocated to the students of the Elite Division was rather spacious, containing several rooms that could be used as places to cultivate or host one's guests. The room that Maya was pointing to was a room that was neighboring her courtyard. All right. Xavier quickly entered the room and scanned the area with his eye of insight. A moment later, he turned to Maya and asked, "Do you have grade 8 formation flags with you?"
"Here you go."
With a snap of her finger, Maya passed several hundred formation flags over. "Go!" Xavier bellowed deeply, and the formation flags immediately rose into the sky. They simultaneously shot forth in different directions around the room, and it took only the blink of an eye for them to all be in place. After which, Xavier confirmed his position once more before stomping his feet. The formation was immediately driven into action. After confirming there was no problem with the formation, Xavier turned to Maya and asked, "Where's the Jade communication token?" Maya flicked her wrist, and a Jade token fell lightly into the very center of the room. The fact that she was able to set up the supporting formation too, even though it would take several months, meant that her comprehension of formations had also reached 8 star. Naturally, she was able to easily discern where the core of the formation was, as well as where to place the Jade communication token to best amplify its transmission signals. As soon as the Jade token fell into the core of the formation shook for a bit. A warm glow rippled through it as if trying to establish communication with someone far away. Knowing that the young man was eager to meet his student, Maya didn't waste any time on words. She walked up to the Jade communication token, and with a few strokes, she sent a message over. Not too long later, a slight buzzing sound echoed, and the formation shook once more. Following this, a round portal similar to a mirror appeared before his eyes. As the mist slowly cleared, a face came into appearance. Sarah. After 6 months of absence, the young woman in Xavier's memories had grown much more mature. She naturally commanded a disposition of elegance, and her facial features had gotten far more ravishing as well, as if they had been painstakingly carved into perfection.
"Master Xavier, feel free to speak of anything to our young court chief. I'll be taking my leave first."
Knowing that the reunited teacher and student would have much to say to one another, Maya backed out of the room and took her leave. Shortly after Maya left, the young woman in the mirror couldn't hold herself back. She asked with a quivering voice,
"Teacher, is that you? Are you at the Sanctum of Sages?"
On the other hand, through the changes Sarah had undergone, Xavier could tell that the Glacier Plain Court hadn't been mistreating her, and there was a hint of relief in his eyes. There were countless words that he had thought he would say when they finally met, but in this moment of reunion, he found himself at a loss for words. All of those feelings and anticipation that overflowed in this moment of reunion left his mind completely blank. He couldn't find the right words to convey what he wanted to say. All he could utter was, "Sarah, how have you been?" In the courtyard, Xavier instructed, "Roach, find out if there are any pills, spirit essence, or spirit stones that are more effective than concentrated high-tier spirit stones. I wish to buy some." After the chat with Sarah, he had returned to his residence. As his butler, Roach had moved into the Sanctum of Sages to stay together with him. Fortunately, his residence was rather spacious, so even with the both of them staying together, it didn't feel cramped at all. "Yes." Roach nodded before backing out of the residence. Most of those in the Elite Division were important figures from powerful organizations, and to them, what was most important at the moment was to raise their cultivation as much as possible. As such, they were assigned personal attendants to take care of miscellaneous affairs, just like how Josh was assigned to Walker. As Xavier's butler, as long as he was registered with the Sanctum of Sages, he would receive an emblem that allowed him free access in and out of the Sanctum of Sages without coming under the attack of the defensive formations. Watching Roach's departing back, Xavier shook his head and sighed deeply. "I need to cultivate faster now." When he chatted with Sarah the day before, he had found that although it had only been half a year since they last met, her cultivation had already reached Saint level 7. This was many times stronger than his. It was one thing for him to be sent flying by his future brother-in-law, but to be weaker than his students on top of that? With his current strength, how could he win Master Eva's hand in marriage? All along, he had thought that his talent was still okay, and the rate that he cultivated wasn't too bad either. But at that moment, he realized that he was nothing at all. For this reason, as soon as he returned, he instructed Roach to find items rich in spiritual energy so that he could cultivate them. Currently, this was also what he was lacking the most. After Roach left, Xavier stroked his jaw and thought contemplatively. There are 2 ways for me to swiftly raise my fighting powers. Firstly, I can find Leaving Aperture Realm and Grand Dominion Realm cultivation technique manuals, compile the corresponding Heaven's Path Divine Arts, and cultivate them swiftly. Secondly, I can find Soul cultivation technique manuals and compile the corresponding Heaven's Path Soul Arts to strengthen my primordial spirit. Either of these 2 should bring about a significant growth in my strength. Of course, if I have time, it would be best for me to find optic art manuals to complete the Divine Eyes of the Ninth Netherworld. If I can't cultivate that technique, I won't be able to become the head of the Sanctum of Sages. There were 2 ways he could quickly raise his cultivation at the moment: Gleam and Primordial Spirit. Currently, he had only compiled a portion of the Leaving Aperture Realm Heaven's Path Divine Art, and as for Grand Dominion Realm cultivation technique manuals, he hadn't seen a single one of them yet. He would have to make haste on that. So, Xavier took out his identity token and took a look at it for a moment before nodding slightly. To gain access to the cultivation technique manuals of the Sanctum of Sages, I have to prove my fighting prowess first by clearing the Corridor of Puppets. The longer I can last in there, the more formidable the cultivation technique manual I'll be able to access. The rules of the Sanctum of Sages were vastly different from those of the Master Teacher Pavilions and Master Teacher Academies that Xavier had been to. If anyone wanted to browse the Sanctum's cultivation technique manuals or secret manuals, they would first have to prove that their fighting prowess had reached a level worthy of doing so. The stronger their fighting prowess, the more profound the secret manuals they would be able to access. In a sense, this was aligned with Keith Cole's philosophy of personalized guidance. If top-notch cultivation techniques were given to those incapable of cultivating them, it would only harm the person in question. For this reason, the Corridor of Puppets served to evaluate the fighting prowess of those challenging it to determine the cultivation techniques that the individual was suited for. This way, they would be able to better bring out their strength. The Corridor of Puppets is divided into 10 levels, namely 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th level. And each of these levels corresponds to a couple of cultivation technique manuals. Due to the many different levels in the trial, they can segregate the types of cultivation techniques. However, what I require is quantity, not quality. Xavier frowned in distress. To him, it mattered not whether the cultivation technique he practiced was profound or simplistic. This was also the reason he hadn't been too happy when he obtained the Divine Eyes of the Ninth Netherworld and the Heavenly Art of Dimension Unravel, perhaps showing disdain for them even. It was not because he was intentionally acting aloof to humble brag, but because no matter how profound a technique was, it was bound to have flaws. Practicing a flawed technique made him feel as if a fishbone was stuck at the back of his throat. If he had a choice, he would rather collect 1,000 ordinary books and compile a Heaven's Path technique instead. As such, the Sanctum of Sages' method of segregating the cultivation techniques into various tiers worked to his disadvantage. In the past, when the manuals were placed alongside one another, he could collect all of them with just a sweep of his eyes. However, now that they were divided across different levels, compiling them together wouldn't be that easy anymore. After a moment of dilemma, Xavier was still unable to come up with an alternative, so he could only shake his head in defeat. Forget it. There's no point thinking so much about it. I should just head over to take a look instead. Pushing open the door, he left his residence. The Corridor of Puppets could be considered a type of trial, so it was located in the Hall of Solidarity. Through asking those walking around the streets for directions, it didn't take him long to arrive before a gate with the word Solidarity inscribed on it. The calligraphy looked simple on the surface, but it carried an imposing and forthright aura, reminiscent of a soldier charging valiantly across the battlefield. Where my solidarity lies, I shall persist even if the entire world opposes my will. Xavier muttered in a daze. The conception behind the Solidarity inscription served to promote the unity of mankind, encouraging individuals to let go of all internal grudges and unhappiness to unite against external foes. Without a doubt, this character had been left behind by Keith Cole as well. Otherwise, there was no way it could have placed Xavier in a daze. Vicious's voice suddenly sounded at this moment, and vaguely Xavier could hear him gulping.
Master, if I could just eat this writing, my cultivation would rise by leaps and bounds.
Ignoring Vicious, Xavier began making his way into the Hall of Solidarity. The corridor of puppets was located at a corner in the Hall of Solidarity. Xavier swiftly found the trial that corresponded to the Leaving Aperture realm before heading in. The area inside was not as quiet as the Formation Master Guild branch where he had his examination previously, but there were still not many people inside. According to the details on the Jade token, it seems like multiple people can enter the corridor of puppets simultaneously. Most likely they're all here to challenge the trial together. Xavier noted as he walked up to the reception. I'd like to challenge the corridor of puppets for Leaving Aperture realm cultivation technique manuals. May I know how to go about doing it? Even though his identity token did contain some details concerning the corridor of puppets, the information provided was very brief. The receptionist was a young woman in her early 20s, and she had a particularly refreshing appearance. Upon hearing Xavier's question, she raised her head and explained with a smile,
You need to first pay 100 concentrated High-Tier Spirit Stones as a registration fee, and of the 10 corridors here, you can choose any one of them to challenge. However, just a word of advice. Do not try to be too ambitious. The corridor of puppets is not easy, and arrogance may lead to you being severely wounded.
I see. Xavier nodded. Depending on the corridor one entered, there would be a significant difference in the strength of the puppets as well. Xavier passed 100 concentrated high-tier spirit stones over, and after a moment of hesitation he said, I choose... However, before he could finish his words, a voice suddenly sounded from not too far away.
I'm going to challenge the 3rd level corridor. I'll be counting on you, Eddie.
The voice had a clear ring to it, a little reminiscent of the jingling of bells, and it felt very soothing to the ears. Xavier turned his head over to look, and he saw a young woman dressed in purple standing not too far away. She seemed to be in her 20s, and there was a slightly cold and aloof air around her. Putting aside her refined disposition, the young woman also possessed an exceptional physical appearance. In terms of beauty, she could be said to be on par with Maya.
Senior Shana, you are here again. You are diligent.
The eyes of the receptionist, who had been addressed as Ellie by the young woman, lit up, and with a chuckle, she passed a card over.
Here is your challenge token.
Senior Shauna took the card with a nod before she turned around and left. After Senior Shauna's departure, Ellie turned her gaze back to Xavier and asked,
All right, which corridor do you wish to challenge?
Xavier contemplated for a moment before replying, I think I'll choose the 3rd level corridor as well. Judging from the looks of it, the 1st level corridor was the most difficult one, whereas the 10th level corridor was the easiest. Even though his cultivation was only at the Leaving Aperture realm primary stage at the moment, in terms of fighting prowess, he could be said to be comparable to a Grand Dominion realm primary stage expert. However, he didn't have any gauge of how difficult the corridor of puppets would be yet. If it was too difficult, he wouldn't be able to clear it. If it was too easy, the cultivation technique manuals he received would be riddled with far too many flaws. Since the young woman ahead of him had chosen the 3rd level corridor, it would be good for him to tag along to get a rough gauge of how powerful the puppets would be.
You want to challenge the 3rd level corridor? Are you sure?
Ellie frowned in astonishment. Yes, I'm certain. Xavier nodded. Why? Is there a Problem with me challenging the third level corridor?
That isn't what I mean.
The young woman shook her head before continuing.
Senior Shauna is a genius who entered the Elite Division several years ago, and her cultivation has already long reached leaving Aperture Realm Pinnacle. Even so, despite devoting an entire month to challenging the third level corridor, she still hasn't cleared it. Given so, are you certain that you want to challenge the third level corridor too? If I'm not mistaken, your cultivation should only be at the leaving Aperture Realm primary stage, right?
A leaving Aperture Realm Pinnacle cultivator's challenged it for a month now, but still has yet to succeed? Xavier was shocked. He thought that he wouldn't have much trouble clearing the corridor of puppets, but after hearing what Ellie had said, he realized that he might have been underestimating the trial.
Indeed, the first level corridor is the hardest corridor to clear in the corridor of puppets, and in the several dozen millennia since the Sanctum of Sages was established, there have only been a small handful of people who have managed to clear it. There were slightly more people who have cleared the second level corridor, but even if one adds all of them up, the number definitely won't exceed 100. Considering how difficult the first two corridors are, it shouldn't be too difficult for you to imagine the difficulty of the third corridor too. In some years, there are cases where not even a single student manages to clear the third level corridor. The last person who cleared the third level corridor was the princess of the Natalie clan. As such, I don't recommend challenging it.
Ellie shook her head. The difficulty of the first level, second level, and third level corridors had already reached a horrifying level. Putting aside a leaving Aperture Realm primary stage cultivator, even a pinnacle cultivator would find it hard to clear the challenge. For him to challenge it when it was his first time there? Truly, the ignorant know no fear. Xavier was startled for a moment before his eyes lit up. You said that the princess of the Natalie clan challenged the third level corridor previously?
That's right.
Oblivious to the changes in Xavier's emotions, Ellie continued with her earnest persuasion.
My view is that, given your current strength, it would be best for you to challenge the 10th level corridor first. It is the easiest one to clear. Even though you are only at the leaving Aperture Realm primary stage, as long as you possess a decent knowledge of combat, you stand a good chance of clearing that trial. As for the third level corridor, it would be best if you drop that notion from your mind.
Shaking his head, Xavier said, Thank you for your goodwill. However, I still wish to give the third level corridor a try. If it doesn't work out, I'll return here and give the other corridors a try. Since Eva had cleared the third level corridor, he was determined to do the same as well.
You'll return here to give the other corridors a try?
Seeing that the other party was unwilling to listen to her advice, Ellie frowned.
Once the mechanism whirs into action and the puppets move, if you do not have sufficient strength to stand your ground, you could end up suffering immense damage.
Knowing that the other party was trying to persuade him out of goodwill, Xavier replied with a smile, I understand, but I still wish to give it a try.
Alright then, don't regret it when you get injured. Ellie shook her head as she passed a challenge token over to Xavier. If you really can't hold on any longer, just crush the challenge token and the puppets will stop their attack. Thank you. Xavier clasped his fist before turning in the direction that Senior Shauna had headed off in. Watching as Xavier departed, Ellie harumphed coldly. He is courting death. At this moment, another receptionist walked in, and upon seeing the displeased look on Ellie's face, he asked with a smile, What's wrong? A leaving Aperture Realm primary stage fellow just came by earlier, and he insisted on challenging the third level corridor. No matter how I tried to talk him out of the idea, he just wouldn't budge. Ellie replied indignantly, seemingly upset that her goodwill had fallen on deaf ears. The jaw of the newly arrived receptionist fell from shock. A leaving Aperture Realm primary stage fellow wanted to challenge the third level corridor. Is there something wrong with his head? As receptionists in the Hall of Solidarity, they were well aware of how difficult the third level corridor was. Countless leaving Aperture Realm pinnacle geniuses had attempted it, only to return with looks of disappointment on their faces. So, for a mere leaving Aperture Realm primary stage cultivator to attempt to challenge it, that was seeking death. I don't know if there's something wrong with his head or not, but I do know for sure that he is quite a lustful fellow.
Ellie harumphed in disdain. Not understanding what the two matters had to do with one another, the newly arrived receptionist asked in incomprehension,
Lustful? Just a moment ago, Senior Shauna said that she wanted to challenge the third-level corridor, and a second later, that fellow said that he wanted to head there too. Even so, aren't his intentions clear for all to see?
Ellie sneered with a clear hint of derision in her tone. The newly arrived receptionist swiftly came to a realization.
The corridor of puppets in the Hall of Solidarity is centered around the idea of solidarity. Depending on the number of individuals who enter a certain corridor of puppets simultaneously, the number of puppets that appear will increase correspondingly. As such, participants will have to collaborate and entrust themselves to others before they'll be able to achieve victory. For that fellow to enter right behind Senior Shauna, it's apparent that he wants to use this opportunity to forge intimate ties with Senior Shauna. How shameless!
One could challenge the corridor of puppets as an individual or as a group. As an individual, it would be an assessment of one's strengths. As a group, it would be an assessment of the team's ability to perform synergistically to fend off the puppets. Considering how that fellow wanted to challenge the third-level corridor despite his lacking strength, it was apparent that he wanted to team up with Senior Shauna to strike up a connection with her. After all, Senior Shauna was blessed with a beautiful appearance, and she came from a good background. Even within the Sanctum of Sages, she could be considered a celebrity. Countless students wanted to get close to her, but that fellow was probably the first one who dared to be so bold about the matter. It seemed like lust had shrouded his rationality for him to act so impudently.
Indeed. However, with strength like his, he will only be a nuisance to Senior Shauna in the examination. This will only make him incur her ire.
Ellie smirked smugly. Senior Shauna had been visiting their corridor of puppets for more than a month now, and it was apparent that she intended to clear the trial alone. So, if that young man barged in at this moment and forced a collaboration with her, it would result in the foiling of her plans. And more importantly than that, he would be dragging her down.
It would already be a miracle if Senior Shauna didn't resent him for that. So how could you possibly generate goodwill toward him over such a matter?
You're right. Let's just wait and see. You'd probably clown out in a half-dead state later. The newly arrived attendant said with a smile. Unaware of the conversation between the two receptionists, Xavier followed behind Senior Shauna, and not too long later, he found himself standing before a door. Inscribed on the door was third level. Senior Shauna took out the challenge token she'd been given and swiped it lightly in front of the door. With a deep, rumbling sound, the stone door gradually opened. Shortly after the stone door closed behind her, Xavier headed forward and copied what she had done, and he successfully entered the door as well. The sight before him blurred for a moment, and before he knew it, he found himself standing in a vast room. The room was circular, reminiscent of a dueling ring. Some seals could isolate auras and be installed all over the room to ensure that the walls wouldn't be damaged. Senior Shauna had already positioned herself at the center of the room, and she had just prepared herself to face the puppets when she suddenly saw Xavier walk in. In an instant, her face darkened.
Who are you?
If 2 or more people entered before the start of the trial, the collaborative mode would be triggered instead. At least 2 puppets would appear, and the nature of the duel would become vastly different from before. I'm here to challenge the corridor of puppets too. Isn't there no limit to the number of people who can participate in the trial? You don't need to care about me, just, do whatever you have to do, Xavier said with a smile. In his identity token, it was only reflected that multiple students could challenge the corridor of puppets simultaneously, but there was no clear explanation of the rules. As a result, he had no idea that the crux of a multi-challenger mode was teamwork. On the contrary, he even thought that it was an independent trial where everyone would be taking the test one by one. After all, it was rare for there to be any examination involving teamwork. It worked in his favor that the other party had come in earlier. This would be a good opportunity for him to spectate the happenings in the trial
And, through doing so, he would be able to roughly gauge the difficulty and make preparations in advance.
Don't hold me back, or else I'll make you die a horrible death.
Senior Shauna narrowed her eyes threateningly and harumphed coldly. Hold you back? What do you mean by that? Xavier was startled by the abrupt remark. He was just about to probe deeper when the gears of a mechanism in the room began whirring into action. Following this, the door ahead of him opened and a puppet walked out. Dressed in black, the puppet looked no different from a real man. Upon seeing Senior Shauna at the center of the room, it immediately dashed out. At the same time, a formation in the surroundings was activated. This formation had an effect similar to a Leaving Aperture Realm cultivator's spatial lock, turning the surrounding air exceptionally viscous, thus hindering one's movement and exertion of strength. Facing an abrupt assault from the puppet, Senior Shauna had no time to say anything at all. Thus, with a swift step forward, she engaged the puppet. It had to be said that Senior Shauna did wield considerable strength. While her cultivation was at Leaving Aperture Realm pinnacle, in terms of fighting prowess, she wouldn't lose out to any half-Grand Dominion Realm cultivators. The cultivation technique she practices is of the water attribute, carrying a concept of relentlessness. Individually, her strikes don't wield much power, but when they're strung together, they turn into a raging flood that none will be able to withstand, Xavier noted. In terms of the absolute strength of their strikes, Senior Shauna seemed to be severely lacking as compared to the puppet. However, what was fearsome about her was how she was able to build on the momentum of her previous move to enhance the might of her subsequent strikes, causing her to build up more and more power throughout the battle till the point where she was no longer stoppable. A single droplet of water might seem insignificant, but with time, it could pierce through even a boulder. Such was the type of strength that Senior Shauna wielded. Despite her seemingly gentle movements, the rampaging blows from the puppet were still unable to breach her defenses, reminiscent of a steel hammer attempting to strike a flowing river. After trading roughly a dozen blows, the young woman's eyebrows shot up as she bellowed furiously,
"You aren't gonna get the better of me!"
Then she raised her palm and pressed it furiously on the puppet's chest during an opening. With a burst of gleam, the puppet was forced 8 steps back, leaving a series of footprints on the ground. However, despite the immense force behind her strike, the puppet still managed to swiftly regain its balance. On the contrary, it seemed to have grown even more enraged due to the attack, and it began attacking at a faster speed than before. Sharp claws tore through the air with a frighteningly shrill gale as they rushed right for the young woman before them. Xavier shook his head and sighed. Even though she's able to maintain the might behind her attacks, and her defense is excellent, her flaws are apparent. It's a pity that she takes too long to charge up sufficient power, thus making it difficult for her to strike during opportune moments. It was true that the young woman could become an extremely fearsome adversary once she built up sufficient might, but the problem was that everything would begin anew once her chain offense was broken. Furthermore, there were times when the puppet had shown openings amid the battle, but because her strength had yet to build up sufficiently, she was unable to capitalize on those opportunities to deal a decisive blow to her opponent. For example, with the previous move, if it had been Xavier in her place, he would have blasted the puppet's head open with a single punch. However, the young woman had only managed to push it back several steps, failing to deal critical damage. It's a huge pity. Xavier shook his head and sighed. While he was shaking his head and sighing, Senior Shauna was on the verge of going insane. Watching the overwhelming might that the puppet was attacking her with, her face turned ghastly pale. She retreated hurriedly, forming an elegant trajectory in the air. Even though her evasive maneuver was swift, it was still insufficient to outrun the nimble movements of the puppet's claw. With a resounding rip, a portion of her clothes were torn off and a bloodied gash appeared on her shoulder. Seeing that its strike had failed to hit Senior Shauna's vitals, the puppet seemed to have gotten a little frustrated. Thus, right after seeing that its claws had missed its mark, it immediately switched its attack to a palm strike and pressed it firmly down on the young woman. While there was no gleam devoted to the palm strike, the puppet wielded strength on par with half Grand Dominion Realm experts. On top of that, the surrounding formation was making it difficult for the challenger to exert her full strength. As a result, when the palm fell, it felt as if the space within the room had completely frozen, making it impossible for anyone to escape. Seeing that the palm strike was just about to land on her, Senior Shauna gritted her teeth in resolution. It was probably a secret art of some kind, but her figure suddenly elongated, allowing her to escape from the palm strike in the nick of time. However, when she reverted to her original form, her face had turned visibly paler. It seemed like the secret art had taken a heavy toll on her. As she panted heavily, she turned around to see what the young man, who had forced her independent battle into a team battle, was doing, only to see the latter with one arm crossed over his body and the other supporting his jaw, seemingly enjoying the spectacle before him. Phew! Seeing this sight, Senior Shauna nearly exploded. Just as Senior Shauna was about to beckon Xavier to join in, another door in front abruptly opened with a resounding, and yet another puppet rushed out. As the young man hadn't stepped onto the battlefield, the puppet rushed right for Senior Shauna as soon as it appeared. Just one puppet was already enough to corner her, and yet now two of them were rushing at her simultaneously. In an instant, Senior Shauna felt immense pressure weighing down on her, drenching her face in sweat. Unaware of the young woman's thoughts, Xavier continued assessing the situation before him. These puppets wield strength comparable to Walker. It was no wonder others would say that the third-level corridor was extremely difficult to clear. The strength of the puppets was indeed fearsome. It was true that Walker was unable to evade even a single move from him before the entrance examination, but that still didn't change the fact that he was a half-Grand Dominion Realm cultivator. On top of that, he also wielded the unique bloodline ability of the Matthews clan. With such prowess, few would be a match for him, and the fact that he'd nearly gotten into the elite division was proof of this. Considering that Senior Shauna was faced with such an opponent, it was truly impressive that she had been able to hold her own for that long against the puppet. It's a pity. It seems like she's going to fail the trial. Xavier sighed. Having watched the battle ever since its start, he already had a clear picture of the level of strength that Senior Shauna wielded. It would have been difficult for her to defeat a single puppet, let alone subdue both of them simultaneously. It was just a matter of time before she failed the trial. It was no wonder she'd been unable to clear the trial despite devoting an entire month to it. The trial was truly merciless. Later on when it's my turn, I'll knock out the two puppets simultaneously, not allowing them to work together at all. Xavier quickly ran through his decided course of action before nodding confidently. The collaboration between the two puppets was incredible, such that even he might have trouble dealing with them. Since that was the case, it would be better for him to take the initiative and knock them out as soon as the examination began. At the very least, he should get rid of one of the puppets instantaneously first. Damn it! With her face drenched in sweat, Senior Shauna swiftly found herself approaching her limits. She had thought that the young man would step in to help her, but he was still standing by the side, staring at the situation curiously, as if he had nothing to do with it at all. Overwhelmed with rage, Senior Shauna puffed up her chest and roared. Just how long do you plan on staring at the situation for? Not expecting to be reprimanded, Xavier hesitated for a moment before asking, Then, what else am I supposed to do? So furious that she could explode, Senior Shauna accidentally lost her balance in the battle, resulting in her being struck by one of the puppet's palm strikes. The fiery pain in her shoulder left her feeling even more frenzied, and she furiously bellowed, Aren't you gonna make a move? Make a move? Xavier had a conflicted look on his face. This was the young woman's trial, so if he interfered in it, would he not be flouting the rules? After some thought, an idea came to Xavier's mind. He placed his fist horizontally against his body, and with earnestness and anticipation written all over his face, he yelled, Senior Shauna, you could do it! Senior Shauna, you could do it! Huzzah! Upon hearing the shouting, Senior Shauna looked as if she had seen a ghost. She turned to look at the young man, cheering fervently for her.
Do I look like I need you cheering? I want you to make a move! Make a move!
Senior Shauna's body trembled, and she felt as if she was on the verge of losing her mind. If two challengers were to enter the corridor of puppets within a short interval of one another, the mechanism of the trial would immediately deem them as a team. This was common knowledge among those of the Sanctum of Sages, and even those who didn't know would at least have enough sense to ask about it. Initially, Senior Shauna thought that the fellow had entered the trial to claim her affection. But from the looks of it now, it seemed to be the complete opposite. The young man was not trying to claim her affection, but her life. Otherwise, why would he continue spectating by the side when the second puppet had already appeared? On the verge of exploding, her first instinct was to lash out at the young man. Unfortunately, the puppets didn't give her a chance to do so. The first puppet sent a fist flying toward her. The deafening sonic booms around her made Senior Shauna realize if she got distracted at this point, she might very well lose her life. Cold sweat broke out all over her body as she activated her secret art once more. Her body immediately began to thread through the attacks of the puppets nimbly, reminiscent of a water snake. It was a close shave, but she managed to escape from the punch. After escaping from the attack, her breathing visibly hastened further, and her face turned even paler. Her secret art was the ability of her unique bloodline, and it drained her deeply each time she used it. She would have to rest for an extensive period before she could recover from her exertion. Over the past month, she hadn't used it once. That day, she had made up her mind to go all out, especially since she had already gotten accustomed to the fighting pattern of the puppet, and she was planning to create a new record this time around. But who would have thought that she would end up being dragged down by this atrocious young man? Being forced to face two puppets alone, she ended up using her secret art twice in a short interval. At this point, her body was already nearing its limit.
This won't do. If this goes on, I might very well lose my life. I have to admit defeat.
Senior Shauna gritted her teeth in indignation. It had already taken an entire month for her to grow accustomed to the fighting style of the puppet, and she was certain that she could have cleared the trial with relative ease by tapping into the power of her unique bloodline. Yet, such a situation ended up happening instead. Once her bloodline was activated, it would take at least a month of rest before she would be able to return to her peak condition. Too many things would have to be put back like that.
I can't give up!
Senior Shauna clenched her fists tightly in determination.
We must find a way to throw one of the puppets to that fella, and once I get rid of one, the rest will be easy.
While panting heavily, she made up her mind. Competition in the Sanctum of Sages was extremely strife. She couldn't afford to lose a month over this, so she could only gamble. While that fellow was unreliable, as long as she could get the puppet over to his side as one of the teammates, he would come under attack as well. Of course, she understood that the young man would be put in danger as a result of that, but there was nothing that could be done. Since he had chosen to challenge the third-level corridor, he would have to shoulder some of the danger.
As long as that unreliable fella can last a dozen breaths for me to destroy this first puppet, I should be able to come to his aid afterwards.
Senior Shauna harumphed. Without any hesitation, she jolted her body slightly, like the strings of a zither being pulled on. Like a taut rubber band being released, her figure abruptly vanished. The next moment, she was already in Xavier's vicinity. Do your best! Xavier was still cheering when the young woman abruptly appeared in front of him, and he froze in astonishment.
I'll be leaving one of them to you.
Looking at the startled look on the young man's face, even though Senior Shauna felt a little infuriated on the inside, she still felt obliged to warn him. You'll be leaving one of them to me. While Xavier was confused by the situation, the two puppets had already rushed up to him. The immense might they wielded caused an overwhelming pressure to weigh down upon him. One of the puppets smashed a fist right toward Xavier's face. Xavier was taken aback. Isn't this against the rules? He was there just to watch the commotion and learn from his senior. If he intervened in the duel, wouldn't her results be invalidated? Would he be disqualified from the trial as a result of that as well? However, considering the furious assault that one of the puppets was launching against him, this was not the time for him to be thinking about such stuff. He dodged the puppet's attack nimbly with a sidestep, and at the same time, he shot a glance at the young woman not too far away. She was currently dealing with the other puppet. A spurt of fresh blood escaped from her mouth, and immense power swiftly engulfed her body, bringing her fighting prowess up to great heights in an instant. Xavier could tell that she was using a secret art more potent than the one before, and he couldn't help but shake his head. Is there a need to go this far to challenge a trial? Secret arts could enhance one's fighting prowess greatly in the short term, but they had their downfalls as well. For one, they were extremely damaging to one's body. While secret arts allowed a cultivator to exceed their limits temporarily, this overexertion would result in an unbearable toll on their spirit, gleam, and physical body, thus placing them in a long down period. In fact, there were some that would sap one's life force, causing one's lifespan to be shortened. It was for this reason that Xavier never used secret arts. Well, another reason was that he didn't know any. The young woman was already spurting blood, and yet she was still insistently using her secret arts. She was putting her life on the line. Xavier sighed deeply, but before he could delve deeper into his feeling of lamentation, the puppet before him was already charging toward him with a body slam. Wait a moment! You're supposed to be assessing her! Aren't you attacking the wrong target over here? Xavier exclaimed as he halted the charging puppet back by placing a finger of his on the latter's head. Just who the heck designed the corridor of puppets? Shouldn't the puppets at least have the basic ability to discern who the challenger is? I'm only here to watch how the trial works. It isn't my turn yet, so why are you flinging your fists and howling at me? Being blocked out by a single finger further enraged the puppet. An aura of ferocity emanated from it as it drove its strength to its very limits, rotating its arms so swiftly that it almost appeared like a wheel. However, with its head being kept at bay by Xavier's finger, no matter how fast its hands rotated, it was unable to hurt Xavier. Instead, it felt like an electric fan, bringing a cooling breeze to him. Xavier nodded in satisfaction. Since I didn't harm the puppet at all, this can't be considered an infringement of the rules. Right? As he didn't interfere with the trial of another, his actions could only be considered legitimate self-defense, and he didn't destroy anything. His right to challenge the trial shouldn't be revoked. After getting the puppet before him under control, he turned his sight back to the battling young woman and the other puppet. After executing her secret art, while Shauna's complexion appeared to have considerably worsened, her fighting prowess had soared by leaps and bounds. She was nearly twice as strong as before. Previously, she had been forced to evade the puppet's attacks and find an opening to strike. But with her enhanced strength, she was already able to go head-to-head with the puppet. Under their furious clash, even the formation around the corridor of puppets seemed to shake unstably. Xavier frowned. Her secret art is powerful, but as a practitioner of water attribute cultivation techniques, she's abandoning her strengths by going head-on with the enemy. With his current comprehension of combat, even without using the Library of Heaven's Path and Eye of Insight, he could still be considered a Grand Master. Those who cultivated water attribute cultivation techniques were capable of encompassing everything. And yet, the young woman chose to go head-to-head with her opponent. She was abandoning her very own roots. This is indeed the most efficient way for her to defeat the puppet given the current circumstances, but she'll suffer tremendous damage as well. Even her state of mind might waver. Cultivators pursuing their paths had to have absolute confidence in their cultivation techniques. Considering that the young lady practiced arts of flexible water, it would be in contradiction to her own beliefs to engage in rigid and forceful offense. This would be a reflection that she had started doubting her path. And just like how the mind could influence the body could also influence the mind. Even if she managed to eventually defeat the puppet, this seed of doubt planted in her mind could later have massive repercussions. After a moment of hesitation, Xavier chose to speak up. Senior Shauna, you won't last long like this.
I won't last long like this.
Senior Shauna was battling against the puppet when she heard those words. She had thought that by dumping a puppet on him, the young man would surely be chased around the room like a rat running from a cat. Yet, why was his voice still so clear, devoid of the slightest hint of exertion? Senior Shauna harumphed coldly as she shot a glance in the direction where the voice originated from. The next moment, her body froze. The puppet that had left her in such a tough spot was trying to run forward so forcefully that a huge depression had been left on the ground. Yet, due to a finger placed on its forehead, it was simply unable to advance a single step forward.
What the heck is going on? Could it be that this unkempt, leaving arbiter and primary stage fella is a hidden expert?
Even though Senior Shauna was shocked beyond words, the puppet she was facing didn't give her any time to take a breather. It immediately launched its second wave of attacks. Left with no time for thought, she could only put aside the matter and hurriedly raise her guard. However, due to her guard being put up in a rush, she was eventually overpowered and was forced several steps back. A suffocating sensation devoured her chest, and she felt her blood running erratically in her body, causing her body to ache greatly. Suppressing the urge to vomit blood, Senior Shauna asked with gritted teeth,
What do you mean by I can't last long like this?
It won't do for you to go head-on against the puppet. Given your strength, there's no need for you to do this to defeat it, Xavier explained. An abrupt gale of wind blasted towards Senior Shauna's face. Astonished, she hurriedly backed away, but the shockwave from the puppet's punch still resulted in a red streak forming across her face, dealing her a searing pain. With a few swift maneuvers, she quickly created some distance between her and the puppet before asking anxiously,
Then, how else should I face the puppet?
Will it be against the rules if I offer you guidance? Xavier asked hesitantly.
Of course not!
Senior Shauna's body staggered upon hearing those words. That's a relief. With a quick sigh, Xavier was just about to impart some wisdom to Senior Shauna when the puppet before him suddenly went on a rampage. It had struggled free from the might of his finger and charged forward. What are you roaring for? Can't you see that I'm busy? Displeased, Xavier sent a casual slap toward the puppet. The puppet's head rotated twice before being sent flying. It collapsed on the ground, convulsing, clearly losing all fighting prowess. Not expecting that a casual slap from him would cause that fellow's head to be sent flying, Xavier's lips twitched in frenzy.
Did I accidentally use too much strength?
But I didn't do it on purpose. He honestly didn't do it on purpose. The puppet was simply moving too fast, so he subconsciously dealt it a slap. Who was to know that it would be so fragile such that its head would be blown right off? Senior Shauna was dumbstruck as well. While the puppet had her tortured to the point where she nearly wanted to die, she had used everything at her disposal but was still unable to defeat it. That fellow had managed to knock off the puppet's head with just a casual slap. Senior Shauna's body trembled out of sheer astonishment. No matter how slow-witted she might have been, it was apparent that the young man before her was an extremely powerful expert. With just a finger, he was able to keep the puppet at bay, and with a palm, he was able to slap away the puppet's head. His fighting prowess was countless times more powerful than hers. I didn't do it on purpose. Why don't we do this instead? As long as you don't revoke my right to challenge the trial, I'll help you fit your head back on, and you can continue on with your attack. With how things had played out, he couldn't be bothered with offering guidance to Senior Shauna anymore. He quickly squatted down and placed the puppet's head back onto its neck. He had only entered the corridor of puppets to gain some insight into how the trial worked. It would truly be a tragedy if he was disqualified just because he accidentally interfered in another challenger's trial.
Phew!
Just as she finally found a slight bit of respect for the young man, the latter's subsequent actions caused her rage to surpass previous levels. While puppets, unlike humans, wouldn't die just because their heads had been lopped off, their internal structure was still an intricate system of gears. Only professional celestial designers would be able to fix them. What in the world was he hoping to achieve by pressing the head back on? Just as Senior Shauna was just about to lecture the young man on the matter, the puppet she was facing suddenly charged at her once more, leaving her with no choice but to turn her attention back to the battle. After trading a few blows, she finally managed to knock back the puppet and gain a temporary moment of respite. She immediately turned toward the young man and saw the latter helping the puppet up. At this moment, the puppet's head had already been placed back onto its neck. "I'm done." Xavier patted his hands together as he nodded in satisfaction. "Not only did I help you repair your damage, I also fixed some of your flaws as well. With this, you should be able to exert your full strength once more." The puppet glanced at Xavier with a look of incomprehension. "Don't worry, I didn't mean to interrupt your battle earlier. Feel free to continue what you were doing. I won't intervene." Xavier waved his hand. The puppet scratched its head as it slowly extended its fist toward Xavier. Just as it was about to hit Xavier, it suddenly recalled how the latter had managed to lop off its head with a single slap, and it hurriedly retracted its hand and leapt backwards fearfully. It looked at Xavier with a slightly tilted head as if asking, "Are you really not going to intervene?" "I won't, don't worry," Xavier replied with an affirmative nod. With an excited war cry, the puppet turned around and dashed for the young woman in the room. Senior Shauna was speechless. Initially, Senior Shauna had thought that the other party had come there to catch her attention and win her fancy. But, from the looks of it now, to be honest, she would rather it have been the former. At the very least, she wouldn't lose her life. Just as she was about to curse Xavier, the other puppet arrived before her. Its punch was way faster and more powerful than the puppet she was facing. Even before it came close to Senior Shauna, she already felt as if her body had been suppressed by a dominion, preventing her from moving at all. Senior Shauna narrowed her eyes in bewilderment. She had fought with the puppet of the third-level corridor for a month now, and even if the puppet was more powerful than her, the disparity between them shouldn't have been too great. When did the puppet become so strong? However, this was not the time for thought. She quickly raised her fists to defend against the latter's attack. As soon as her palm came into contact with his fist, a crushing pressure pushed at her chest, leaving her feeling as if something heavy had crashed into her. The next moment, her entire body shot backwards. Even while she was in midair, fresh blood spurted from her mouth. She crashed heavily into the wall behind her, creating a human-shaped imprint. You! While hanging on the wall, Senior Shauna's body convulsed. The world seemed incomparably dark to her. Previously, the strength of the puppet had been acceptable to her. If she were to use her full might, she would have been able to achieve victory. But why was it, after its head had been lopped off and it had been modified slightly by the young man, it had grown so powerful? How were they supposed to fight like that? Forget it. It might be better for me to just admit defeat. It felt like she had used up her entire lifetime's worth of frustration on this trial. Just as she was about to crush her challenger token to halt the trial, she suddenly recalled that it was a collaboration. If one of them were to admit defeat, it would be deemed as a loss for the entire team. So, with gritted teeth, she turned to the young man standing not too far away. "I can't defeat the puppets, so I'm going to admit defeat now. As this is a team battle, you'll be deemed to have lost as well." Team battle? Xavier was startled by those words. "What do you mean by that?" "You don't know," Senior Shauna harumphed coldly. "As you entered the third-level corridor right after me, the mechanism automatically registers both of us as a team. As long as one of us admits defeat, it will be considered a loss for the entire team." "We're a team, and if you admit defeat, I'll lose as well?" Xavier widened his eyes in shock. All along he had thought that the trial would be an individual assessment, especially since this was how most examinations worked in the Master Teacher Pavilion. Yet, After the whole farce they had been through, it turned out to be a team battle. There was such a system in the Sanctum of Sages? Of course! What else did you think would happen? Senior Shauna snapped impatiently. In the end, it turned out that the young man didn't know anything at all. That explained everything. Nevertheless, even knowing that he didn't do it intentionally could not quell the rage and frenzy she was feeling. Wait a moment! Don't admit defeat! Xavier exclaimed in shock. If she admitted defeat, his trial would finish before he could do anything at all. He hadn't even collected the cultivation technique manuals in the corridor yet, so how could he admit defeat? I apologize for doing nothing earlier. I honestly didn't know that it was a team battle. Give me a moment. I'll get rid of these puppets right now. After understanding what was going on, how could Xavier still dilly-dally? He turned to the two puppets on the field and declared, "Your opponent is me. Come and me together." The puppet whose head had been sent flying earlier by Xavier took a step back as it shook its head fervently, indicating its complete refusal toward the notion of fighting against Xavier. "You aren't coming? I guess I'll have to go over there myself then." With a cold harumph, Xavier took a step forward and entered the battlefield. Facing Xavier's provocations, the other puppet couldn't hold itself back anymore and charged at him. However, before it could get far, it felt something grabbing its arm, holding it back. Turning around, it saw its puppet comrade shaking its head desperately, seemingly pleading for it not to go. The other puppet was completely bewildered by the actions of its comrade. It tried to shake off the grip of its comrade to challenge Xavier to a fight. Seeing that the other puppet refused to back down, the puppet comrade decisively sent a slap to its face. Not expecting its comrade to make a move on it, the other puppet blacked out before it could even process what was going on. Unconscious, it collapsed flimsily to the ground. After which, the puppet carefully turned its gaze to Xavier and bowed slightly. Then it struck its head with its palm. It collapsed to the ground as well. That's more like it. Seeing how obedient the puppet he had modified was, Xavier nodded in satisfaction. He turned his gaze to Senior Shauna and asked, "This should be considered a clear for the trial, right?" Hearing this, Shauna was speechless. To make the puppets fight among themselves and even knock themselves out. Just how in the world had he managed to do that?
We really cleared the trial.
After consuming a pill and recovering slightly from her injuries, Senior Shauna struggled out from the wall while panting heavily. To be honest, she still could hardly believe what was going on. It was already extremely difficult to clear a trial by oneself, and the difficulty of a team battle was many times greater than an individual battle. To succeed under such circumstances, she couldn't help but feel as if she was dreaming. But again, it was no wonder she would feel like that. Even after a month of hard work, she still hadn't succeeded in clearing the third level corridor. It was a little hard for her to believe that she had cleared the trial just like that. Xavier wasn't too sure about the rules, and he took a glance at the two unconscious puppets on the ground before remarking, "Since we've defeated the puppets, it should be considered a clear for us." The modified puppet seemed to have noticed Xavier's gaze on it, and its body trembled slightly. It hurriedly shut its eyes tighter. Senior Shauna nodded. There were many questions that she would have liked to ask, but in her moment of shock, she had no idea how she should construct her words. At this moment, whirring mechanism sounded and a door slowly opened. "Let's head in to take a look." Walking into the door, Xavier's eyes lit up in excitement. Inside was a bookshelf with several books stacked on it. This was probably the prize for clearing the third level corridor. Xavier's motive for challenging the third level corridor was to obtain these cultivation technique manuals, so he hurriedly walked up to the bookshelf in agitation. There were only 10 books or so, but they were all extremely profound cultivation techniques, far stronger than those he had seen in the black market. Grandiflora cultivation technique, Jade Tree sky piercing formula, Art of Golden Flames. With a swift sweep, Xavier collected them into the Library of Heaven's Path, and after compiling them together with the other books, he couldn't help but shake his head in disappointment. He had thought that he would be able to compile a complete Leaving Aperture Realm Heaven's Path Divine Art like this, but it seemed like quantity was indeed far more important than quality when it came to compilation. Ah, jeez. Xavier sighed deeply, thinking that the compensation was not worth the effort at all. To spend 100 concentrated high-tier spirit stones just to see 10 or so books, that really was not worth the price for him. At this moment, a female voice sounded. "All right, I've made up my mind." Shifting his gaze over, Xavier saw that Senior Shauna had picked out the Rippling Water Profound Art, the only water attribute cultivation technique in the limited collection. "That book's indeed not too bad," Xavier nodded in approval. While that cultivation technique wasn't necessarily stronger than the one that Senior Shauna was already cultivating, it did complement her current cultivation technique well. Studying the manual could serve as a great source of inspiration for her future cultivation. "I'll begin copying the content now. Have, you chosen your book yet?" Senior Shauna asked. Those who had cleared the corridor of puppets couldn't take away the physical copy of the manuals inside, but they were allowed to copy them. "Me?" Xavier shook his head. "I won't be copying any. I still need to continue with the trials, so I'll be taking my leave." He had already collected all of those books in his Library of Heaven's Path, so there was no need for him to copy them again. "Continue with the trials?" Senior Shauna was taken aback for an instant before her eyes lit up in agitation. "It can't be that you're going to challenge the second level corridor." Considering how easily the young man before her had managed to clear the third level corridor, it was a given that he wouldn't be interested in the cultivation techniques here, especially since he stood a good chance at clearing the higher levels. It would already be a blessing if a single student cleared the second level corridor every decade. Would the young man before her be able to successfully clear it as well? In an instant, she felt as if she might just be lucky enough to see a miracle being forged right before her eyes. Second level corridor? That's not it. Xavier shook his head. "I intend to challenge the 10th level corridor." "What?" Senior Shauna's body jolted and her eyes widened in shock. "You're going to challenge the 10th level corridor?" "The 10th level corridor is the easiest trial of all, and only the weakest students of the Sanctum of Sages would head there. Given how you're able to defeat 2 of the puppets of the 3rd level corridor so easily, in the world do you want to challenge the 10th level corridor?" "That's right. The manuals in the 3rd level corridor aren't, too good, so I'm intending to head to the 10th level corridor for a look," Xavier replied earnestly. The more profound and powerful a cultivation technique was, the fewer of them there would be. What Xavier needed was to collect as many cultivation technique manuals as possible. As such, he was extremely disappointed when he saw the pitiful collection of books that was at the end of the 3rd level corridor. He felt that he made the wrong choice and should have gone to the 10th level corridor instead. There were bound to be many more books there, and that would be more useful to him than challenging the 2nd level corridor. Senior Shauna clawed at her hair. Was this guy a lunatic? "Every single cultivation technique in the 3rd level corridor is extremely profound and powerful. Admittedly, they can't compare to the cultivation technique I've inherited from my ancestors, but they still wield formidable prowess. Are you honestly comparing such treasures to the trash in the 10th level corridor? Just what in the world is going through your mind?" "Alright, you should continue copying your notes. I have to get going now." Xavier turned around and began making his way out of the 3rd level corridor. As he walked, sighs of lamentation escaped from his lips. This trip had truly been a huge waste. By the time he walked out of the 3rd level corridor and arrived before the reception once more, he found a male receptionist sitting beside Ellie. Seeing how the young man had come out so quickly without any injuries on him, Ellie was stunned. She couldn't help but ask in bewilderment, "Are you... Okay?
She was certain that the fellow would be pummeled to the point that no one would be able to recognize him anymore. An incomparable sight of misery. So, how could he still be completely fine? One must know that the third level corridor was a trial which even the talented Senior Shauna had yet to clear after a month of hard work. Yes? Why would I not be okay? Taken aback by the abrupt question, Xavier was startled for a moment. Then, seeing that there was no response from Ellie, he took out 100 concentrated high-tier spirit stones and passed them over. I wish to challenge the corridor of puppets once more. Here are the spirit stones.
You want to challenge it once more?
Ellie frowned in bewilderment.
Each person can only challenge a corridor of puppets once a day. I am afraid that you will have to return tomorrow.
If each challenger could keep challenging the same corridor of puppets again and again, putting aside that they would be depriving other challengers of the opportunity to challenge it, the corridor of puppets wouldn't have sufficient time to recover as well. As such, each challenger was limited to challenging a corridor of puppets once per day. Under normal circumstances, those who had managed to clear the corridor of puppets wouldn't challenge the same corridor once more, and those who failed would be left in a tragic state, possibly being unable to move even after an entire day of rest. Only someone as tenacious as Senior Shauna would be able to persistently challenge the same third-level corridor every single day for a month straight. I'm not going to challenge the third-level corridor, Xavier explained.
So you finally thought things through.
Ellie heaved a sigh of relief.
Which corridor of puppets will you be challenging then? The fourth level corridor?
No, I'm intending to challenge the 10th level corridor, Xavier replied.
The 10th level corridor?
Ellie was rendered speechless. She was still wondering how formidable that fellow was when he challenged the 3rd level corridor as soon as he came in, but from the looks of it now, it seemed like the results had been rather disastrous for him. In the end, he still had to start from the very bottom. Well, to be fair, for a Leaving Aperture Realm primary stage cultivator, even the 10th level corridor would pose a great difficulty. In a sense, it was good that the young man was able to think things through and pursue something more feasible to him than to cling to his meaningless pride.
I told you earlier that you should have just challenged the 10th level corridor. It is a huge pity that you have wasted 100 concentrated high-tier spirit stones just like that. And nevertheless, it is still good to see that you have come to your senses.
Ellie smiled as she took out another challenge token and passed it over.
Right. Where is the challenge token that you have used in the 3rd level corridor? Regardless of whether you have used it or not, you'll have to return it to us.
Oh, here it is. Xavier took the challenge token which Ellie was offering him before passing back the 3rd level corridor's challenge token he had received earlier. After which, he turned around and headed off to the 10th level corridor. Shortly after he left, the male receptionist turned to Ellie and asked, "Is that the lustful fellow that you spoke about earlier?"
That's right.
Ellie nodded.
I have to say that he's rather handsome. But to challenge the 3rd level corridor with his Leaving Aperture Realm primary stage cultivation, he is indeed a little over his head,
the male receptionist remarked.
It is apparent that he's not a person who lacks money. He probably did that to strike up a connection with Senior Shauna. But from the looks of it, his efforts seem to have ended in futility. Realizing the limitations of his strength, he had no choice but to challenge the 10th level corridor instead.
Ellie shook her head as she prepared to toss the challenge token that she had received from the young man earlier back into the drawer, but all of a sudden, she froze.
Oh, this challenge token.
What's wrong? The male receptionist looked over, and in the next moment, his body stiffened as well.
There are golden marks on it. Isn't that a sign that he has cleared the trial?
Speaking up to this point, the male receptionist traded gazes with Ellie, and the both of them gulped in shock.
It can't be that he managed to clear the 3rd level corridor.
As receptionists of the Corridor of Puppets, they were well aware of the difficulties surrounding the 3rd level corridor. Many geniuses of the Sanctum of Sages had marched in confidently, only to return with dispirited looks on their faces.
There were years where not even a single challenger would manage to clear it successfully. And that, leaving Aperture Realm primary stage fellow, managed to clear it. How in the world was that possible? And if he had cleared the trial, what about Senior Shauna? Considering how she had entered the trial before him, why was she nowhere to be seen?
I'll head over to take a quick look.
The bewildering situation left Ellie feeling completely crazed. Unable to hold herself back anymore, she stood up from her seat and prepared to make her way over to the third-level corridor to check the situation out.
Wait a moment!
But before Ellie could leave the area, the male receptionist beside her abruptly grabbed her hand. Perplexed, she turned around to look at the male receptionist, only to see the latter pointing at the area in front of him, with eyes widened in disbelief. She traced the male receptionist's finger and looked over as well, and the sight she saw left her entire body freezing on the spot. The young man who had just left for the 10th level corridor a moment ago had returned. With a brilliant smile on his face, he took out another 100 concentrated high-tier spirit stones, along with a challenge token, and passed those over to them. I wish to challenge the 9th level corridor now. Despite her dazed state, Ellie still managed to instinctively take out a challenge token from the drawer and pass it over to the young man before her. Thank you, the young man replied before turning around elegantly to take his leave.
He managed to clear the 10th level corridor too?
Taking a glance at the challenge token that had just been returned, Ellie's lips twitched once more. Even if the 10th level corridor were easy, surely it would be impossible to clear it that quickly. How long had he been gone? 1 minute? 2 minutes? In any case, it was not any more than 3 minutes. Within such a short period, even getting there and back would take 2.5 minutes, which meant only a couple of seconds to clear the 10th level corridor. Trading gazes with the male receptionist, the both of them could see the horror in each other's eyes. Just as they were stunned with fright, the young man's voice sounded once more. Sorry to interrupt, but I'd like the challenge token for the 8th level. Thank you. While shuddering in fear, Ellie passed a challenge token over before taking his spirit stones and challenge token. Then, taking a glance at the challenge token once more, her body jolted. It was another pass. To clear both of them equally quickly. Did this mean to say that the difficulty levels of the 10th level corridor and the 9th level were no different to him? Just as Ellie was about to check with the male receptionist to see if she was dreaming, the young man walked over once more. Give me the challenge token for the 7th level.
Alright, I'm finally done copying down all of it. By coupling this rippling water profound art with my current cultivation technique, I'll surely be able to bring my fighting prowess up to a new level.
Senior Shauna remarked with a satisfied smile. As soon as the young man left, she immediately started copying. All in all, it took her 20 minutes to finish copying down the thick manual entirely. Of course, she would be able to memorize the entire book within a shorter period if she wanted to, but while cultivators of her caliber possessed a photographic memory, that didn't mean that their memories were infallible. Ultimately, it would still be safer to keep a physical copy of the manual. Even a word of difference for a cultivation technique as profound as this would result in a vast difference in its conception. She didn't want to take on this needless risk. She had spent an entire month challenging the 3rd level corridor, only to fail each time. If not for that young man she had encountered earlier, it was doubtful whether she would have been able to obtain the rippling water profound art or not. It wasn't easy for her to come by this opportunity, so it was best not to waste it.
I wonder if he's finished clearing the 10th level corridor yet. Given his strength, it should be a walk in the park for him.
Placing the cultivation technique manual carefully back onto the shelf, Senior Shauna slowly made her way out of the room, returning to the front reception.
What's wrong?
As soon as she arrived at the front reception, she immediately noticed that something was amiss. The boisterous and cheerful Ellie from before was, at this moment, sitting on a chair with a completely dazed look. Her eyes were staring blankly at the ground as if someone had stolen her soul. The male receptionist beside her wasn't doing any better either. His mouth was wide open as if his jaw had been dislocated.
Ellie, what's wrong with the two of you?
Senior Shauna asked out of worry.
Oh, Senior Shauna, you're finally back.
Some spirit finally returned to Ellie as she raised her head slowly. Then she anxiously stood up and asked,
There was a young man named Xavier who entered the third level corridor right after you, right? Did he clear the trial? He did. His strength is truly extraordinary.
Senior Shauna replied. After a 20-minute rest, she had mostly recovered from her exertion. While her complexion still looked unnaturally pale, she was in a much better state than before.
Seems like all of this isn't a dream then.
With a pale face, Ellie staggered back onto her chair. Her hand opened up, and a bunch of small tokens fell to the ground. Perplexed, Senior Shauna bent down to pick up one of those small tokens, and her eyes widened in shock.
These are all challenge tokens. Furthermore, cleared.
After an entire month of challenging the corridor of puppets, she had come to know what the golden marks on the challenge token represented. But why would there suddenly be so many cleared challenge tokens here?
It's right. These are the doing of Master Xavier.
Ellie nodded in a daze.
You mean to say that he cleared all of these trials?
Senior Shauna could hardly believe what she was saying. She quickly picked up all of the challenge tokens with a sweep of her gleam and examined them closely.
10th level corridor, 9th level, 8th level, 7th level, 6th level, 5th level corridor, 2nd level corridor. He challenged so many of them.
Senior Shauna's body began trembling. In the short 20 minutes that she spent copying down her rippling water profound art, the other party cleared 7 corridors. How could he possibly do it so quickly? Fighting so many puppets in succession, wouldn't he run out of gleam? Wouldn't he feel exhausted?
That's right. He cleared all of those without taking a breather at all.
Ellie nodded.
Then, where is he at the moment?
Senior Shauna asked.
He's currently challenging the 1st level corridor.
Ellie replied.
The 1st level corridor?
Senior Shauna hurriedly lowered her head to take a look, and indeed there was no 1st level corridor amongst the challenge tokens. In other words, the young man hadn't cleared the hardest corridor yet.
Wait, this isn't right. Since he's already cleared the 3rd level and 2nd level corridors, why didn't he challenge the 4th level corridor?
Flipping through the challenge tokens once more, Senior Shauna frowned in bewilderment. That fellow had started from the 10th level corridor, and he had challenged every single corridor from the bottom up. So why would he skip the 4th level corridor?
Ah!
Ellie's face flushed red, and after a long moment of silence, she swallowed a mouthful of saliva before saying,
He said that the corridor sounded a little inauspicious, so he didn't want to challenge it.
Standing at the very center of the room, Xavier watched as a puppet walked out from a door ahead of him, and he heaved a deep sigh of helplessness. He had already cleared 8 of the 10 leaving Aperture Realm corridor of puppets, but he was still unable to compile a complete Heaven's Path Divine Art. Left with no choice, he could only head over here to challenge the most difficult trial of all. In the several dozen millennia of history behind the Sanctum of Sages, only 7 people had cleared the trial in total. From this, it wasn't too hard to imagine how difficult the trial was. The puppet in the 2nd level corridor's already reached the Grand Dominion Realm intermediate stage, so the one in the 1st level corridor is bound to be even stronger. Xavier thought as he assessed the puppet before him with narrowed eyes. Challenging the 2nd level corridor had already posed a great challenge to him. He had to use the flaws he had found in the puppet from the Library of Heaven's Path and the keen discernment of his eye of insight to design a whole series of maneuvers before he was finally able to corner the puppet and subdue it. But even so, he still suffered some injuries from the challenge. It was fortunate that he was able to recover swiftly through his Heaven's Path gleam, or else he might have had to retire for the day. According to what the receptionist Ellie said, Eva's cleared the first level corridor, so the least I can do is clear it as well. Xavier thought determinedly as a powerful fighting spirit flowed forth from him. Of the 7 people who had cleared the first level corridor, Master Eva was one of them. Since his girlfriend was able to clear it, he mustn't lose. Otherwise, how could he be qualified to ask for her hand in marriage? After walking out from the door, the puppet abruptly opened its eyes and announced grandly, "To dare to challenge the first level corridor, you must be confident in your strength. Very well. Let me see what you're capable of then." "You can speak?" Xavier frowned in bewilderment. Even the puppet he had modified earlier in the 3rd level corridor was only capable of muttering a couple of incoherent syllables. Yet, the puppet before him was capable of mimicking human speech. This was inconceivable. "Let's begin the battle." The puppet couldn't even be bothered to waste its breath on words anymore as it uttered coldly before charging forward. Its movements were as swift as a bolt of lightning, and it took only an instant for it to appear before Xavier. On the other hand, Xavier didn't expect the puppet to move so quickly, covering the 30 feet between them instantaneously as if teleporting. He quickly took a step forward as well to build up some momentum as he thrust his palm toward the puppet. In an instant, countless palm prints materialized all over the area as if a garden of resplendent flowers had blossomed amid the battlefield all of a sudden. They converged with one another to form a seemingly relentless current of force that threatened to wear down any opponent. This was a battle technique he had obtained from the 2nd level corridor, overlapping palms. While this attack wasn't as powerful as the Heavenly Demon Great Sorrow Palm in terms of offense, it was an excellent move when used in defensive maneuvers. More importantly, due to how complex the technique was, it was extremely difficult to distinguish real threats from feints, thus possibly creating unexpected results in battle. But, while Xavier's palm strike was formidable, the puppet was even stronger. Using some sort of bizarre battle technique, the sheer might of its fist seemed to seal the surrounding space completely, preventing the countless palms from converging, thus rendering it completely ineffective. "This puppet's cultivated overlapping palms too." Xavier frowned in realization. To be able to make such instantaneous judgment to effectively neutralize his attacks, there could only be one possibility. The puppet must have a deep understanding of overlapping palms as well, and it knew the ideal moments to strike to nerf the offense. While Xavier did improve the palm art significantly by compiling it with various other palm art manuals in the Library of Heaven's Path, those familiar with the technique would still be able to find an opportunity to step in and counterattack. This wasn't about exploiting the flaws in the palm art, but simply the natural manner in which certain maneuvers would curb one another. Break! Knowing that he would only be placed in a deeply disadvantageous position if he were to continue pushing his overlapping palms on, he decisively changed his palm art into a sword art instead. With a flick of his finger, a powerful surge of sword energy burst forth. Having comprehended sword quintessence, every single movement that Xavier made could be considered a sword art. Even though he didn't execute any battle techniques, the might he could exert at will was still not beneath any ordinary sword art. The sword energy instantaneously sliced through the space the puppet had constructed and flew straight for the latter's forehead. In the face of the swift transformations in Xavier's attacks, it harumphed coldly. Without the slightest hint of panic, it calmly opened up its tightly clenched fist like a blossoming orchid, and several surges of sword energy shot forth from it. The sword energy collided, causing a resounding explosion in the air before vanishing simultaneously. The clash in sword energy left Xavier with a suffocating sensation welling up in his chest. It seemed the backlash of the collision had caused some internal injuries to him. Sword quintessence? A puppet managed to achieve the level of sword quintessence? He had known that the puppet of the first level corridor would be formidable, but he didn't think that the latter would be such a powerful opponent. It was one thing for it to have grasped the overlapping palms, but to possess such a deep comprehension of swordsmanship as well, achieving the level of sword quintessence? This was unbelievable. From how Nathaniel was able to rely on his half-quintessence comprehension of swordsmanship and his shallow understanding of the three swords of Salvatore to get into the Sanctum of Sages, it could be seen how rare top sword practitioners were. For a puppet to wield such a deep understanding of swordsmanship as well, it would have been a lie if he were to say that he wasn't astounded. Wait a moment. A puppet can't comprehend sword quintessence by itself. Its innate flaws render it incapable of comprehending such conceptualizations. From the looks of it, it appears that an expert sword practitioner who has comprehended true quintessence had infused a part of himself into the puppet's body, thus granting it the ability to execute such powerful sword energy. A moment after his shock, Xavier swiftly realized that something was amiss with the situation. Puppets weren't capable of cultivation or comprehension unless under certain unique circumstances. They could fight on command, but every single move they made would be programmed beforehand. In other words, the sword quintessence that the puppet had displayed wasn't its comprehension, but merely a fragment of memory of a sword expert. In other words, even though the puppet was capable of executing moves that wielded the prowess of sword quintessence, its failure to grasp the fundamental principles behind it would limit the flexibility of its moves. But even if that were the case, it still wouldn't be easy to deal with the puppet. It'd be difficult for me to outmaneuver the puppet in terms of swordsmanship since it grasps sword quintessence and wields far greater strength and speed than me. And in terms of palm arts, I'm not an opponent for it either. Xavier's mind swiftly whirred into action. If the puppet was still of equivalent cultivation realm as Xavier, he might still have been able to outmaneuver it in terms of swordsmanship with time. But the vast disparity in their fundamental abilities would make it nigh impossible to do so. Also, in the previous clash using his overlapping palms, the puppet had displayed prowess far above his. How in the world was he supposed to win this battle? The odds were overwhelmingly against him. Dominion! A light sphere of roughly 3 feet in radius appeared around Xavier's body. It seemed like there was no other choice than to use his ultimate skill. But before Xavier could make any move within his dominion, he suddenly felt the surrounding space crushing heavily down upon him. The puppet had released its dominion as well. Astonishingly, the puppet's dominion was 60 feet in radius, and just by standing in its perimeter, Xavier felt as if steel chains were wrapped tightly around his body, rendering it impossible for him to move even a single inch. This is Grand Dominion Realm Pinnacle! Xavier's lips twitched. It was no wonder why every single move he executed was neutralized so easily. The puppet's cultivation had already reached the Grand Dominion Realm Pinnacle. Currently, Xavier wielded the strength to subdue a Grand Dominion Realm primary stage cultivator without any problem. Perhaps a little strenuous against intermediate stage cultivators, but still possible to achieve victory. But against advanced stage and pinnacle experts, he barely stood a chance at all. With cold sweat covering Xavier's body, he immediately executed the unbounded Voyager and forcefully escaped from the shackle-like restraints of the puppet's dominion to a corner of the room. Then, with a flick of his wrist, he took out the challenge token and crushed it. An aura rippled from the token, and the puppet, who was just about to charge toward Xavier once more, immediately halted its attacks. It took a few steps back before asking coldly, "Are you admitting defeat?" Despite the intricacies behind their exchange of blows, in truth, the 3 moves that they had traded, a palm art, a sword art, and dominion, lasted less than 3 breaths in total. Considering how they had barely explored the depths of each other's strength yet, it seemed a little too early to be admitting defeat at this point. "I'm no match for you in my current state." Xavier shook his head helplessly. In the first place, this trial was designed for Leaving Aperture Realm Pinnacle experts, whereas he was only at the Leaving Aperture Realm primary stage. To be honest, he could emerge victorious if he were to utilize all of the means at his disposal, but the circumstances hadn't grown so desperate for him that it necessitated such a course of action yet. Farewell. Xavier turned around and left the room. But without clearing the first level corridor, I won't be able to compile a perfect Leaving Aperture Realm Heaven's Path Divine Art to cultivate. It's a almost like a paradox. It seems like I'll just have to find other alternative methods to raise my fighting prowess then, Xavier thought as he made his way over to the front reception. Currently, the greatest room for improvement for me lies in the Three Swords of Salvatore and the Divine Eyes of the Ninth Netherworld. There were two direct ways of raising one's fighting prowess. First, through raising one's cultivation, and second, through cultivating formidable battle techniques. He wouldn't be able to advance his cultivation without compiling the complete Leaving Aperture Realm Heaven's Path Divine Art, so it seemed like he could only pursue the second route. He had two extremely powerful battle techniques at hand, and the successful cultivation of either of them would raise his fighting prowess immensely. However, it was a pity that they were flawed, which was why he had put off cultivating them up to date. I should ask around to see where I can find sword art manuals, Xavier thought as he arrived before the front reception.
Master Xavier, did you clear the first level corridor?
Senior Shauna had been lingering around the area out of curiosity, and she immediately spoke up in agitation as soon as she saw Xavier. I didn't. Xavier shook his head. The puppet in the first level corridor is simply too powerful. I'm unable to match it with my current strength.
I see.
Senior Shauna instinctively heaved a sigh of relief, but after realizing the rudeness of her action, her face immediately reddened in a fluster. It was already unbelievable how the young man had managed to clear 8 of the corridors successively without any rest, and if he could clear the first level corridor as well, she might have been scared out of her wits. Paying no heed to Senior Shauna's actions, Xavier passed the challenge token back to Ellie as he asked, "Excuse me, do you know where I can learn sword arts in the Sanctum of Sages?"
You wish to learn swordsmanship?
Before Ellie could reply, Senior Shauna had already interjected with a frown. That's right. Xavier nodded.
If you intend to learn swordsmanship, you're in luck. Senior Shauna over here happens to be the most formidable sword practitioner amongst the younger generation in the Sanctum of Sages, and her teacher is the most powerful swordsmaster around here,
Ellie said. You're a sword practitioner? Taken aback, Xavier turned his sight to Senior Shauna. Back at the third level corridor, the young woman had used all kinds of battle techniques and secret arts to deal with the puppets, but sword art wasn't one of them. Of course. Hearing those words of skepticism, Senior Shauna frowned in displeasure. With a flick of her wrist, she whipped out a sword and said, "Boy, do you want to show you my swordsmanship?" The usage of weapons and artifacts was banned in the corridor of puppets, and the lack of a sword would have severely limited the might of her swordsmanship, so she decided against using it altogether in the battle. However, this didn't mean that she would allow others to question her accomplishments in swordsmanship. She raised her sword and concentrated sword intent burst forth from her. Not too bad, but there's still room for improvement. Seeing that Senior Shauna had achieved the level of Upper Sword Heart, Xavier offered a few rare words of compliment. If it isn't too much trouble, may I ask you to lead me to where sword art manuals are stored?
There's still room for improvement. Let me see how deep of an understanding you have in swordsmanship then.
With a cold harumph, Senior Shauna's body seemed to warp into a sharp sword as she charged forward with imposing momentum. But before she could even come close to Xavier, the sword she was wielding suddenly dragged her entire body down to the ground, shaking uncontrollably in her hand.
You!
Struggling up from the ground, Senior Shauna's lips were twitching crazily. The gaze she directed at the young man before her had changed altogether.
Your comprehension of swordsmanship has already reached the level of sword quintessence.
As a genius in swordsmanship, she was well aware of the various levels of swordsmanship. Her sword had dropped to the ground in fear before it could even nick the young man at all. She had only encountered such a situation with her teacher before. In other words, the young man, who appeared to be in his early 20s, already possessed an understanding of swordsmanship that was on par with her teacher. But how in the world could that be? To achieve sword quintessence required not only an extremely deep understanding of swordsmanship, but more than that, one also had to accumulate sufficient experience and insight before one would be able to achieve the conceptualization necessary for the realm. The reason her teacher was able to achieve that realm was that he had once traveled a distance of 10,000 miles on foot, experiencing the suffering and agony that ordinary mortals underwent, and that was what became the foundation for his breakthrough. Even if the young man were to start cultivating from his mother's womb, that would only be a short 20 years. To achieve sword quintessence within this limited period of time was truly inconceivable. Xavier didn't deny the matter. Instead, with a flick of his wrist, the sword bowing to him was released from its pressure. It flew into the air and landed in his hands. He flicked it lightly, and a crisp metallic reverberation echoed from it. "This sword isn't bad. It's compatible with you," Xavier remarked before tossing the sword back. The sword was light and flexible, which was well suited for a water attribute cultivator like Senior Shauna. "My teacher picked it out for me," Senior Shauna replied as she stored her sword. Following this, she turned to look at Xavier and asked, "You said that you wished to browse through books relating to swordsmanship?" Since the young man had comprehended sword quintessence, there was no point in challenging him in a duel anymore. The disparity between them was simply too big, so she would only be humiliated in the end. "My teacher has quite a vast collection of books relating to swordsmanship, and I can bring you over," Senior Shauna said hesitantly. Hearing those words, Xavier's eyes lit up. "Ah, well then I'll be troubling you to lead the way then. However," Senior Shauna said, "I should warn you first. You've already comprehended sword quintessence, which means that you've already found your way, so it'd be best for you to not harbor too much hope regarding the matter. I think that there's a good chance that you may be kicked out before you can see any books." "Kicked out? Why?" Xavier frowned in confusion. To achieve the level of sword quintessence at his age, he could already be considered an outstanding genius. Most sword practitioners would welcome him with open arms, wanting to trade insights with him. So why would he be kicked out instead? "As you may know, my teacher is the #1 sword expert in the Sanctum of Sages, Master Clyde. He possesses exceptionally powerful cultivation, and he's an extremely respectable man as well." At this point, Senior Shauna paused for a moment before continuing with a suppressed voice. "Just that he tends to be a little too rigid and inflexible when it comes to the rules." "Inflexible when it comes to the rules?" Xavier frowned. As Clyde's student, Senior Shauna was not in a good position to criticize her teacher, but basically what her words meant was that Clyde was an austere person, possessing an attitude reminiscent of an old academic. Such people tended to be extremely forthright in their words and actions. If they harbored goodwill for you, they would treat you with the utmost sincerity and offer their assistance magnanimously. However, if they found that they couldn't get along with you, then no matter how high a standing you had, how illustrious a background you had, nothing would be able to change their view of you. "Yes, he used to be an elder of the Hall of Propriety, so he regards rules and formalities very highly. If you want to browse through his collection of books and receive his guidance, you'll have to clear his test and receive his acknowledgement. The Matthews clan has a genius sword practitioner known as Carlyle, and he's a renowned figure even in the Inner Sanctum. In terms of swordsmanship, he's reputed to be the indisputable #1, having also achieved the level of sword quintessence. Yet, when he paid my teacher a visit in hopes of browsing through his collection of books, he was still mercilessly kicked out. So I thought that it'd be good to give you a heads up so that you won't be shocked later on," Senior Shauna said hesitantly. Even a sword quintessence expert was kicked out? Why? Xavier was perplexed. As someone who had comprehended sword quintessence, Carlyle could already be considered one of the top figures of the Sanctum of Sages, even though his cultivation was lacking compared to the elders. In a sense, he could even be considered a fellow peer of Clyde's in terms of swordsmanship. It simply didn't seem rational for Clyde to kick Carlyle away on a whim. "As I've said before, my teacher's someone who regards formalities in the sword very highly. The person that he respects the most is the Third Sanctum Head. The Third Sanctum Head was one of the rare few who trod the path of cultivation through his sword, standing unchallenged in the world through his profound comprehension of swordsmanship. Those of the Sage clans had to defer to him, and even the elders of the Master Teacher Pavilion headquarters dared not face him head on.
In his generation, the prestige and strength in the Sanctum of Sages were pushed to the very peak. However, due to the overwhelming prowess of the Third Sanctum Head, it's a pity that he was slightly lacking when it came to his ability to impart knowledge. As a result, he was unable to pass down his full heritage, and it was then that the swordsmanship in the Sanctum of Sages began declining. My teacher is a descendant of the Third Sanctum Head, and over the years he's been guarding the hint of sword intent left behind by the Third Sanctum Head. To become my teacher's student, or learn anything from him, you have to gain the acknowledgement of the sword intent first. To be honest, I think that the reason I was able to emerge amongst dozens of genius sword practitioners and become my teacher's student is mainly because of my water attribute. As you know, the water attribute's nature is to encompass everything. On the other hand, Carlyle's already comprehended a path of swordsmanship belonging to himself, and it's at odds with the sword intent. As a result, my teacher kicked him out.
I see. Xavier nodded in realization. Once one's comprehension of swordsmanship reached the level of sword quintessence, the sword intent one exerted would be able to gain some degree of consciousness. Given so, it was indeed possible for a sword intent to have the ability to choose a suitable successor to inherit its way. A different conceptualization of sword intent could result in a clash of ideologies. Senior Shauna cultivated a water attribute cultivation technique, and due to its gentle and flexible nature, it was easier for her to receive the recognition of the sword intent. On the other hand, those who had a deeper comprehension of swordsmanship were likely to already have their conceptualization of what swordsmanship should be like, and that meant it was highly likely that there would be a conflict of ideology with the sword intent, thus making it even more difficult for them to receive its recognition. A thought surfaced in Xavier's mind. Does this mean that the books that Clyde's collected were all left behind by the Third Sanctum Head? In a sense, receiving the sword intent's recognition could also be interpreted as walking on a similar path of swordsmanship. Only those who walked a similar path would be able to browse through his books and receive his guidance. To put it plainly, Clyde was simply looking to cultivate his lineage of sword experts. Xavier shook his head. Every single person has a unique comprehension of swordsmanship, so I wonder what conceptualization Clyde has comprehended. My chances are that it's different from the old sword maestros. His current comprehension of swordsmanship mostly originated from the old sword maestro. So far, he had never heard of anything between the old sword maestro and the Third Sanctum Head, so it was likely that the two of them were from different schools. In other words, if he headed over, there was a good chance he would be rejected by the sword intent and kicked out. After a moment of dilemma, Xavier couldn't help but ask, what if I just take a look at the books from afar, not copying or scanning them with my spiritual perception? The way he read books was different from others. As long as it was within his range of sight, he would be able to take any book into his Library of Heaven's path. He didn't need Clyde's guidance, notes from the books, or even access to see the content within. All he wanted was to look at them from afar. That should be okay, right? Take a look at the books from afar? Senior Shauna shook her head with a bitter smile. My teacher treasures every single one of those books dearly, and he created a room that only those that have his token in hand will be able to enter. So, unless you're the Sanctum Head of the Sanctum of Sages, there's no way you'll be able to get in. Surprised by that, Xavier asked, with a Sanctum Head will be able to get in? It seemed like he was the only candidate for the position of the Sanctum Head at the moment. Well, he was not the Sanctum Head, but it wouldn't take too long before he inherited the position. Of course, the Sanctum Head is the highest leader of the Sanctum of Sages. No matter who my teacher dares to offend, he'd never turn down a request from the Sanctum Head. Senior Shauna replied matter-of-factly. A moment later, she shook her head and sighed. However, it's been more than 300 years since the Sanctum of Sages had a Sanctum Head. Currently, all affairs are taken care of by the Deputy Sanctum Head. All right, there's no point discussing such matters too much. We aren't in a position to talk much about someone as esteemed as the Sanctum Head. So, after all I've said, are you still interested in heading over to take a look? If that's the case, let's set off now. I still want to give it a try. Let's go, Xavier replied with a smile. While Xavier knew that Clyde's conceptualization of swordsmanship was bound to be different from his, he still felt compelled to head there to take a look. If by some chance he managed to acquire the sword art manuals required to perfect the 3 swords of Salvatore, he would be able to clear the first level corridor and finally form his Leaving Aperture Realm Heaven's Path Divine Art. Besides, every single cultivator had a unique interpretation of cultivation, forged by their individual experiences and insights. Only through interaction with others would one be able to broaden one's horizons and raise the ceiling for further improvement. Let's go. Seeing that the young man was still insistent on heading over, Senior Shauna nodded. She bade farewell to Ellie, and the both of them made their way out of the Hall of Solidarity. While advancing, Senior Shauna sent a telepathic message to Xavier. Later on, if you fail to gain the acknowledgement of the sword intent and my teacher asks you to leave, I advise you to just turn around and walk away. Don't expect to be able to sway him with words. On the contrary, you'll only be making things difficult on yourself. Those who live for their swordsmanship usually have a temperament similar to a sword, sharp and straightforward. Don't worry, I understand, Xavier replied with a nod. Those who were able to raise their comprehension of swordsmanship to the level of sword quintessence would have devoted their life, mind, soul, and spirit all to the sword, so naturally their personality would gradually morph into something resembling their swordsmanship as well. For this reason, sword practitioners tended to be true to their feelings, and they hated it when others beat around the bush. Taking the old sword maestro, for example, he was extremely decisive in his actions. Even when he dissipated, he did it with absolute gusto, not showing the slightest hesitation. It's good that you understand. Senior Shauna heaved a sigh of relief. Considering how the young man was able to wield such great strength and achieve such astounding accomplishments in swordsmanship at a young age, there was little doubt that he came from an extraordinary background. She didn't wish for her goodwill to end up causing dissension on both sides. Thinking up to this point, Senior Shauna couldn't help but turn to Xavier and ask curiously, Your name is Xavier Matthews, right? Are you from the Matthews clan? Why haven't I heard of you before? Seeing that someone was misunderstanding his identity yet again, Xavier shook his head. I'm not from the Matthews clan. You aren't? Senior Shauna could hardly believe what she was hearing. If he wasn't from the Matthews clan, how did he manage to obtain such astounding strength at his age without relying on the power of a Sage clan's bloodline? How could that be possible? I'm just from the Cintran Empire, and I guess the reason I possess decent strength would be because I'm extremely hardworking, Xavier explained earnestly. Recalling how the young man had just cleared 8 corridors in succession within 30 minutes, and yet still chose to follow her to learn swordsmanship instead of taking a break, Senior Shauna couldn't help but nod in agreement. To be able to wield such strength at your age despite being an unaffiliated cultivator, you do have some tenacity in you. Senior Shauna, if I recall correctly, you tapped into the power of your bloodline earlier, right? Are you from a Sage clan? Xavier asked curiously. You don't know who I am? Senior Shauna nearly choked on her saliva. Her cultivation might only have been at the Leaving Aperture Realm pinnacle, but due to her background and physical appearance, she could be said to be a celebrity in the Outer Sanctum, a person who would catch the eyes of others no matter where she went. And yet, this fellow didn't know her background. Well, this is the first time I've seen you. Am I supposed to know who you are? Xavier asked with a perplexed frown. First time you're seeing me? Realization struck Senior Shauna as she widened her eyes in astonishment. You can't be a freshman who's just enrolled into the Sanctum of Sages today, can you? I am. Xavier nodded. Right after you cleared the entrance examination, you ran straight to the Hall of Solidarity and cleared 8 corridors in succession. Senior Shauna gulped as her cheeks began quivering. Even after an entire month of preparation, she was still having trouble clearing the 3rd level corridor. But barely after arriving in the Sanctum of Sages, that fellow had already cleared 8 of the corridors. After the entrance examination ended in the afternoon, I took a trip to the Hall of Erudition to take the 8-star Formation Master examination and successfully cleared it by setting up a grade 8 formation, after which I chatted with someone for 2 hours before returning to my residence. And then I took a bath before going over to the Hall of Solidarity, Xavier said. Senior Shauna's body froze. It was by no means easy to clear the 8-star Formation Master examination. Even the elder brother of the Princess of the Natalie clan had challenged it twice, only to fail both times. So, why was the young man talking about it with a light tone that seemed as if he had just taken a walk around the park? Unable to hold herself back any longer, Senior Shauna asked,
If I may ask, how long did you take to clear the 8-star Formation Master examination?
Xavier frowned as he tried to recall the entire course of events. If we exclude the strength assessment, roughly around 5 to 6 minutes? Well, if that elder rod hadn't dawdled, I should have been able to clear it faster.
5 to 6 minutes?
Senior Shauna's body began trembling wildly. At this moment, she felt so traumatized that she didn't know if she would ever recover from this blow. She had been wanting to take the 8-star Formation Master examination for a long time too, but it was a pity that her cultivation was too low, so she was unable to receive the qualifications for it. Yet, even though the young man possessed cultivation beneath hers, he still managed to clear the examination in a few minutes. The more she thought about the matter, the more suffocated she felt on the inside, to the point where she couldn't catch her breath anymore. Seeing how the young woman's face was turning red at one moment and white in the other, clutching her chest at one moment and tearing at her hair at the other, she looked deranged. Knowing that it would be disrespectful to point that out, Xavier very conscientiously changed the topic. Right. You still haven't answered my question yet. Are you from a Sage clan? Suppressing all her overwhelming emotions, Senior Shauna replied,
My name is Shauna Purser, and I come from a Sage clan, the Purser clan.
Purser clan? Xavier suddenly thought of something, and he lowered his head contemplatively for a moment before asking, I have a friend who's from the Smythe clan, and he practices wood attribute cultivation techniques. Water and wood. Could it be that there are clans relating to the 5 elements among the Sage clans? Master Murphy, whom he had met in the Imleal Empire, was a member of the Smythe clan. For a member of the Purser clan to appear here, could there be some kind of 5 elements clans among the Sage clans? Otherwise, would it not be coincidental for the Purser clan to practice water attribute cultivation techniques, and the Smythe clan to practice wood attribute cultivation techniques?
The clans relating to the 5 elements are Tier 1 Sage clans. You don't know this?
Shauna was rendered speechless this time around. On top of being Tier 1 Sage clans, the 5 Elements clans had a history of being deeply united with one another, such that even the Matthews clan and the Natalie clan had to think twice before getting on bad terms with them. As someone who had managed to get into the Sanctum of Sages, how could the young man have never heard of them? Did he live beneath a rock? But, thinking about the matter once more, it was not like it was completely impossible. Despite being a conferred empire, the Sintrand Empire was located extremely far away from the center of the Master-Teacher continent. Considering that, it wasn't too surprising that they weren't well informed on the power structure of the Sage clans. At this, Shauna shook her head and began explaining.
Sage clans are divided into various tiers. You should have at least heard of that, right?
Xavier nodded. There were Sage clans in the 8 conferred empires too, such as the clan that John had come from. However, they were mostly Tier 3.
Sage clans can be divided into 4 tiers. Standing at the top of the pyramid are the Premier clans. While their standing pales in comparison to the Master-Teacher Pavilion headquarters, their standing surpasses that of the Apothecary Guild headquarters, Blacksmith Guild headquarters, and such. They wield an exalted position and immense authority in the Master-Teacher continent. All in all, there are 3 premier clans, namely the Matthews clan, the Natalie clan, and the Adonis clan.
Shauna explained. Beneath them are Tier 1 Sage clans. The 5 Elements clans, such as the Purser clan and the Smythe clan, are listed in this category. Some of the stronger organizations on the Master Teacher continent, despite not being Sage clans, may also be placed in this category for comparison's sake, such as the Glacier Plain Court, Apothecary Guild, and so on. Hearing those words, Xavier widened his eyes in astonishment. All along, he had heard much about the strength of the Matthews clan and the Natalie clan, and he knew that they were behemoths as well. However, he didn't think that they would wield that much influence and power in the Master Teacher continent, possessing a position that surpassed even that of the Apothecary Guild headquarters. It was no wonder Master Alistar and the others had been so worried when they learned that the person he liked was the princess of the Natalie clan. After that, there are the Tier 2 clans. These clans wield a position on par with the Empire Alliance, and overall they number around 100. Last but not least, there are the Tier 3 clans, who wield influence equivalent to conferred empires. There are many of them, spread across the entire Master Teacher continent, such that I can't even give you a rough estimate as to how many of them there are. Shauna briefly went through the 4 different tiers of Sage clans, while Xavier nodded along. The young woman had pretty much laid out everything clearly for him, albeit in a rather simplified way. It seemed like the Sage clans obeyed a very strict hierarchy as well. At this point, Xavier suddenly thought about Alan, and he couldn't help but ask, I have a friend who's from the Price clan. May I know which tier the Price clan's in? Considering that the Glacier Plain Court was on par with Tier 1 Sage clans, if the Price clan were to be beneath that, well, perhaps he should consider finding Alan and bringing him back. Seeing that Xavier didn't know anything at all, Shauna shook her head helplessly and said, For the 5 Elements clans, the Smythe clan, Purser clan, and Fire clan represent different elements. The clan that represents Fire has the surname Bascus, and the clan that represents Earth has the surname Price. As far as I know, there should be no other Price clan among the Sage clans, so the friend that you spoke of should be a member of the 5 Elements clan's Price clan. The Price clan represents Earth of the 5 Elements clans? So it's a Tier 1 clan. Xavier was slightly startled. To be honest, he didn't think that the Price clan would be so formidable. Indeed, not only so, the Price clan's also known as the strongest of the 5 Elements clans. They boast fearsome might and invincible defense, making them infallible berserkers of the battlefield, Shauna explained. The cultivation technique and bloodline ability passed down in the Purser clan could encompass everything, using flexibility and technique to curb overwhelming force with ease. But the problem with that was that their offensive prowess was too weak. Of the 5 Elements clans, the clan that boasted the greatest offensive power was the Far clan. However, if other factors were taken into account as well, the Price clan was the unquestionable number 1. Hearing that the Price clan wasn't too weak, Xavier heaved a sigh of relief. Since the Price clan had such a powerful heritage, he wouldn't need to worry about Alan for the time being. A clan as powerful as that should have plenty of means to raise Alan's cultivation and fighting prowess swiftly. There was a chance that his cultivation might even be on par with Sarah's. At this moment, Shauna suddenly sent a telepathic message. My teacher's residence is just ahead. Later on, try not to speak unless necessary. Raising his head, Xavier realized they had arrived at a rather stately-looking residence. Even before entering its premises, he could feel a powerful sword intent emanating from within, leaving him feeling as if he had returned to the Sword Lagoon. Is this where Elder Clyde lives? Truly extraordinary, Xavier remarked. As expected of the number 1 sword practitioner in the Sanctum of Sages, despite comprehending sword quintessence, he still felt his sword intent being suppressed by the aura emanating from the residence, leaving him feeling slightly stifled on the inside. There's a surge of sword energy in the entrance that serves to keep ordinary students at bay. Give me a moment. I'll report your presence to my teacher to open up the path for you. Taking a deep breath, Shauna walked up to the residence, and just as she was about to enter, she suddenly noticed a sword energy thrashing around between the fingers of the young man beside her. The sword energy was struggling with all its might to escape, but as if clamped tightly between 2 steel bars, it was unable to free itself. Sword energy? Do you mean this? Xavier asked in bewilderment.
You...
Goosebumps immediately rose all over Shauna's body, and she nearly lost all rationality. It was just a moment ago that she had reminded the young man to act with prudence so that he wouldn't offend her teacher accidentally, and then he grabbed the surge of sword energy protecting the residents as soon as he arrived. Realizing his mistake as well, Xavier hurriedly apologized.
Pardon me, I'll release it right now.
He had sensed the surge of sword energy as soon as he arrived at the entrance of the residence, and he had feared that it would accidentally harm Shauna, so he had secretly captured it. He didn't think that it would be a doorkeeper left behind by Clyde to fend off uninvited guests. In fear of the sharp sword energy, there would surely be no one who would dare mess around with it. This was as good as turning away all guests. Regardless of what Clyde's intentions for leaving behind the sword energy were, that was not something for Xavier to interfere with. As a guest, it was indeed rather inappropriate for him to have captured the doorkeeper. Thus, he swiftly released his grip on the sword energy. The struggling sword energy didn't think that it would be released all of a sudden. Similar to a wild cat abruptly released from its restraint, it whizzed uncontrollably outward. The stone pillar propping up the entrance gate was immediately sliced apart. It fell to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Xavier was completely dumbfounded by the unexpected damage. All he had done was release the sword energy. How was he to know that it would be so unreliable, whizzing off to destroy the very place that it was supposed to guard? Still, to capture his doorkeeper and indirectly result in the destruction of the gate, what would Clyde think of him? But he didn't do it intentionally. Shauna's vision turned dark. She had reminded Xavier time and time again to be careful, but it was as if her words had fallen on deaf ears. While Xavier was still feeling deeply stifled by what had happened so far, a loud bellow suddenly sounded from the residence. Who is it? Following this, 8 men suddenly rushed out and encircled them. Robert, it's me. Alarmed, Shauna swiftly stepped forward to calm down the situation. Shauna, what happened over here? Robert frowned. Master Xavier over here has heard of our teacher's reputation, so he wanted to pay a visit to him. We forgot to warn him about the sword energy, which resulted in this mishap. Shauna swiftly explained on Xavier's behalf. Our teacher's sword energy is known for its incomparable sharpness. Did not know of it in advance, and yet remain unharmed in the face of it, even turning it against the gate instead. It seems like the friend you have over there is a skilled sword practitioner. Robert's eyebrows shot up, and he began assessing Xavier intently from head to toe. Robert was a young man in his early 30s. He was dressed in a green robe, and with a sword in hand, he exuded a sharp and domineering aura. His cultivation had already reached Saint Level 6, Grand Dominion Realm Intermediate stage. I've only learned swordsmanship for a short moment and am lacking in skills, so I wasn't able to react in time when the sword energy appeared previously. I'm sorry for the trouble I've caused, Xavier swiftly said. He had come with a favor in mind, so it would be best for him to maintain a humble attitude. Besides, he hadn't forgotten his motto of maintaining a low profile at all times. There's no need for any apologies here. The reason our teachers left this surge of sword energy here is to assess the visitor's comprehension of swordsmanship. Only those who possess an innate sensitivity towards swordsmanship will be able to notice it in advance and avoid being harmed by it. Robert replied with a hearty smile. All right, I'll bring you to meet our teacher. You'll bring me to meet your teacher? Xavier was stunned. In the past, when he had accidentally caused some damage here and there, the other party would be glaring at him with such hostility that he felt like he would combust under it. But this time around, no one was angry at him, and they were even inviting him to meet their teacher? Was this a trap? Were they afraid that he would run as soon as they talked about compensation, so they decided to first take him into the heart of their base before extorting a fortune out of him? Or, perhaps, was the demolition of the residence a part of Clyde's test for his visitors? Thinking back, most powerful experts had rather bizarre quirks of their own. Taking Sage Giovanni, for example. He was nothing but a fragmented soul now, and yet he was still diligently whittling down that metal rod of his. Perhaps demolition was the little quirk that the austere top swordmaster of the Sanctum of Sages had. It would be wonderful if that were the case. Xavier was confident that he would be able to score full brownie points from Clyde if so. Having guessed this much, Xavier turned to look at Shauna, wanting to see the answer from her face. However, she had a look of utter confusion on her face, which suggested that she was not aware that Clyde had such practices. Forget it. Regardless of whether it's a blessing or a disaster, I'll just have to deal with it when the time comes. After a moment of dilemma, Xavier heaved a deep sigh before clasping his fist and directed a polite smile to Robert. I'll be troubling you then. After which, he followed Robert into the residence. Perhaps because it was located in the Sanctum of Sages, Clyde's residence wasn't too big. However, as if to make up for the lack of quantity with quality, it was exquisite. For starters, it was surrounded by a massive formation that allowed sword energy to flow freely inside. These surges of sword energy moved by some kind of a profound pattern, as if inviting sword practitioners to decipher their secrets. Such an environment would be highly effective in aiding sword practitioners in deepening their comprehension of swordsmanship, allowing them to improve by leaps and bounds within a short period. Secretly activating his Eye of Insight, Xavier studied the formation carefully and swiftly identified the locations of the formation flags and formation core. This way, if anyone were to dare make a move on him, he would be able to reduce the entire residence to rubble in an instant. This knowledge left Xavier feeling reassured, and he nodded in satisfaction. While Xavier was still examining his surroundings, Shauna discreetly walked to Robert's side and asked through gleamed telepathy, "Robert, what's going on here?" She was Clyde's disciple as well, and all along she had known the sword energy guarding the residence to be a measure to prevent outsiders from barging in casually. When in the world did it become a test? Our teacher went to watch the earlier entrance examination, and he said that there are a few talented individuals among the new batch of freshmen who possess a profound understanding of swordsmanship. So, he altered the strength of the sword energy slightly, saying that those who can notice it in advance and remain unharmed in the face of it are those who possess great aptitude in swordsmanship. He tasked me with bringing anyone who manages to fulfill these two criteria to him. You didn't hear of the news because you left early in the morning, Robert replied. The entrance examination was a huge affair in the Sanctum of Sages, and most elders would pay close attention to it in the hope of finding a suitable successor. As austere as Clyde was, it was his deepest wish to pass down his ancestors' swordsmanship, so he wanted to find a suitable successor to train. I see. Coming to realize the situation, Shauna finally heaved a sigh of relief. All was fine as long as her teacher wasn't angry. Circling a flower garden, a gazebo soon came into appearance. An elder was standing in the gazebo with a sword in hand, seemingly cultivating some kind of sword art. Our teacher is currently practicing his swordsmanship, so I'll have to ask you to wait here for a moment. Robert waved his hand. All right. Xavier halted as he looked at the elder in the gazebo intently, interested to see what he was going to do. The elder's movements were extremely slow, but there was a distinct feeling of unbounded flexibility from them. Every single slash seemed to seal off an entire area of space, leaving those facing it with no way to escape from the attack. What profound swordsmanship, Xavier remarked in awe. As one who had comprehended sword quintessence, Xavier could be considered one who had reached the very pinnacle of swordsmanship. To the untrained eye, the elder's movements might seem to be nothing much, full of openings for one to exploit. However, with just a glance, Xavier could tell the extraordinary prowess of the sword art. It bears some semblance to the Heaven's Path sword art, Xavier thought. It was an indubitable fact that swordsmanship was valued for its flexibility and swiftness in movements, but it would be sheer foolishness to equate swiftness to strength. A swift sword wielded fearsome prowess, but if it were unable to strike the vitals of the opponent, it would be merely a waste of strength. Anyone could pick up a weapon and slash it wildly in quick succession. Such a maneuver would appear frightening, keeping most at bay. However, a true expert would be able to instantaneously see through the openings in the attacks and subdue the individual with a single strike. In a battle, swiftness was far from enough. Precision was of the utmost importance as well. The Elder's swordsmanship was extremely slow, such that it would be more accurate to call it a performance rather than a real sword art. But every single movement of his was aligned with the essence of swordsmanship. Even the air seemed to tremble in resonance with his movements, sealing the entire space altogether. This bore a striking resemblance to his Heaven's Path sword art. It was the kind of swordsmanship that was completely devoid of excessive actions. As soon as the blade was drawn, it would surely strike a vital spot. It was due to this property that Xavier had been able to instill fear in the hearts of his opponents through his Heaven's Path sword art, and none of those in the same cultivation realm as him stood a chance against his swordsmanship. After the initial shock, Xavier soon shook his head. However, while it does bear a striking resemblance, it's still lacking a little. As similar as it was to the Heaven's Path sword art, it simply wasn't it. In swordsmanship, even the slightest differences could create the greatest difference in results. If the Elder were to face him with such swordsmanship, even if the Elder wielded strength similar to the puppet in the first level corridor, Xavier would be able to defeat him easily. It was not to say that the Elder's swordsmanship was weak, but the current sword art he was executing could be said to be a poor imitation of the Heaven's Path sword art. Every single move it made would simply be naturally curbed by the real Heaven's Path sword art, thus placing the Elder in a disadvantageous position. Regardless of whether this sword art was created by him or the Third Sanctum Head, the very fact that he could achieve this level of swordsmanship is a frightening feat in itself. Still, I can only say that it's a huge pity. Xavier sighed. The Heaven's Path sword art was created by compiling innumerable sword arts together, and it had already achieved a level of simplified profoundness. As an ordinary human, it was indeed incredible for the Elder to have been able to come so close to comprehending the essence of swordsmanship. While Xavier was still deep in thought, the Elder in the gazebo finally halted his movements and retracted his sword. His aura felt as steady as a mountain, and his gleam swiftly retracted like the ebbing tide, making it impossible to discern anything extraordinary about him with the naked eye. If not for witnessing the wonders in his swordsmanship, Xavier might have thought of him as an ordinary old man. With a light smile, the Elder turned to Xavier and asked, "I saw you shaking your head earlier. Is there something inappropriate with my swordsmanship?" Inappropriate? That's not it. Xavier paused for a moment before continuing. It would be more apt to say that it's completely wrong. Completely wrong? Shauna was stunned for an instant before her face swiftly warped in horror. It felt like she had received enough shocks for a lifetime that day. Her teacher's swordsmanship was #1 in the Sanctum of Sages. Even when taking the entire Master-Teacher continent into account, he was ranked among those who stood at the zenith. In the face of such a master, an ordinary man wouldn't even dare breathe loudly, fearing that his actions would incur her teacher's wrath. Yet this fellow said that his swordsmanship was completely wrong. At the same time, Robert's face also turned livid with anger. "What did you say?" Those words could be taken as a clear insult toward his teacher. He still had some respect for the young man, given how he was able to discover and subdue the sword energy at the entrance, but who would have thought that he was just a person with his head in the clouds? "Let him finish his words." The Elder Clyde waved his hand before turning his gaze to Xavier. "This sword art was passed down to me from my ancestor, and it was with this sword art that he rose to the very peak of the Master-Teacher continent. It would be an exaggeration to say that he was infallible, but there was hardly anyone who was a match for him then. So, why would you say that this sword art is completely wrong?" Well, Xavier pondered for a moment, but he soon realized that there were so many flaws that he didn't know where he should start. If he were to start listing all of them, he was afraid that the elder might just lose all confidence in his swordsmanship. Thus, he could only sigh and say, "There's simply too many of them. I don't know how I should put it."
You don't know how you should put it?
Shauna's fists were so tightly clenched that her fingernails were sinking into her flesh. Overwhelmed with rage, Robert stepped forward and bellowed, "Arrogant fellow! Do you think that you'll be able to impress my teacher by spouting such nonsense over here?" On the other hand, Clyde simply frowned upon hearing Xavier's words. As one of the most esteemed swordmasters throughout the Master-Teacher continent, countless young talents wished to come under his tutelage. However, due to his severe demands when selecting his disciples, only a rare few were accepted. Perhaps, in an attempt to stand out from the others, some would utter arrogant words before him each year in hopes of catching his attention. It was a pity that their arrogance would be proven empty after a quick test. However, on top of wielding top-notch swordsmanship, Clyde was an 8-star high-tier master teacher as well, possessing a superior eye of discernment. When the young man before him spoke those words earlier, there were no unnatural fluctuations in his voice, and his aura remained steady throughout. This was a sign of conviction, meaning that he had confidence in what he was saying. This was in stark contrast to the hint of anxiety and apprehension he had sensed from the previous students who had dared speak arrogantly before him. For this, rather than being angered by the young man's words, he was intrigued. He wanted to get to the bottom of the matter. Robert clasped his fist and said, "Teacher, please permit me to challenge that arrogant fellow to a duel and assess his swordsmanship. If his words prove to be empty, I wish to teach him a lesson so that he will learn some humility." How could he stand idly by when someone was doubting his teacher? As a student, it was his obligation to uphold his teacher's reputation and honor. Instead of replying to Robert's request, Clyde turned to Xavier and asked, "You're a freshman, right?" "Yes, I am," Xavier replied with an attitude that appeared neither subservient nor arrogant. "Among the freshmen, there's a student who possesses exceptional swordsmanship. His name's Nathaniel. Could you be him?" Clyde asked. He had watched the entrance examination, and he had seen that Nathaniel had achieved the level of half-quintessence in swordsmanship despite his young age. There was no doubt that he harnessed boundless potential within him. Could the young man before him possibly be Nathaniel? "Nathaniel's a friend of mine." At this point, Xavier bowed slightly before continuing. "I'm Xavier." "Xavier?" Clyde pondered for a moment before shaking his head. Throughout the entrance examination, he had only been keeping an eye out for those who possessed exceptional talent in swordsmanship. While Xavier did cause a huge commotion when he rose to the top 50 in the final moment, to Clyde, that was nothing worthy of note at all. "You said that my sword art is completely wrong, but when I asked you about it, you weren't able to say anything either. Since that's the case, why don't you have a duel with my student? I'll have him suppress his cultivation to your level. Of course, the both of you will compete only in terms of swordsmanship, and it'll be a friendly duel," Clyde proposed. Since the other party wasn't Nathaniel, it was likely that his comprehension of swordsmanship wasn't too deep either. Thus, he decided to have his student try the other party out to see what gave him the confidence to utter such brazen words. "Sure, I'm fine with that." Xavier nodded. Since he was unable to voice all of the flaws, it would be good if he could demonstrate it to the other party instead. Perhaps he might be able to give the other party some insights regarding it. "Follow me!" Hearing that the young man had agreed to the duel, Robert harumphed coldly before leading the way forward. A moment later, they arrived at an empty clearing not too far away from the gazebo. It was around 60 feet in diameter, a decent size to hold a battle. After taking his position in the clearing, Robert slowly drew his sword. The instant that his sword left its sheath, the air around him immediately changed. It felt sharp and dangerous, reminiscent of a dagger that would plunge right into one's body at any moment. Even though he had suppressed his cultivation down to the Leaving Aperture Realm primary stage, Robert still carried an imposing presence that made him tower over others. Upper Sword Heart. With just a look, Xavier was able to tell that Robert had already achieved the level of Upper Sword Heart, just a step away from achieving a breakthrough. To be able to achieve such a level of mastery in his swordsmanship at his age, even if he was still slightly lacking compared to Nathaniel, he could already be considered an expert. Channeling his spirit and mind to the peak, Robert gazed at Xavier coldly. "Where's your sword? Make your move." "My sword?" Xavier shook his head. Considering that he was dealing with someone of his cultivation realm and his comprehension of swordsmanship had already reached sword quintessence, he would be bullying the other party if he wielded a real sword. Thus, he quickly took a look at the surroundings before his eyes fell upon Shauna. "If it's not too much trouble, I'd like to borrow something from you, Senior Shauna."
You want to borrow something from me?
Shauna was bewildered by that abrupt request for a moment before realization struck her. She flicked her wrist and passed her sword over. "Here." Given how the young man had examined her sword previously, he must have been thinking of borrowing it from her. Typically speaking, due to the presence of a spirit within the sword, it would be difficult to borrow the sword of another. However, given that the young man had achieved sword quintessence, it wouldn't be a problem. That's not what I mean. Instead of taking the sword, Xavier walked up to Shauna, and with a light pinch, a strand of her hair fell into his palm. "I don't need the sword. I'll just borrow a hair." After saying those words, he infused gleam into the strand of hair. The hair immediately stood up like a rapier. Returning to the clearing, Xavier said with a smile, "Let's begin." "You're going to use that against me?" Robert's eyes reddened in rage as his body trembled. He was one of the top sword practitioners among the student populace in the Sanctum of Sages, not to mention the student of Swordmaster Clyde. It was already beneath his standing to challenge a mere freshman. And yet, that fellow wanted to face him with a single strand of hair. That was a blatant show of derision toward him. "Yeah, I don't have a hobby of bullying others." Xavier nodded calmly. "Now you're asking for it!" Rage consumed his rationality as Robert whipped his sword through the air with a piercing shrill. The difference between a professional and an amateur would clearly show as soon as they made a move. Even though Robert was clearly in an enraged state, he didn't allow it to affect his swordsmanship at all. As soon as he made a move, he had already sealed 8 of Xavier's acupoints with his sword energy, sealing the major gleam circulation pathways associated with most sword arts. That fellow's rage is fake," Xavier noted with a nod of approval. There was truly no one mediocre among the students of the Sanctum of Sages. Despite appearing to be incomparably angry on the surface, appearing as if he would explode at any moment, Xavier realized that Robert was analyzing his posture and movements with absolute calmness, and the maneuvers he had executed were also calculated precisely to seal off his escape routes. If the one facing this attack was another Upper Sword Heart expert or even Nathaniel, they would surely be sent into a fluster, forced to face him head-on. But if Xavier were to do that, the hair in his hand would surely be destroyed by the force of the collision. With his weapon destroyed at the very first encounter, that would signal the end of this sword duel, forcing others to go on the defensive with a single strike. Sword experts really should not be underestimated. However, it was a pity that the opponent Robert was facing was an expert who had comprehended sword quintessence. With a light smile, Xavier didn't bother to retreat or sidestep. Instead, with a leisurely diagonal pierce, he aimed for Robert's shoulder. To most, it would be hard to understand why he would ignore the blade swiftly falling upon him and launch an offense on the opponent's shoulder instead. However, upon seeing this sight, a deep frown appeared between Clyde's eyebrows, and a look of disbelief surfaced in his eyes. That was one of the moves he had executed earlier in the gazebo. Just that the young man had managed to make it even more ingenious and fluid. The very movement seemed to naturally harmonize with the world, granting it compelling might.
He's only made slight changes in the movement here and there, but the prowess he can bring forth is at a whole new level.
Clyde clenched his fists tightly in agitation. As a renowned swordmaster on the Master-Teacher continent, his eye for swordsmanship was irrefutable. The young man's movement appeared to be naively simple, but the crux to it lay in its impeccable timing to overwhelm the enemy's swordsmanship. Through it, even a strand of hair could display might on par with a sword. At this moment, Robert's face also warped in astonishment. As soon as the young man made a move, he immediately felt his gleam circulation pathway being severed, and, as if his chest had been clawed apart, intense pangs of pain assaulted him. Damn it! With reddened eyes, Robert swiftly retracted his attack and began flitting around the clearing. He intended to launch a forceful attack to capitalize on the strength of his sword to sever the young man's hair strand. However, after his initial plan fell apart, he decided to take a more careful approach, flitting around the battlefield in wait for a suitable opportunity to take the young man down in a single move. It was only a brief encounter, but it had eroded all disdain he had for the young man before him. He realized that the young man's comprehension of swordsmanship was not beneath his. On the other hand, the various juniors who had gathered in the area to spectate Robert's duel were confused as to why Robert would take a defensive position right after a single clash, and perplexed murmurs could be heard among them. Even Shauna was completely bewildered by the situation as well. While Clyde was able to sense the ingenuity behind Xavier's move, his disciples were limited by their understanding of swordsmanship and could not see through it. As a result, it appeared to them that Robert was intentionally going easy on the young man.
Robert is simply too kind. Indeed, if it was me, I would have that fellow sliced apart in a heartbeat. Don't worry. Since Robert's proposed the duel, he'll make that young man deeply regret his earlier arrogance.
Such whispers could be vaguely heard in the area. Xavier heard those whispers too, but he shrugged them off with a light chuckle. He had to admit that Robert was sharper and more flexible than he had thought. The latter seemed to have realized that his shoulder pierce was not as simple as it looked. The timing and trajectory of the motion allowed for countless transformations that would allow him to easily suppress anything the latter could have thrown at him. So, he decisively withdrew his attack, opting to bide his time and wait for an opening. But how could the Heaven's Path sword art be avoided just by moving around the area? Holding the strand of hair tightly, Xavier used the very same move to launch another diagonal pierce. This time, the hair strand was not aimed at Robert's shoulder, but at his throat. Once again, it looked like a simple maneuver, but due to its impeccable timing, it allowed for countless transformations. No matter how Robert tried to evade, Xavier had plenty of ways to drag him back into the center of the attack, as if he was trapped in an inescapable whirlpool. In other words, there was no way to avoid it at all. The same move, but due to a slight difference in the trajectory of attack and timing, there was a many-fold difference in terms of prowess. It was difficult to believe that something like this could be possible, even when witnessing it with one's own eyes. By the side, Clyde widened his eyes in shock, not daring to believe what he was seeing.
There's such a transformation to the move as well?
Having devoted many years to uncovering the secrets behind his ancestors' swordsmanship, Clyde was already well versed in all the different transformations in swordsmanship. The move that Xavier had executed earlier consisted of 18 different types of transformations, but none were an attack from this angle. A simple pierce it might have been, but it was indubitably a masterful stroke, cornering the opponent in a single move. Clyde could not believe his eyes.
But to do this, one must have an absolute grasp of the timing of the battle and the maneuvers of the opponent. Even I would require a lengthy period of contemplation before I could think of something like this. And to do so during a tense battle where life and death hinge on the slightest millimeter of difference.
Even he would struggle to execute such a movement in battle. While Clyde was stunned by the situation, Robert felt an extremely stifling sensation that threatened to blow his chest up.
You!
Even though he couldn't comprehend the profundity of the pierce, he could feel his flow of gleam and momentum being completely thrown off when the hair strand pierced toward him. Given his current movement, if he couldn't find a solution fast, he would crash right into the hair. Although it was just a strand of hair, with gleam infused into it, its sharpness was on par with any sword. It was more than capable of piercing through his throat, or even decapitating him.
Retreat!
Knowing that he would only incur severe injuries if he pushed on ahead, he gritted his teeth and thrust his palm forward. A sonic boom sounded, and Robert made use of the reaction force from the palm thrust to retreat. Due to the abrupt reversal in his energy flow, Robert lost control of the raging gleam in his body, and it rampaged through his body like a heavy hammer tossed around the area. His face swiftly reddened, and fresh blood began trickling down from the corners of his mouth. So far, they had traded 2 moves, but without even touching one another, he was already injured. Most likely, no one would believe him if he told them.
What is going on?
I have no idea.
What is Robert up to?
With their eye of discernment, the audience was unable to see through the prowess of Xavier's sword art. All they saw was that Robert had the upper hand when he abruptly retreated, resulting in a backlash in his energy flow. This bewildering situation left all of them dumbstruck. He had planned to teach that arrogant fellow a lesson in his teacher's stead, but despite wielding a Saint Intermediate tier sword to deal with a fellow who was holding nothing but a strand of hair, he ended up inducing an energy backlash himself and spurted blood.
If you can withstand this move, I'll admit defeat.
Taking a step back, Robert took a deep breath before his eyes narrowed dangerously. A powerful surge of sword intent immediately burst forth, rising straight up into the sky.
It's Robert's trump card, Sorrowless Sword. This is the sword art created by our teacher, right? A sword to sever all frustrations, distancing oneself from worry and sorrow. Within the same cultivation realm, none can withstand this sword art. Our teacher can create 99 surges of sword energy instantaneously when executing this move. Of us, Robert has shown the greatest aptitude toward this sword art, and even though he can't compare to our teacher, he's already able to produce 32 surges of sword energy in a breath. With 32 surges of sword energy sealing his acupoints, the young man won't even be able to find the strength within him to counterattack.
A commotion broke out in the surroundings, and worry surfaced in Shauna's eyes. She was the one who had brought Xavier here, so she would feel deeply guilty if he was injured in the duel against her senior.
But with his strength, this shouldn't pose a problem at all.
Recalling how the young man was able to clear even the second-level corridor, it was unlikely that Robert would be a match for him. Driving his aura to its very peak, Robert rose into the sky, and entering the state of Swordman Union, he pushed his sword forth.
Not bad.
Xavier nodded in approval. This sword art required the sword practitioner to devote their spirit, mind, and soul into their swordsmanship in order to heighten its prowess. Without exceptional aptitude toward swordsmanship, it would be difficult to achieve this feat. With a single pierce, he was able to seal off 32 of the opponent's acupoints, thus placing the opponent in a disadvantageous position. A truly incredible technique it was.
Eye of Insight.
In an instant, the various flaws in Robert's movements appeared in clarity right before Xavier.
The might is decent, but it has too many openings.
With just a glance, Xavier could already see more than a dozen openings. Instead of stepping back, he chose one of the openings and charged forth.
What is that fellow doing? Does he intend to clash directly with Robert's sword with that strand of hair? I can't even bring myself to watch any longer. This is suicide.
A huge uproar rippled through the crowd upon seeing Xavier's actions. In their view, the logical course of action to take before Robert's ferocious offense was to evade. Yet that young man dashed right up instead. This was simply a suicide mission. Even Clyde couldn't help but feel deeply perplexed by the sight before him. He was the one who had created the Sorrowless Sword, and he knew very well what frightening offensive power it wielded. Even sword practitioners who wielded sword arts of the same tier would not dare clash with it directly. And yet, the young man wanted to face it with just a strand of hair. Not only was it likely that he'd be injured in the encounter, but there was even a chance that he might be killed in the clash. Before many bewildered gazes, the sword finally came into contact with the hair. Just as everyone thought that the hair strand would be sliced into countless shreds by the rampaging sword energy, the taut hair suddenly slackened, and it moved in an unexpected trajectory to strike the back of Robert's sword. It was a resounding metallic clang, and following right after was a series of crisp sounds. Taken aback, everyone quickly took a closer look, and they saw cracks swiftly creeping across the sword. In the blink of an eye, it had already shattered into countless fragments, scattering all over the ground. With his sword shattered, Robert once again suffered a backlash of his gleam. His face reddened and blood spurted from his mouth. With a jolt, his body collapsed to the ground. The Sorrowless Sword was indubitably a powerful sword art, but it required an extreme level of concentration in one sword. The shattering of the sword would inevitably result in the abrupt severing of one's mind, spirit, and soul, dealing immense damage to the sword practitioner. The surroundings fell unnervingly silent. Everyone stared at the young man, aghast. Swallowing a pill, Robert struggled to his feet as he muttered despondently beneath his breath, "I've lost." No matter how unwilling he was to accept it, he had no choice but to admit defeat. For a sword practitioner like him to lose to a strand of hair while wielding a Saint Intermediate tier sword. Everything was so unbelievable that it felt unreal to him, as if he was in the midst of a dream.
"There's no need to feel discouraged by your loss,"
Clyde told Robert, after which he turned his gaze to Xavier with a heated look in his eyes as if he had found a gem.
"This young man over here has achieved a level of swordsmanship far above yours."
"I understand." Robert nodded in embarrassment. Noting the slight air of awkwardness, Xavier quickly spoke up. "It's just a friendly duel to learn from one another. I'm also in awe of Robert's extraordinary swordsmanship."
To be able to use a strand of hair to shatter his sword. Oh, your grasp over the sword has reached the apex of the continent.
Clyde didn't hold back on his compliments at all.
"If I didn't see wrongly, your strand of hair should also be severed, right?"
"That's right." Xavier nodded as he released his gleam. With the slight tug of a light breeze, the taut hair immediately dissipated on the spot. The crowd was astonished once more. It wasn't too difficult to infuse one's gleam into an intact strand of hair to pull it taut, but the strand of hair that the young man wielded had already dissipated into countless fragments. To be able to circulate one's gleam through it, to maintain its form and even shatter Robert's sword. Just how frightening was the young man's control over his gleam. After confirming his guess, Clyde consoled his disciple with a smile.
"Actually, you don't have to be too disheartened. Your sword wasn't shattered by the strand of hair in his hand."
Hearing those words, a look of incomprehension surfaced on Robert's face. The other disciples were equally confused as well. The shattering of the sword had only begun after the hair struck the sword. If it wasn't the hair that had caused the shattering of the sword, what else could it be?
"When you execute the Sorrowless Sword, due to your piercing action, you focus all your might at the tip of the sword, hoping to concentrate your strength to defeat your opponent. As a result, the blade of your sword was left completely unguarded. Furthermore, the spot where the hair strand struck was where the exertion of might intersected, thus causing the gleam you infused into the sword to run amok. To put it in more direct terms, it is your strength that caused the shattering of the sword. All your opponent did was find the ideal position and timing to strike.
Clyde explained earnestly, fearing that his disciple would lose all confidence in his swordsmanship as a result of this encounter. After which, he turned to Xavier and asked,
I know if what I said is true.
You're indeed keen-eyed, Xavier nodded. Clyde was right. No matter how he concentrated his gleam into the strand of hair he wielded, it couldn't shatter a Saint Intermediate tier weapon. The reason he had been able to produce such an effect was because he had tapped into Robert's strength as well. When the intersection of the might within the sword was struck by the strand of hair, the gathered gleam ran amok, resulting in the swift destruction of the blade. Due to the backlash from the strike, the feeble strand of hair also ended up being reduced into countless shreds. If not for Xavier's pure gleam, it would have long disappeared.
To be able to see through the flaws in the swordsmanship of another and launch a precise counterattack. If I'm not mistaken.
With a hint of agitation and disbelief in his eyes, Clyde stared at Xavier intently as he asked,
Has your comprehension of swordsmanship already reached the level of sword quintessence?
Only those who had achieved the level of sword quintessence could possess such sensitivity to swordsmanship, clearly perceiving the movement of sword energy in the area to launch an effective counterattack, thus easily subduing Robert even while he was executing the sorrowless sword. That's right, Xavier nodded in response. He might still have been able to conceal it if he hadn't made a move, but if Clyde couldn't tell this much after the previous display, the many years he had spent practicing swordsmanship really would have been in vain.
To comprehend sword quintessence despite only being in your 20s. Are you from the Matthews clan?
Even after hearing the affirmative response from Xavier, Clyde still found it difficult to believe what he was hearing. Just how much aptitude must the young man possess in swordsmanship to climb this far at an age as young as his? One must know that he had also been reputed to be a peerless genius back in his time, but still, he had to devote many years of effort to his swordsmanship before he was able to achieve the level of sword quintessence. Matthews clan. I'm not from the Matthews clan, Xavier replied with a bitter smile.
You are from the Matthews clan?
Clyde was taken aback for a moment before breaking into a hearty laugh.
Oh, that's really great!
Seeing how excited Clyde had suddenly become, Xavier couldn't help but fall into a daze. To get so excited after hearing that he wasn't from the Matthews clan. Could it be that Clyde had some kind of grudge against the Matthews clan?
Pardon me. It seems like I acted inappropriately.
With a smile, Clyde swiftly regained his composure as he glanced at Xavier with a satisfied look.
The swordsmanship you executed previously is the Flowing Water swordsmanship, right?
Hearing that name, Xavier was startled. He shook his head and replied, Flowing Water swordsmanship? What's that?
You've never heard of it before?
Clyde frowned.
The swordsmanship that you practiced was created by my ancestor, the third Sanctum Head, Farley. And it's been passed down for many generations before coming down to me. It's also practiced by many other sword practitioners in the Sanctum of Sages. The swordsmanship that you executed earlier, be it in terms of sword intent or maneuvers, bears a close resemblance to it. It should be the Flowing Water swordsmanship.
Even though the swordsmanship was created by his ancestor, it was not just passed down through his lineage. There were many students of the Sanctum of Sages' sword sanctuary who practiced the Flowing Water swordsmanship as well. He thought that even if the young man before him wasn't from the Matthews clan, he must have grasped the crux of the Flowing Water swordsmanship through some kind of fortuitous encounter, allowing him to achieve such strength within a short period. Yet, to think that the young man hadn't even heard of the Flowing Water swordsmanship before. Realizing that Clyde might be referring to that flawed swordsmanship of his, Xavier replied with a polite smile, To tell you the truth, the sword art that I executed earlier was something that I came up with. Even though it's similar to your Flowing Water swordsmanship in form, they are two different sword arts. That nonsensical swordsmanship might have appeared fine at first glance, but upon further examination, The flaws that it was riddled with would leave one feeling disgusted all over. He would have had to be mad to practice such swordsmanship.
You came up with that sword art?
Clyde widened his eyes in disbelief. Xavier nodded. Considering that he was in the Sanctum of Sages, one of the top institutes in the Master Teacher continent, he couldn't afford to use Master K's name anymore. Otherwise, if the Master Teacher Pavilion headquarters looked into the matter and proved his statement false, he would be in deep trouble. Since that was the case, it would be safer for him to say that he was the one who had come up with it. In any case, after comprehending sword quintessence, he could already be considered a swordmaster. As such, it wouldn't be unusual for him to have come up with a couple of sword arts. Clyde was still unable to believe what he had just heard.
Can you display the sword art that you created once more?
Of course, Xavier nodded in response. With a flick of his fingers, several cold glints shot forth from his fingertips, slicing right through the air. His movements were straightforward and to the point, devoid of any complexity. However, they carried an inescapable sharp edge, as if one would be unable to escape from him once the sword energy had laid its eyes on them. Another thing to note was that the sword art executed was extremely slow, but it carried a devastating momentum that left others feeling deeply helpless. It was as if standing against the sword art was equivalent to standing against the very heavens.
It isn't the flowing water swordsmanship,
Clyde muttered in disappointment. He had thought that the young man before him had managed to grasp the crux of his ancestor's swordsmanship. But from the looks of it, the conceptualization of the two sword arts was vastly different. This was a clear sign that they were from two separate lineages. Furthermore, he could tell that Xavier's sword art was even more profound than his ancestor's flowing water swordsmanship, containing innumerable transformations. Unfortunately, it was still severely lacking in terms of prowess. From the looks of it, it was likely to be a rather low-tier sword art, not exceeding Saint Intermediate tier. Tossing aside his disappointment, Clyde looked at the young man before him once more.
Since you were able to create such a formidable sword art and your comprehension of swordsmanship's already achieved a level of sword quintessence, you probably aren't here to learn.
Considering how accomplished the young man before him was in the field of swordsmanship, possibly achieving a level close to him, it was unlikely that the young man was there to learn from him. I came to visit with a humble request in mind. I heard that Elder Clyde has a vast collection of sword art manuals, and if it's not too much to ask, I'd like to browse through it. Xavier responded, revealing his true intentions.
You wish to browse through my collection of sword art manuals? Well, that isn't a problem, just that.
At this point, Clyde hesitated for a moment before continuing.
To tell you the truth, my compendium of sword arts was created by my ancestor Farley, and he infused his sword intent into it. Only those who have acquired the recognition of his sword intent will be able to enter its premises. I use that as a basis for deciding whom to accept as my disciples, to ensure that they'll be able to enter and study in the compendium of sword arts.
Only those who have acquired the recognition of his sword intent will be able to enter its premises. Xavier frowned. He had heard of this matter from Shauna before heading over, and back then he had thought that it was a rule that Clyde had come up with. But from the looks of it now, that was not the case.
Aye, that's right. My ancestor reached the very pinnacle of the Master Teacher continent in his time, and his strength far surpassed mine. The sword intent that he left behind is exceptionally powerful, such that even I'm unable to flout his rules,
Clyde said with a bitter smile. Everyone said that he was too rigid and inflexible. He possessed an exceptional sword heritage, but he chose to selfishly keep it to himself, and that was what led to him being unable to find a suitable successor to his lineage of swordsmanship. Only he knew that he was restricted by the rules imposed by his ancestor, and there was nothing he could do about it.
There are only two possible ways one can enter the compendium of sword arts. First, possessing the Sanctum Head token. Second, earning the acknowledgement of the sword intent. There are no other alternatives. If you wish to access the book collection, feel free to give it a go. Once you've earned the acknowledgement of the sword intent, you'll be able to freely enter and leave the Compendium of Sword Arts.
Xavier pondered for a moment before nodding. All right. While he possessed the Sanctum Head token, he still wasn't entitled to the privileges it came with. His cultivation realm was only at the Leaving Aperture realm primary stage, and his master teacher rank was at 7-star. He was a long way off from being able to unseal the token. Putting aside the fact that Sage Giovanni had warned him against revealing the Sanctum Head token to anyone before he managed to successfully unseal it, it could lead to a great deal of trouble if he did so. This simply wasn't aligned with his motto of humility and keeping a low profile. Since that was the case, it would be good for him to see if he could receive the acknowledgement of the sword intent first. Perhaps he might just be able to clear it easily with the unique nature of the Heaven's Path sword art.
Follow me!
Clyde nodded before beckoning Xavier over. Considering how talented the young man before him was, and most importantly of all, he was not from the Matthews clan, Clyde was more than willing to grant him access to his collection of books. However, it was a pity that he was helpless before the rules. Xavier followed closely behind Clyde, and Shauna, Robert, and the others glanced at one another before deciding to tag along. The fact that they were all present meant that they had earned the acknowledgement of the sword intent. They were curious to see if this young swordmaster would be able to do the same. It didn't take long for them to arrive at a rather spacious room. Inscribed at the very center of the room was a wall with a massive sword symbol that carried a disposition that felt as if it would pierce through the heavens. Carved beneath the symbol were all kinds of explanations and interpretations. With just a glance, it was apparent that there was some history to those carvings. Most likely, they were the insights and experiences left behind by generations of sword practitioners in the lineage.
This symbol was left behind by Ancestor Farley many years ago, Clyde explained. As long as one can step within 15 feet of it without coming under its attack, one will have earned the sword intent's acknowledgement.
I see. Xavier nodded. Once the sword practitioner had tempered their sword intent to a profound level, the sword intent could gain a certain level of consciousness, allowing it to assess a situation instinctively and move of its own accord to protect its owner. The symbol inscribed on the wall harnessed Farley's very will, and it would be a grave mistake to underestimate the prowess of the sword intent harnessed within it. If it sensed a conceptualization of swordsmanship that was at odds with it, it would automatically launch a series of attacks. Allow me to give it a try. Knowing what it would take for him to access the collection of books, Xavier took in a deep breath and began walking forward slowly. However, barely after taking a single step, he was already feeling immensely pressured by the massive symbol before him. It felt as if he was a mortal standing before a stupendously massive sun, and every step forward resulted in a swift intensifying of the searing sensation on his primordial spirit.
Is the swordsmanship I've cultivated incompatible with the sword intent?
Xavier had been hoping that the odds would be in his favor. But given the current circumstances, it was clear that he was not going to receive the acknowledgement of the sword intent. This was troublesome. He could attempt to sneak into the Compendium of Sword Arts to read the books, but considering that he was in the Sanctum of Sages, perhaps that might not be a good decision. Ignoring the tight defenses around the Compendium of Sword Arts, if it was revealed that he, the future Sanctum Head, had broken into his academy like a thief, he would become the laughingstock of the town. It seemed like becoming the Sanctum Head was not necessarily a blessing. He missed those days when he was a nobody and could do whatever he wanted freely without being restrained by anything. While Xavier was thinking such thoughts, his feet did not stop. He continued advancing, and the pressure from the symbol continued heaping down on him. It was as if he was standing right beneath a guillotine, and the blade was about to fall upon his neck at any moment. Feeling threatened by the might of the sword intent harnessed within the sword symbol, the sword intent within Xavier's body began stirring in unease, eager to charge out to stand its ground against the other.
Will he be able to obtain the acknowledgement of the sword intent?
Shauna asked worriedly as she watched the young man advancing toward the symbol. Clyde shook his head.
I'm afraid that things don't look too good for him.
Through his observation, he could tell that the young man had already found his own path in swordsmanship, and it was of a vastly different conceptualization to his ancestors' flowing water swordsmanship. It was not possible for the young man to successfully obtain the sword intense acknowledgement. While Clyde was in the midst of his words, the symbol on the wall abruptly jolted and a surge of sword energy shot straight for Xavier. Knowing that this was a sign of failure, Clyde sighed deeply as he waved his hand. A powerful light burst forth from his finger, deflecting the sword energy emanating from the symbol.
Come back.
All right. Knowing that the result was already clear, Xavier could only shake his head in disappointment before retreating.
It seems like you aren't able to win the acknowledgement of the sword intent. Perhaps this is a sign to say that you aren't meant to enter the compendium of sword arts,
Clyde said in lamentation. Hearing those words, Xavier could only sigh deeply again. Considering that the Heaven's Path sword art harnessed the very essence of swordsmanship, he had been hoping that it might just be able to earn the acknowledgement of the flowing water swordsmanship. However, it seemed like his thoughts were too naive. May I know if there's any other way for me to obtain the acknowledgement of the sword intent?
There's only one true peak to swordsmanship, but there are many different sword quintessences that pave the way to the top. The sword quintessence comprehended by my ancestor is one such way, and the one comprehended by the head of the Matthews clan is another. Even though they lead to the same peak, different sword quintessences still repel one another due to their fundamental differences. Thus, I fear that you cannot succeed in your current state. Well, that being said, perhaps, just perhaps, if you could comprehend the flowing water swordsmanship to the level of sword quintessence, you might just be able to earn the acknowledgement of the sword intent,
Clyde said. If the comprehension of true swordsmanship was the destination that all sword practitioners hoped to reach, sword quintessences could be considered the pathways that sword practitioners tread upon on their way there. Naturally, even if there was only one destination, there were innumerable pathways that could lead one there. This was just like how a question could be resolved in many different manners, but the answer would still be the same. What you mean is that as long as I comprehend the sword intent harnessed in the sword symbol on the wall and achieve the level of sword quintessence, I might be able to obtain the sword intent's acknowledgement? Xavier asked.
That's right,
Clyde nodded.
However, don't even think about trying that. It's only a possibility I'm proposing theoretically. Achieving one sword quintessence already requires a sword practitioner to devote their entire life to it. Achieving a second one would be practically impossible. There have been countless swordsmanship geniuses in the Sanctimus ages, but none of them have ever succeeded in that before. It'd only be a waste of effort.
Is it that difficult? Xavier wondered doubtfully as he turned his gaze toward the words beneath the symbol and closed his eyes.
Indeed, the difficulty is so great that it's almost unimaginable. From what I read in the records, my ancestor, Farley, attempted to comprehend another sword quintessence after completing the flowing water swordsmanship, only to fail terribly, nearly causing his cultivation to go berserk.
With a deep sigh, Clyde turned his gaze to the young man to usher him out with an apology when a loud buzzing sound suddenly echoed. A surge of sword intent burst forth from the young man's forehead. Seemingly sensing something, the sword symbol suddenly began trembling excitedly, and even the room itself began creaking loudly. Clyde's eyes widened in astonishment.
Is that the sword quintessence of the flowing water swordsmanship?
It was a sensation that reminded him of the relentless rapid tides, carrying an imposing momentum that would blast through anything that stood in its path. For someone who had been in contact with his ancestors' flowing water swordsmanship from a very young age, Clyde was extremely accustomed to that feeling. The both of them should have been at odds with one another. But why would the young man suddenly emanate sword intent identical to his ancestors? Furthermore, judging from the overwhelming aura, it seemed like he was reaching sword quintessence. In his moment of confusion, the swords in the hands of the sword practitioners in the area suddenly began shaking uncontrollably as they flew out of their sheaths. They swiftly fell to the ground, paying respects to their new emperor.
He managed to reach sword quintessence,
Clyde muttered as he felt his throat running dry. Those who had comprehended sword quintessence would receive the blessings of the world. As long as a sword wasn't stronger than them, a sword quintessence expert would be able to force a sword to submit to them unconditionally. However, it was apparent that the young man before him had already comprehended a sword quintessence. And for him to achieve yet another breakthrough now, it couldn't be that he had comprehended two different types of sword quintessence. Could it? One must know that even achieving a single sword quintessence was a feat that most sword practitioners failed to achieve despite devoting their entire lives to the sword. Yet, the young man before him was only in his 20s, and he had already comprehended two of them. More importantly, it was just a moment ago that he had said that it was impossible to comprehend two different sword quintessences simultaneously when the young man immediately made the breakthrough. Clyde's lips trembled uncontrollably as the entire world he had once known collapsed right before his eyes. He had started practicing swordsmanship when he was 3. He comprehended lower sword heart when he was 17, upper sword heart when he was 40, and sword quintessence when he was 63. Without a doubt, his talent was legendary, and there were countless who were envious of him. But in the face of the young man before him, all those glorious accomplishments of his felt like an embarrassment instead.
He's achieved the same sword quintessence as our teacher.
Shauna widened her eyes in disbelief as her body trembled. Before coming over, the young man didn't even know what the sword quintessence that her teacher had comprehended was, and yet, just by chatting a bit here and there, he suddenly attained the same sword quintessence as her teacher. One must know that she had cultivated under her teacher for many years, but despite that, she had only managed to grasp the bare basics. At this moment, the overwhelming sense of defeat that she felt rendered her completely incapable of speech. A while later, Xavier finally reined in his aura before opening his eyes once more. This time, he walked unhesitatingly toward the sword symbol and placed his finger on it. In response to his touch, the symbol seemed to dance exuberantly, seemingly ready to fly out of its restraints and soar into the sky. Xavier turned to Clyde and asked with a smile, "Elder Clyde, can this be considered as having obtained the acknowledgement of the sword intent?"
Of course.
Clyde's lips twitched a bit as he hurriedly nodded in response. That's a relief. Xavier patted his chest and sighed. As soon as he heard Clyde say that it was theoretically possible to comprehend a second sword quintessence, he had immediately collected all of the insights and interpretations concerning the sword symbol into the Library of Heaven's Path. Those qualified to leave their words beneath the sword symbol were all those who had reached or had been on the verge of reaching sword quintessence. Even though there was not too much such text in the area, it was all incredibly insightful and concise, allowing him to compile a perfect manual. With prior experience in reaching sword quintessence, it was much easier the second time around, which was also the reason he'd been able to achieve a breakthrough so quickly.
The Compendium of Sword Arts is just right ahead. I'll open it for you now.
Clyde headed over to the corner of the wall and pushed lightly, and two sides slowly slid apart, revealing a door. With his eyes lit up in excitement, Xavier quickly explained his current situation to Clyde before heading in. "Thank you. I happen to have several doubts concerning swordsmanship that require verification, and I'll leave once I'm done looking through the relevant books." It had to be said that the collection of books in the Compendium of Sword Arts was truly amazing. It must have taken countless years before they managed to expand the compendium to such a scale. Taking a deep breath, Xavier began scanning the area. Wherever his gaze fell, the books would automatically be replicated in the Library of Heaven's Path in neat rows. Walking between the shelves, he quickly took in all the books around him. A moment later,
Xavier suddenly halted his footsteps. The Flowing Water Swordsmanship. To his surprise, there was a Flowing Water Swordsmanship secret manual lying casually on one of the innermost bookshelves. But then he suddenly remembered that he was currently in the Compendium of Sword Arts, a sacred ground where only those recognized by the ancestor of Clyde's clan would be able to enter. Those who could enter already had their identities verified, so there were no qualms about leaving any secret manuals out in the open. After collecting the Flowing Water Swordsmanship secret manual, Xavier tapped on it lightly in the Library of Heaven's Path. Flowing Water Swordsmanship conceptualizes sword intent as a flowing stream of water, relentless and unending. Sword practitioners specializing in this swordsmanship will be able to form a tight guard of sword energy, thus granting them superior defensive prowess. This swordsmanship was created by the third sanctum head of the Sanctum of Sages, Farley. It's possible to achieve the level of sword quintessence through this conceptualization. Flaws? Xavier shook his head. It sure had plenty of flaws. Admittedly, the Flowing Water Swordsmanship was extremely powerful. In terms of concept, it bore a striking resemblance to the Heaven's Path sword art. But it was a higher tier sword art, wielding far greater might. Currently, the Heaven's Path sword art that Xavier had compiled was only at the Saint Intermediate tier. He could easily overwhelm those of the same cultivation realm through its devastating strength, but its prowess was severely lacking when put against a Saint High tier battle technique. On the other hand, while the Flowing Water Swordsmanship was plagued with flaws, it had reached the level of Saint High tier. If he could master it, his fighting prowess would surely rise by leaps and bounds. Xavier continued reading through the manual. This swordsmanship's highly demanding on one's eye of discernment. The Flowing Water Swordsmanship required one to mold their sword intent into a form reminiscent of flowing water. However, to successfully break down one's sword intent into a fluid and flexible form, one had to possess an eye of discernment far surpassing the ordinary. In fact, without the Eye of Insight, it was technically impossible to cultivate the technique up to the level of major accomplishment. No wonder Shauna said that other than the third sanctum head, no one succeeded in mastering the Flowing Water Swordsmanship. From the looks of it now, the problem doesn't lie in their lack of hard work or talent. Rather, their eye of discernment just isn't up to par. As a past sanctum head of the Sanctum of Sages, the third sanctum head had possessed the Eye of Insight as well. It was probably because of that he was able to create such a powerful sword art. However, it was a pity that none of the sanctum heads after him specialized in the sword, thus causing the lineage of this swordsmanship to be buried in the dust. As a descendant of Farley, Clyde had tried his best to learn the Flowing Water Swordsmanship, but without the Eye of Insight to peer directly into the very essence of the sword intent, he could only create a very crude conceptualization of water flow. It was no wonder he wasn't able to bring glory and honor to the swordsmanship. Possessing the Eye of Insight, the Flowing Water Swordsmanship happened to be compatible with Xavier. Let me see if I can perfect the Flowing Water Swordsmanship. If the flaws could be resolved, it would be worth considering practicing the sword art. With this thought in mind, Xavier continued his collection of the books. In just 10 minutes, the 100,000 sword art manuals in the Compendium of Sword Arts were all within the Library of Heaven's Path. I'll first see if I can perfect the cultivation technique of the 3 Swords of Salvatore. Compile! Xavier retrieved the cultivation technique for the 3 Swords of Salvatore and placed it together with all the other sword art manuals. His very purpose here was to perfect the 3 Swords of Salvatore. Everything else could wait. A new book materialized before Xavier's eyes. Swiftly flipping it open, a deep frown was etched onto Xavier's forehead. Only one of the sword arts is perfected? The 3 Swords of Salvatore consisted of 3 different sword arts, namely the Sea-Severing Sword, the Ocean Cataclysm Sword, and the Heaven Desecration Sword. Each of these 3 moves was stronger than the previous one. Even though Xavier's cultivation was only at the Leaving Aperture Realm primary stage, if he could fully execute the Heaven Desecration Sword, putting aside Grand Dominion Realm Pinnacle cultivators, he would even be a match for Saint Level 7 primary stage cultivators. It was due to this
that the old sword maestro had been able to stand undefeated in the Empire Alliance. This compendium of sword arts had a massive collection of roughly 100,000 sword art manuals, so Xavier had thought that he'd be able to perfect all 3 sword arts by compiling them together. It was a little disappointing to see that only 1 sword art had been perfected after all that effort. Nevertheless, this was still better than nothing. Due to the 3 swords of Salvatore being a sword formation, even the very first move, the Sea-Severing Sword, had possessed more than 360 flaws. It would have been impossible to resolve all of them without that many books. Even though the Ocean Cataclysm Sword and Heaven Desecration Sword haven't been perfected yet, the number of flaws they have has been greatly reduced. All in all, there are less than 10 for both of them. I'll just have to find a way to resolve them in the future. While he couldn't start cultivating the remaining 2 sword arts yet, the reduced number of flaws in them meant that it would be much easier for him to perfect them in the future. There are various classifications to sword quintessences. The sword quintessence that Sanctum Head Farley comprehended leans more toward defense, whereas the one that the old sword maestro comprehended leans more toward offense. Through the knowledge of the books he had gathered, many aspects concerning swordsmanship became much clearer to Xavier. Since there are sword quintessences that are directed toward offense and defense, there should be those that are directed toward speed and agility too. These theories were explained in one of the books that Farley had left behind. As there were simply too many books within the compendium, Xavier would have probably overlooked them if he hadn't collected everything into the Library of Heaven's Path. Perhaps it was because Clyde didn't see the book, so he only knew that there were classifications to sword quintessences, but not what kind of classifications there were. Let me try out the Flowing Water Swordsmanship. Xavier then placed all the defensive sword art manuals together with the Flowing Water Swordsmanship secret manual. A brand new book materialized, and with a tap, the knowledge within flowed into Xavier's head. Xavier's eyes lit up. It's perfected! Perhaps due to Farley's swordsmanship lineage being more sided toward defensive swordsmanship, the proportion of defensive sword art manuals was far higher than offensive sword art manuals. This made perfecting the Flowing Water Swordsmanship secret manual much easier than perfecting the 3 swords of Salvatore. We'll cultivate this one first then. Since Xavier had managed to perfect the Flowing Water Swordsmanship, he quickly found a quiet place in the compendium to sit down and start studying. Just as the name suggested, the Flowing Water Swordsmanship required the sword practitioner to cultivate their swordsmanship until their sword energy was as fluid and flexible as water. Once mastered, the sword practitioner would be able to put up a perfect guard that boasted even greater defensive power than a dominion. Going through the perfected Flowing Water Swordsmanship in his head, Xavier focused his mind, and gradually his gleam formed small blades that circulated within his body. The hardest aspect of the Flowing Water Swordsmanship was not to convert one's gleam into swords. Xavier had been able to do that for a very long time. But to convert the gleam into a compact stream of sword intent to protect oneself. Nevertheless, having cultivated the Heaven's Path divine art and possessing the Eye of Insight, this was not too much trouble for Xavier. 2 hours later, he exhaled before getting to his feet once more. After an arduous training session, he had finally brought his mastery of the Flowing Water Swordsmanship up to the level of major accomplishment. I can't test out the prowess of the Flowing Water Swordsmanship here, but I reckon even Grand Dominion Realm pinnacle experts will be unable to breach my defenses now. Even Saint Level 7 experts will have to struggle a fair bit before they can lay a finger on me, Xavier thought. What he was lacking the most at the moment happened to be a good defensive technique. This had been displayed very clearly to him when he was sent flying with a single punch from his future brother-in-law. However, with this sword art, even if he was still no match for Joel, at the very least, he wouldn't be incapacitated by a single punch again. Furthermore, the defensive ability of the Flowing Water Swordsmanship would only grow stronger as his cultivation rose, possibly making it one of his stronger trump cards at the moment. Sensing the might that he could exert through his sword intent, Xavier was deeply pleased. After reveling in his glee for a moment, he sat back down on the floor and crossed his legs to cultivate the first sword art of the 3 swords of Salvatore, the Sea-Severing Sword. This sword art required the simultaneous cooperation of 108 swords. But fortunately, he had managed to make a decent number of Saint Intermediate tier swords submit to him back at the Sword Lagoon, so that was not an issue. He imagined the movements of every single sword and sword art in his mind, examining each of them in detail and refining them to the sharpest precision. 2 hours later, he got to his feet once more. After a long session of arduous work, he had successfully mastered the Sea-Severing Sword. Of course, he had mastered the 2 sword arts through imagery. He hadn't gotten an opportunity to see them in action yet. As such, he could only fathom a guess about their true might. With my mastery of the Sea-Severing Sword, even without using the Salvatore Sword and the others, I'll still be able to drown a Grand Dominion Realm Advanced Stage Cultivator with my sword energy. If I use my full strength, slaying even a Grand Dominion Realm Pinnacle expert could be possible. Xavier thought with eyes gleaming in excitement. As expected of an offensive sword quintessence, its might was truly frightening. Even without wielding a weapon, he could defeat a Grand Dominion Realm Advanced Stage Cultivator with ease. If he utilized all his means, even a Saint Level 7 Primary Stage Cultivator could fall under his offense. With such fighting prowess, he would at least be capable of protecting himself in the expert-filled Sanctum of Sages now. After cultivating the 2 top-notch sword arts, Xavier exhaled as his heart shuddered in excitement. With his current fighting prowess, he was confident that he would be able to clear the first-level corridor with ease. Alright, I should be done here. I should leave now. Seeing that it was getting late, Xavier got to his feet and walked out of the room. As soon as he stepped out, he saw that Clyde was still standing at the very center of the room, and Shauna, Robert, and the others were seated on the ground in kneeling positions. They were staring intently at the sword symbol on the wall with creases on their foreheads, seemingly deep in thought. "Master Xavier, you're out!" Clyde remarked with a smile. Despite only being a freshman, the man had achieved the level of sword quintessence. In Clyde's heart, the young man could already be considered his peer. As such, he didn't take the tone that he would usually speak to his juniors with. "What are they doing?" Xavier pointed to Shauna and the others in confusion.
They saw how you managed to comprehend the sword quintessence just by studying the sword symbol for a short moment, and that ignited their drive. So, they decided to sit here to study the symbol as well in the hope that they'll be able to take the final step forward and achieve the level of sword quintessence, just as you did.
Clyde replied with a hint of satisfaction to his voice. It was not like he had never encouraged his students to study the symbol in the past, but they had never heeded his advice before. In their view, there was simply nothing interesting about the symbol to study. However, after witnessing what Xavier had achieved, they were now all more driven than ever to succeed. "I've ignited their drive?" Xavier widened his eyes in astonishment. The reason he had been able to achieve a breakthrough so swiftly was that he had successfully compiled a Heaven's Path technique from the insights carved beneath the symbol. To expect to achieve a breakthrough just by staring at a mere symbol? Weren't they daydreaming? However, since they were Clyde's students, it would be rude for an outsider like him to interfere too much in their affairs. Thus, he could only plaster on a smile and suppress his overwhelming urge to bellow at them. Well, all the best then. Unaware of the thoughts in Xavier's mind, Clyde simply chuckled softly before asking,
"Did you receive any insights from the books in the Compendium of Sword Arts?"
"Thank you for granting me access to your collection of books, Elder Clyde. I have benefited greatly from it." Xavier bowed deeply. If not for those books, he wouldn't have been able to learn the flowing water swordsmanship and cultivate it to the level of a Heaven's Path technique. He wouldn't have been able to master the first sword of the 3 swords of Salvatore either, and through doing so, induce an immense surge in his fighting prowess.
"Oh!"
Hearing Xavier's words, Clyde's eyes lit up.
"Well, since that's the case, Would you like to trade some blows with me? It'd be a delight to see the swordsmanship of the only sword practitioner in history to have comprehended 2 different types of sword quintessence.
It would be an honor to receive Elder Clyde's guidance. He had just mastered those 2 sword arts, and he was seeking an opportunity to try out their strength. Considering that the person standing before him was one of the rare sword masters of the Master-Teacher continent, there was no one better for him to practice his skills on. Stroking his beard, Clyde said with a smile,
Good! Let's not, disrupt our cultivation and head to another location.
Xavier nodded. While Xavier thought that Shauna and the others couldn't grasp sword quintessence just by staring at the symbol, it would still be highly beneficial in helping them advance their comprehension of swordsmanship. Since it wasn't anything bad, there was no reason for Xavier to pour a pail of cold water over their fiery drive. Following behind Clyde, they soon arrived in a room. It seemed to be a specialized training room, and the walls were reinforced with fortification formations. The formations were all at grade 8, and even with Xavier's current strength, he would still have trouble trying to break them open.
Let's do it here.
Clyde gestured with a smile as he walked to the center of the room. Flicking his forefinger, a surge of sword energy shot forth from his fingertip. Upon seeing Clyde's actions, Xavier was taken aback. Elder Clyde, aren't you going to suppress your cultivation? Clyde was at least a Saint Level 8 expert, whereas he was only at the Saint Level 5 primary stage. The disparity between them was simply too great. How was he supposed to fight against Clyde if the latter didn't suppress his cultivation?
Oh, if I were to suppress my cultivation, I fear that my old bones wouldn't even survive a single blow from you.
Clyde replied with a bitter smile. The sight of the young man before him crushing his disciple with ease was still fresh in his mind. He didn't think that he would stand much of a chance if he suppressed his cultivation down to the same level as the other party. After all, the young man's comprehension of swordsmanship and combat had reached a level that was inconceivable even to him. He had encountered many geniuses in his years at the Sanctum of Sages, but only the princess of the Natalie clan and 2 or 3 others could leave him with such a feeling of apprehension. But, Xavier frowned, there's no way I'll stand a chance against you in your current state. He was well aware of the limitations of his strength. The old man before him wasn't just any ordinary Saint Level 8 expert. He was also a sword master. Given the vast disparity in their cultivation, Xavier would only be crushed in the battle.
Why don't we do this instead? I won't suppress my cultivation, but I'll only use 1% of my full strength. That'll roughly be equivalent to the might a Saint Level 7 primary stage cultivator possesses. And don't worry, I won't allow you to be injured. At the same time, through such an arrangement, you can let loose without worrying about injuring me. This way you'll be able to better test your strength,
Clyde said with a smile. All right then. Hearing those words, Xavier heaved a sigh of relief. For some inexplicable reason, his heart started beating in excitement. So far, he hadn't had a chance to clash with a Saint Level 8 expert. If he could test himself against Clyde's strength, he would be more prepared when he faced opponents of that caliber in the future. I'll be making my move then. With a flick of his wrist, a sword appeared in Xavier's hand, and a brilliant, cold glint flashed across the room, emanating a chilling intent. The Salvator sword. He had never wielded it ever since obtaining it. It was simply too strong. He feared that he would accidentally decimate his opponent with it. But since Clyde was coming at him without suppressing his cultivation, that wouldn't be a problem. With a swift slash, boundless sword energy barraged forth with astounding might, and for an instant it felt as if space was crushing in on him.
Is that a Saint High Tier artifact?
Clyde's mouth twitched and his eyes narrowed in astonishment. Saint High Tier artifacts were rare even in the Sanctum of Sages. Considering that the young man was only an unaffiliated cultivator, it was a little hard to believe that he would have such a weapon with him. In terms of pure strength, Saint High Tier artifacts harnessed might that surpassed that of Saint Level 7 cultivators. If a sword master like the young man were to wield it against him.
It won't be good for you to rely too much on the strength of your sword. Here, why don't I lend you a spare one for the duel?
With a reddened face, Clyde handed a sword over. That'll do as well. Thinking about it once more, the might of the Salvatore sword was indeed too great, and it would be unfair to use it in a friendly duel. Thus, Xavier nodded and took the sword that was passed to him. With just a few taps of his fingers on the blade, a resounding buzz echoed, and the sword acknowledged Xavier as its master. Swiftly seeing how Xavier managed to make the sword submit to him, Clyde's lips twitched. As expected of a genius who had comprehended two different sword quintessences, even his ability to tame swords was far more effective than that of ordinary sword practitioners. It's a Saint Intermediate tier weapon, Xavier noted as he felt the sword in his hand. At this point, he suddenly recalled another matter, and he turned his gaze to Clyde once more. Right, Elder Clyde. In this duel, it'll be fine for me to do anything as long as I don't wield a weapon exceeding Saint Intermediate tier, right?
That's right, Clyde nodded. You're able to easily drive Saint Intermediate tier artifacts with your current strength, but you're still too weak to regulate the might of a Saint High tier artifact. Even if you win the duel with it, it'll be pointless if you aren't the one in control.
Even the most ordinary Saint High tier artifacts wielded a fighting prowess on par with Saint Level 6 Grand Dominion Realm pinnacle cultivators. Considering how the young man only possessed a cultivation of Leaving Aperture Realm primary stage, he would be led astray by the Saint High tier sword he had. Eventually, the one who would be in control wouldn't be him, but his sword. That's good. Hearing that he could do whatever he wanted as long as the weapon he wielded was no more than Saint Intermediate tier, Xavier heaved a sigh of relief. He hadn't yet executed the sea-severing sword after mastering it. This would be a good chance for him to try it out. In any case, the opponent he was facing was far stronger than him, so there was no need to worry about accidentally hurting him. With a jolt of the sword in his hand, a cold glint flashed across the air, and an imposing tide of sword energy immediately burst forth, slashing through whatever stood in its path.
Not bad.
Seeing Xavier's move, Clyde chuckled softly. By weaving his fingers across the air, it took only an instant before a current of sword energy flowed right in front of him, reminiscent of a massive barrier. Flowing water swordsmanship. Just as Clyde had promised, he had only used 100th of his strength in his defense. Nevertheless, the strength he wielded was not to be underestimated. The sword energy flowing within the massive barrier was extremely compact, leaving not even the slightest space for anything to bypass it. It was reminiscent of an immense, unbreachable dominion. The barrage of sword energy that Xavier had sent forth collided with the flowing wall of sword energy, inducing innumerable ripples on it. Under the violent attacks, the formation in the room shook intensely and glaring scars appeared on the ground. The formations inscribed into the room were extremely resilient, but Xavier's full strength, paired with the frightening might of the sea-severing sword, was so powerful that even the formations seemed as if they would collapse at any moment.
Oh, he's indeed formidable.
Even though Clyde had managed to keep Xavier's attack at bay for the moment, he could sense that the might from the tide of sword energy was swiftly growing stronger by the moment, and his expression turned grave. As expected of a genius who commanded two different sword quintessences, his strength was truly extraordinary. On the other hand, Xavier felt so excited that he could leap in joy. Even when using his full strength, he was unable to deal even the slightest harm to the Saint Level 8 Swordmaster. Since that was the case, it seemed time for him to show his true skills. Let me try out the real sea-severing sword then. With eyes gleaming with excitement, Xavier grabbed at the surrounding air forcefully. What he had executed earlier was only the sword intent of the three swords of Salvatore. He didn't go all out. However, seeing how Clyde had managed to deal with his first attack with such ease, the final shred of hesitation within him finally vanished. A series of resounding cracking sounds echoed as more than 100 Saint Intermediate Tier swords floating in the air shot forth. Go! Lines of insight rippled in Xavier's eyes as he adeptly maneuvered an extremely complicated sword art toward Clyde. The sea-severing sword might only be a single sword art, but it was also a massive sword formation made up of 108 swords. Every single sword would be executing a sword art of its own, and collectively, it was as if an entire army was charging at one. The barrage of swords swiftly turned into an imposing wave, and countless intersecting sword energies permeated the room. Clyde, whose tension had just alleviated slightly after successfully fending off the first attack, suddenly saw the formation of swords before him, and he nearly fainted on the spot.
That is the old Sword Maestro's secret art! But
the old Sword Maestro was a renowned swordmaster in history, so he had heard of his name and secret art before. When he was traveling around the world in search of inspiration to further his swordsmanship, he visited the Sword Lagoon and trained there for quite a while. But due to the clashes in ideology, he eventually gave up on the notion. He thought the old Sword Maestro's heritage should have already died out by now. But who could have thought that he would see it from the young man before him? Furthermore, it seemed sharper, swifter, and stronger than what he had heard in the legends. More importantly, he had just thought that the other party had no suitable weapon and gave him a Saint Intermediate Tier sword, but in the blink of an eye, he suddenly whipped out this entire bunch.
if you had so many swords with you, why in the world did you accept my Saint Intermediate Tier sword?
Clyde's face twitched. However, at this moment, he had to devote his all to fending against the attack that was diving right at him. Thus, he waved his hands and skillfully weaved another barrier of flowing sword energy, just that it was much more fortified this time around. Barely after he was done, the assault of the 100 swords arrived right before him. With overwhelming force, they collided on the barrier. Amidst a series of crisp echoes, the barrier of flowing sword energy began shattering like a broken mirror.
How could these sword energies know the flaws of my flowing water swordsmanship?
Clyde's body jolted. The flowing water swordsmanship was extremely difficult to overcome due to its ability to spread out any force falling upon it over its entire area. But the young man was still able to shatter it in an instant. This could only mean that the latter had found the openings within his flowing water swordsmanship, making it impossible for him to sustain its flowing state. One must know that even someone as strong as that man from the Matthews clan was unable to accomplish such a feat. So how did the young man before him manage to do it? Shocked by the situation before him, Clyde swiftly moved to repair the barrier of flowing sword energy, but he realized it was already too late. 100 swords had already slipped through the openings in his defenses, and they were swiftly surging toward him from all directions with devastating force. Before he could do anything, the swords had already pierced into him. A sweet sensation welled up in Clyde's throat as he was sent flying. He was slammed into the wall. The fortification formations reinforcing the room also creaked loudly under the overwhelming impact, seemingly ready to break apart at any moment. Clyde was already plastered on the wall, but Xavier's attack wasn't over yet. The 100 swords overlapped with one another and launched attacks one after another, reminiscent of the relentless waves of the sea, each more powerful and imposing than the previous. In a moment, Clyde's body was surrounded by the silhouettes of countless swords, and the cold glint reflected from them made it difficult to see what was ahead. Unable to withstand it any longer, the fortification formation finally burst apart and the room swiftly collapsed under the immense force. Rock fragments ricocheted around the room amidst a rain of dust. But even at this moment, the offense of the swords still showed no signs of halting. Clyde attempted to flee to regain his momentum, but the swords were ingeniously aimed at the openings of every single move he made, such that even bending against them already took up all of his strength and attention. Forced back by the barrage of swords, Clyde eventually knocked down 7 to 8 rooms before eventually coming to a halt. Exhaling deeply, Xavier retracted his palm. His face had turned pale at some point, and his body was aching from head to toe. He couldn't even find the strength within him to lift his fingers. When he practiced the sea-severing sword earlier in the Compendium of Sword Arts, he did so through mental imagery to sharpen his form, so he couldn't get a clear idea of how powerful it would be. It was only after executing it that he realized how frightening the sword art was. In fact, amid the execution, he found that he had lost control over the sword art, and every last bit of gleam was squeezed out of his body before the sword art finally came to a halt.
This is too scary. Losing control of my body. I better not use this sword art unless in times of emergency.
Cold sweat dripped down Xavier's head as he patted his heart fearfully. It was not to say that there was something wrong with the sea-severing sword, but that his cultivation was simply too low, making it impossible for him to wield full control over the sword art. This was similar to how a child could swing a hammer, but the child's lack of strength would make it difficult for them to control it, especially when the hammer was in motion. At this moment, Xavier was the child swinging the hammer. Once the sea-severing sword was executed, he couldn't stop until every last drop of gleam in his body was sapped dry. Ever since he had undergone the Saint Ascension ordeal and reached the Saint Realm, he had never depleted his gleam before. Yet, the sea-severing sword was able to drain every last bit of energy within him, which went to show just how powerful the sword art was. However, it was also extremely dangerous for a cultivator to use up all of their gleam amid a battle. It would mean that he was powerless against anything that his opponent would throw at him next.
Right. Is Clyde okay?
Too engrossed in himself, Xavier forgot about the plight Clyde was in. Looking at the rubble all over the ground, he couldn't help but feel a little worried. Fortunately, Clyde suddenly rose from the rubble. He wasn't able to maintain his image as an expert anymore. His clothes were in tatters, and his body was caked with dust. He looked wretched.
Elder Clyde!
Xavier's lips twitched for a moment before he called out worriedly.
I've...
Clyde chuckled awkwardly, but before he could finish his words, blood spurted from his mouth as he tried to fly. Clyde plummeted from the sky and fell headfirst into a pile of mud. At this very moment, he was suffering from a mental breakdown. Under normal circumstances, given his strength, it would be impossible for the young man to hurt him, no matter how powerful his sword art may be. However, he had suppressed his strength significantly, and his flowing water swordsmanship was breached so quickly that he hardly had any time to react. To be honest, he was extremely lucky to be alive at this very moment. Lying in the pile of mud, Clyde swallowed a pill, and it took a long while before strength slowly returned to him. Getting back to his feet, he took a look at his surroundings and sighed deeply. He was curious to see how powerful a person who had comprehended 2 sword quintessences would be, only to end up being reduced to such a state in a single move. He was fortunate that no one was around to see it, or else he might have just died from embarrassment.
Teacher, are you okay?
Old Master, what happened? Everyone, be on your guard. Don't let the culprit get away.
And just like that, Clyde's final bit of consolation was utterly shattered. Turning around, he saw his butlers, guards, Shauna, Robert, and his other disciples all standing not too far away, looking at him in worry.
What are you all doing here?
If not for Clyde's mental fortitude, he might have just passed out. He was still feeling thankful that no one had seen him earlier, when more than 100 people suddenly materialized behind his back. That was almost everyone in the residence.
Teacher, Master Xavier said that you were injured, and he asked us to hurry over to take a look. Robert was worried that something bad might have happened, so he called all of us over to follow him.
Shauna quickly explained. Clyde clutched his chest, clawing at his heart, which was aching so much that he could hardly breathe. It was one thing for the young man to reduce him to the pitiful state he was currently in, but to even call his disciples and servants there to spectate his misery. This was too much.
Don't worry, I'm not injured. I just accidentally used too much force when I was practicing my swordsmanship earlier.
With a reddened face, Clyde shrugged off the matter casually with a wave of his hand.
Not injured?
Robert, Shauna, and the others glanced at one another with rather complicated looks.
Where's Master Xavier?
Knowing what his students were thinking, Clyde coughed loudly twice and changed the topic.
Master Xavier's asked me to relay his gratitude towards you for allowing him to browse through your collection of books. It's provided him with some inspiration regarding his swordsmanship, so he bade his farewell to return to his residence to cultivate,
Shauna said.
He returned to his residence to cultivate?
Clyde felt even more stifled after hearing those words. After causing a mess and severely injuring him, he fled the scene. Was this how he showed gratitude? Just as Clyde was contemplating whether he should capture that young man and teach him a lesson, Shauna suddenly walked up and presented him with a book.
Right, teacher. Before he left, Master Xavier instructed me to hand this to you personally.
Clyde took the book with a deep frown and casually flipped it open. With just a glance, his entire body froze and disbelief plastered itself on his face.
This!
Clyde trembled uncontrollably. Considering how the ink in the book had barely dried, it was clear that it had just been written down a moment ago. Detailed in it were the various mistakes he had made in his cultivation, as well as the aspects he had erred in his comprehension, swordsmanship. A large handful of the points written down were questions that had left him deeply confused for many years. In other words, as long as he were to make corrections according to what was written in the book, he would be able to raise his fighting prowess to greater heights.
It was just a brief encounter, and I hardly made any moves at all. But he was still able to see through so much about me.
Despite squeezing the book tightly in his hand, Clyde still felt as if he was in a dream. On top of being a swordmaster, he was a teacher in the Sanctum of Sages as well. It wasn't rare for him to have to analyze the problems that a student was facing in their cultivation or swordsmanship and offer them pointers to resolve them. Naturally, his eye for discernment was extremely formidable as well, far surpassing that of his peers. Even so, he was still completely helpless toward the problems he was facing. Yet, the young man was able to uncover and concisely detail all of his issues. And more importantly, he had even provided solutions to them as well. Just what kind of monstrous eye of discernment did that young man possess?
It's no wonder why he was able to comprehend two different types of sword quintessence at his young age. In terms of comprehension of swordsmanship, I don't even come close to holding a candle to him.
At this moment, Clyde finally understood why the young man was able to earn the recognition of his ancestor's sword intent so quickly. From the very start, they weren't even at the same level as one another.
Perhaps that's what a true prodigy is,
Clyde remarked as he closed the book and placed it in his storage ring. Then, a thought suddenly came to his mind and his eyes lit up.
Wait a moment. Given the young man's deep understanding of swordsmanship, if I were to bring him to the Matthews clan, perhaps I might be able to exact vengeance for my grudge.
It took 6 hours of rest till the sun was starting to rise over the eastern horizon before Xavier finally felt his gleam fully recovering and his mind, spirit, and soul once again returned to their peak. He instinctively knew that it would be a bad idea to remain there after injuring Clyde, so he decisively collected all of his swords and returned to his residence. As expected of an offense-based sword quintessence, its might is not to be underestimated. Recalling the battle that had happened the previous night, Xavier's eyes gleamed in excitement. Even though Clyde had suppressed his strength to 100th of his original might, his fighting prowess was still not something that any ordinary Saint Level 7 primary stage cultivator would have been able to compete with. Since that was the case, wouldn't the fact that he'd been able to send the other party flying mean that no Saint Level 7 primary stage expert would be a match for him once he went all out? Saint Level 7 Phantasmal Space Realm. At that level, a cultivator would be able to grasp the very essence of space. Their dominion would begin to morph into a form between a phantasm and reality, making it extremely difficult to deal with. The dominions created by Saint Level 6 Grand Dominion Realm experts would manifest in a physical form, such as an area of mist or a barrier of light, thus making it discernible to the eye. However, upon reaching Saint Level 7 Phantasmal Space Realm, one's dominion would become intangible, similar to one's spiritual perception. Invisible to the eyes, untouchable to the hands, it could create unimaginable effects. For example, back when Joel sent Elder Rod flying, the reason the latter didn't dodge was that Joel had already shrouded the latter in his dominion, trapping him firmly in place. With his Saint Level 5 primary stage cultivation, it should have been impossible for Xavier to phase an expert of Clyde's caliber. However, with the Sea-Severing Sword, this impossibility had become a real possibility. It's daybreak. I should head over to the first level corridor and finish it. The rising crimson sun had forced the night to retreat, bringing light back to the world. Xavier began making his way over to the Hall of Solidarity. He soon arrived at the front counter, and Ellie was still seated there. I wish to challenge the first level corridor once more. Accustomed to the procedure, Xavier wasted no time and passed the concentrated high-tier spirit stones over straight away. After all he had done, reading, learning swordsmanship, and recovering from his exertion, a day had already passed. Thus, he could continue challenging the corridor of puppets once more. Seeing that it was Xavier, Ellie passed a challenge token over with a nod. Upon receiving the token, Xavier immediately turned around and left. He wasn't able to clear the first-level corridor yesterday, but he rushed over as soon as the sun was up. The male attendant from before was also around, and he couldn't help asking, within the short period, there shouldn't have been any substantial change in his strength, right? So, what is he in such a hurry for? Cultivation was a process of consistent effort, not a way to achieve great things in a heartbeat. How could one night of cultivation possibly help him? If the young man wanted to clear the first-level corridor, he would require a few months of hard work at the very least.
Not too sure either.
Ellie shook her head.
Perhaps he might have successfully cultivated some kind of secret art and wants to give it a try.
But the stronger a secret art is, the harder it is to grasp it. The male attendant shook his head. There are some who devote their lives to studying a secret art, only to gain a superficial grasp of it. How much could he possibly have learned in a single night? It was not that he had no trust in Xavier's strength, but some things were simply impossible. The first-level corridor was the hardest corridor to clear, and even most Grand Dominion Realm advanced stage cultivators would have trouble defeating the puppet within. Even if Xavier had managed to clear the second-level corridor the previous day, it didn't seem possible for him to clear the first-level corridor after one day of hard work. The previous one to challenge the first-level corridor was the Netherly clan's princess, right? I seem to recall that she's the current record holder. The male attendant suddenly remarked.
She is indeed the current record holder. She cleared the first-level corridor within just 3 minutes.
Upon speaking of the Natalie clan's princess, admiration and respect immediately seeped into Ellie's eyes. While other challengers struggled with all their might, but were still unable to clear the first-level corridor, the princess was able to clear it within a short 3 minutes. More importantly, when she left the room, there was not the slightest speck of dust on her, maintaining her ever-elegant and poised appearance. Every time Ellie recalled this matter, she couldn't help but tremble in excitement. Ever since the Corridor of Puppets was created, there was not a single person who had achieved such a record in the first-level corridor. In other words, the accomplishment of the Natalie clan's princess was unrivaled. No one could compete with her even in the past tens of thousands of years, and it was unlikely that anyone would be able to break her record anytime soon.
Indeed, she is too formidable.
The male attendant nodded in agreement. He was just about to speak when ripples suddenly appeared in the tea placed in front of him. Following this, the cup began trembling, followed by the table. What is going on? Both of them sprang to their feet, and they began scanning their surroundings warily.
I have no idea.
Ellie suddenly felt the ground shaking intensely, as if there was an earthquake, after which a resounding explosion rumbled in the distance.
That seems to be from the first-level corridor.
Their eyebrows shot up as they hurriedly rushed in the direction that the explosion came from. Before they could arrive at the first-level corridor, they saw a young man walking over with an apologetic look. My apologies. I failed to rein in my strength when making a move earlier. Ellie glanced at the first-level corridor, or, to be more exact, the rubble that was once the first-level corridor. Smoke was pouring out of it. Sweeping through the contents with her spiritual perception, she saw that the puppet of the first-level corridor had already been dismantled into countless pieces, such that there wasn't even an intact spare part anymore. It truly was complete and utter destruction.
You...
Unable to hold herself back, Ellie asked Xavier in agitation.
Just what did you do?
She was well aware of the strength the puppet in the first-level corridor wielded. Even ordinary Grand Dominion Realm advanced stage experts wouldn't be a match for it. And yet, that fellow still managed to crush it so easily. Just how in the world did he manage to do it? More importantly, it hadn't even been 3 minutes since he had taken the challenge token from her. Within this period, he had defeated the puppet and torn down the entire first-level corridor while he was at it. I was only using a sword art, Xavier said awkwardly. Due to the rules of the first-level corridor, Xavier was unable to wield his swords, so he could only use his sword energy in substitution. Nevertheless, the might of the sea-severing sword was still far beyond his control. The puppet was reduced to dust as soon as it appeared, but even so, he was still unable to stop the sword art until it depleted a massive portion of his gleam. The current destruction was the result of that. He had thought that since the Corridor of Puppets was a formal trial in the Sanctum of Sages, the fortification formations reinforcing the corridors would be rather powerful, so it should have been fine for him to let loose. It was never his intention to cause such a huge commotion. It was fortunate that the trial had deemed it a success right after the puppet was destroyed, and the books at the very end of the corridor had come into his sight, allowing him to swiftly collect them into the Library of Heaven's Path. Otherwise, if his efforts had ended in vain after all the trouble he had been through, he really might have burst into tears.
Sword art?
Ellie and the male receptionist were really at a loss of words. Sword arts. They had seen plenty of those. But one that could destroy not only the puppet, but the entire corridor along with it. They had never seen one that wielded such might before.
Wait right here for a moment. I'll report this matter to the Elder.
Ellie told Xavier before hurriedly leaving. The destruction of the first-level corridor was a huge matter, far beyond the jurisdiction of a mere receptionist like her. The Hall of Solidarity could be considered property of the Sanctum of Sages. If everyone were to destroy it without care, not even the Sanctum of Sages would have enough money to pay for the reparations. All right. Knowing that it was only right for him to make compensation after causing destruction, Xavier had no intention of leaving either. He found a place to sit down and began meditating to recover his gleam. While the strength of the sea-severing sword was reduced because he hadn't wielded any swords, the execution of the sword art still depleted nearly half of his gleam. Previously, I thought that the old sword maestro was just unable to gather sufficient swords for the execution of the technique, but from the looks of it now, even if he had gathered sufficient swords, it's uncertain whether he would have been able to execute. As one who had cultivated the Saint Ascension Decipher, the capacity of Xavier's gleam far exceeded that of other cultivators, but even so, he was still nearly unable to keep up with the depletion of energy. Despite being the creator of the move, the old sword maestro probably still had a fair bit of trouble trying to execute the technique. Knowing that it would be impossible for him to fully recover without several hours of cultivation, Xavier decided to immerse his consciousness into the Library of Heaven's Path to take a look at the books that he had just collected. There were only 5 books in the first-level corridor, and they corresponded to the 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. The tier of the books was extremely high, plausibly the most profound and powerful Leaving Aperture Realm cultivation techniques in the Sanctum of Sages. Putting all the Leaving Aperture Realm cultivation technique manuals together, Xavier commanded, "Compile!" A new book materialized. Flipping it open, Xavier's eyes lit up in delight. After all his hard work, he had finally succeeded in compiling the Leaving Aperture Realm Heaven's Path Divine Art. Just thinking about the difficulties that he had been through was enough to make tears stream down his cheeks. Wonder if Roach has managed to find a source to procure Pinnacle Spirit Stones. Xavier wondered as he swiftly memorized the cultivation technique. Without a source of sufficiently pure spiritual energy, he wouldn't be able to further his cultivation. Above concentrated high-tier spirit stones were Pinnacle Spirit Stones, which boasted extraordinary purity. If he could find a source for those, his quandary concerning a lack of spirit stones would be resolved. There were no Pinnacle Spirit Stones in the Sintran Empire, but it wouldn't be too difficult to find them in the Sanctum of Sages.
He is the person who destroyed the first level corridor, Master Xavier.
While Xavier was still in thought, he suddenly heard a voice. Raising his head, he saw Ellie leading an elder over. The elder took a look at the first level corridor, and his eyebrows immediately began twitching. Xavier hurriedly got up.
Mr. Xavier, Elder Cecil over here is in charge of everything concerning the Leaving Aperture Realm Corridor of Puppets,
Ellie introduced. Paying respects to Elder Cecil. Xavier quickly clasped his fists. There was nothing else he could do. Under the roof of another, he had no choice but to lower his head. He still couldn't bring himself to be as domineering as his future brother-in-law. With a voice of suppressed rage, Elder Cecil asked,
You said that you managed to reduce this place to this state just by executing a sword art.
That's right. Xavier nodded hesitantly.
Pass me your challenge token.
Xavier did as he was told. Elder Cecil took a close look at the challenge token that Xavier had passed over, and a moment later, a deep frown appeared on his forehead. The first level corridor didn't just have a formidable puppet, it had a powerful formation as well. Under normal circumstances, even a Grand Dominion Realm Pinnacle expert wouldn't have the strength to cause such devastation in this place. Unless the individual had cheated. But, on the challenge token, the young man was reported to have cleared the trial fair and square. In other words, no act of cheating had been detected by the system. Was it possible for a Leaving Aperture Realm primary stage cultivator to cause such destruction with his sword art? Perplexed, Elder Cecil instructed,
What sword art did you execute earlier? Show it to me.
Show it to you. A conflicted look surfaced on Xavier's face. To be honest with you, my grasp over the sword art is still lacking, so I'm unable to control it properly. I fear that I'll accidentally harm you if I execute it here.
Harm me?
Elder Cecil sneered.
While I am only a managerial elder here, my cultivation has reached Saint Level 7 Phantasma Space Realm. Leaving Aperture Realm primary stage cultivator like you fears that you'll accidentally harm me. What arrogant words.
There were various tiers for the elders of the Sanctum of Sages. Personnel who had reached Saint Level 7 would be eligible to take on the role of a managerial elder, such as Rod and Cecil. Elder Cecil, even if you're confident in your strength, I still fear that my sword energy will destroy the other buildings in the area too. Xavier was still a little hesitant about executing the sea-severing sword.
Do you think that your sword energy will have a chance to escape from my dominion? You must be joking.
Elder Cecil harumphed coldly, with deep confidence reflected in his eyes.